The House will come to order. Please join Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance.
Mr. Shebo, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Representative Brown,
Excused.
Caldwell, Camacho, it's on the wall, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, it's here, Espinoza, Ferre, Flanell, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Representative Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Representative Joseph is excused. Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Luck, Lukens, Representative Lukens is excused. Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks,
Present.
Rootnell, Ryden, Representative Ryden is excused. Sirota, Slaw, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, AML Winter is excused. Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
With 63 present, 2 excused, we do have a quorum. I think our Speaker Pro Tem, or is it you, Representative Soper, who wants to do the journal today? SPT. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Madam Speaker, I know that a lot of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have had the distinct pleasure of voting no on so many things that I offer from this well. I would like to give you a different opportunity this morning to vote yes on a Basenecker motion. So, the offer stands. Do with it what you will. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Saturday, May 9th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard that enticing offer/motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We are going to do some announcements and introductions. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is your final reminder that open enrollment ends today at 10:59 p.m. If you have any questions regarding benefits or open enrollment, please reach out to Shannon Briggs in accounting. A few other short amendments. If you have food in the fridge, in the kitchen, please remove it. Also, we had a note on our desks to grab a box and make sure that our desks are cleaned off by the end of day today. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, competition. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, hopefully you have seen a letter from myself on your desks. There's a show of hands. Actually, I didn't see a single hand. But tomorrow, I would like to invite everyone to join the governor and I as we are hosting the Consular Corps who's stationed here in Colorado. Those are representatives from Canada, Mexico, Guatemala. We also have the United Kingdom, Japan, Taiwan. We have many nations from Latin America, but their Consular Corps is going to be here at the Capitol it's from 12 to 12:30, and we're wanting to host them. But we'd love to be able to have as many come down for just a couple of minutes as possible to show our support for those nations who have chosen to invest in Colorado, do business with Colorado, have exchange of ideas, and this is being supported and coordinated by the Biennials of the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members will be meeting 10 minutes upon adjournment. We're going to hear 2 bills, Senate Bill 72 and Senate Bill 190. 10 minutes upon adjournment in room 107.
Thank you. Representative McCormick. And Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to welcome former Representative Jonathan Singer, who's up in the gallery with his social work policy class from Metro State University today. So welcome and have fun.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, first time I've ever had a family member here, so my daughter's here today. She's the weapons officer for the USS Delaware, came back from an Arctic deployment. They did the 100th ice breaking at the North Pole of a U.S. submarine, and she got inducted into the Magellan Society for circumnavigating the globe, but I think that needs an asterisk because it took about 40 minutes. So.
Congratulations. It is an honor to have you here. Members, we are moving into third reading. I will invite you to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I lay over Senate Bill 43 until tomorrow, May 12th.
Senate Bill 43 will be laid over until tomorrow, May 12th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate. Oh, Madam Majority Leader, my
Thank
apologies.
you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1326, House Bill 1112, and Senate Bill 15 to the beginning of the third reading calendar.
The bills, as noted by the Majority Leader, will be moved to the beginning of the calendar. One moment. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives Duran and Wilford, also Senators Rodriguez and Cutter, concerning the continuation of the Public Utilities Commission and in connection therewith implementing recommendations in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
please briefly explain.
This adds in language on the request for a request from Black Hills that was accidentally dropped from L027 during seconds. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is request for permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1326. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Describe the amendment.
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Bacon and Basenecker are excused. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, 2 excused, permission is granted. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We move, I move Amendment L045 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment, please. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. As the Majority Leader stated, this amendment fixes something that was accidentally dropped off from one of our amendments that we ran on Saturday and clarifies that public comment won't be considered in the evidentiary record, but it'll be included in the record later on. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment 45 to House Bill 1326. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
They responded. Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Carter. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Amendment 45 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1326 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do we vote? How do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. English. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1326 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1112.
House Bill 1112 by Representatives Pascal and Smith, also Senators Henriksen and Simpson, concerning state regulation of underground injection control wells and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1112 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1112 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Clifford, Winter. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 14 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1112 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 15.
Senate Bill 15 by Senators Pelton B. and Roberts, also Representatives Duran and Caldwell, concerning offenses involving commercial sexual activity with a child.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
This is purely a technical amendment. It just addresses a typo, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 15. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, permission is granted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Amendment, I move, hang on just a moment, Amendment L017, and ask for it to be properly displayed.
One moment. Please proceed.
In our amendment from seconds, we accidentally did not include the word strike in our amendment. So this actually strikes what was supposed to be removed during seconds. So I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment 17 on third reading. 17 on Senate Bill 15. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please, luck. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, Amendment 17 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 15 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 15 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Carter English Garcia. Please close the machine. 64 aye, 1 no, 0 excused. Senate Bill 15 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senators Bridges and Bright, also Representatives Lukens and Gilchrist, concerning exempting teacher training in certain fitness disciplines from regulation under the Private Occupational Education Act of 1981.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 173 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 173 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 aye, 0 no, 0 excused, Senate Bill 173 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 116.
Senate Bill 116 by Senator Weissman, also Representative Zokai, concerning the taxation of property and in connection therewith, modifying the qualified senior primary residence benefit and modifying the taxation of business personal property.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 116 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Just a friendly reminder to everyone that we don't have to simply modify or tweak property taxes. There are systems that have been demonstrated in other jurisdictions that eliminate them entirely and allow people to own their property outright instead of continually leasing it from the government. I encourage us in future years to look at such models and implement them here.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 116 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Camacho votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Bottoms. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 26 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 116 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 117.
Senate Bill 117 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Mabry and Soper, concerning permissible methods for the sale of lottery tickets.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 117 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 117 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 117 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 156.
Senate Bill 156 by Senators Kipp and Carson, also Representatives Phillips and Gonzalez, concerning changes to the State Workforce Development Council's practices and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 156 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 156 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 156 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 133.
Senate Bill 133 by Senators Bridges and Catlin, also Representatives Martinez and Taggart, concerning the authorization to establish an artist company in the state and in connection therewith enacting the Colorado Artist Company Act and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 133 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 133 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Camacho votes no. The last go. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 15 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 133 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 181.
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Brown and Taggart, concerning modifying the Colorado Works program.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 181 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 181 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 181 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 35 until tomorrow, May 12th.
Senate Bill 35 will be laid over until tomorrow, May 12th. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1273.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich, also Senators Cutter and Wallace, concerning the maximum amount that a transportation network company may retain in relation to the amount paid for transportation services provided through the transportation network company and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1273 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1273 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Stuart Valdez Zokai. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 26 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1273 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 114.
Senate Bill 114 by Senators Marchman and Bright, also Representatives Titone and Soper, concerning a spirituous liquor manufacturer's sales rooms.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 114 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 114 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 114 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1138.
House Bill 1138 by Representatives Woog and Espinoza, also Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer, concerning measures to prevent organized retail theft and in connection therewith creating the Retail Theft Prevention Advisory Board and the Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program in the Division of Criminal Justice.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1138 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1138 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1138 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 187.
Senate Bill 187 by Senators Amabile and Bridges, also Representatives Brown and Taggart, concerning the creation of a commission to study Medicaid and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 187 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 187 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Valdez. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 187 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 193.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Brown and Taggart, concerning local ordinances' impacts on state employees.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I don't think I've ever spoke on a third reading. However, this bill needs to hit a pause button. I know there were some amendments taken, but it's just not right. So this is not a small technical cleanup bill. This is a major wage policy change impacting tens of thousands of public workers across Colorado. When a bill affects the wages of workers who keep our universities running, care for patients in our hospitals, defend poor Coloradans in court, and staff our public institutions, we owe them more than a rushed process in the final days of session. I have heard directly from unions representing higher education workers, healthcare workers, public defenders, public library employees, that they were not stakeholders before this bill was introduced. This bill moved forward before many impacted workers even knew they were included in it. Good legislation takes time, especially legislation involving wages. If there's confusion among legislators, confusion among workers, confusion among labor lawyers, and confusion among public employees about who this bill covers, that alone should tell us we are moving way too fast. This session, we have killed bills for far less because stakeholders were not consulted, or because unintended consequences were too severe. I know the extreme stakeholdering process that was demanded of others in here before they would let their bill move forward. And at a minimum, this body should hit pause and fully understand who this bill impacts before moving forward. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us, I'm sorry, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my good colleagues' comments on this bill. We worked really hard, especially in House Appropriations, to add amendments to make sure that some of our colleagues in various unions were happy. In particular, what this bill does is it clarifies what the role of local minimum wages is with relation to our state workers. In particular, it mentions that the amendment that we added in appropriations makes sure that this bill does not apply, and therefore local minimum wages do apply to folks that do not have a collective bargaining, or have wages that do not have where collective bargaining does not apply. So there is a compromise that was worked out between the various unions and the state, and ultimately what this bill does, in combination with the MOU that we have with our state employees union, is it's going to raise people's wages by about $3 across the state. So we ask for an aye vote, and I appreciate everyone's attention to this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 193 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, as is common in the final 3 days of session, we are waiting on the Senate to finish some work before we can proceed. It will not be long. I don't have an exact time, but I need you to stay close to the chamber. We do have special orders to get to today. So we will stand in recess and proceed shortly. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 23 as amended and 125 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 45 and 170 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 191 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 184 and 186 be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Senate Bill 185 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders on May 11, 2026 at 11:54. Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 178, Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 23, Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 191, Senate Bill 2, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 152, Senate Bill 188, Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 186, and House Bill 1250.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, May 11th at 11:54 a.m. Representative McCormick.
Okay.
Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative McCormick will take the chair.
That's our amendment.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the Coke rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senators Mullica and Marchman, also Representatives McCluskey and Brown, concerning increasing the availability of homeowners insurance in the state.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 155, the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated some money. We asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All the opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added 5 different amendments. We changed some of the requirements related to what percentage of the grant, what percentage of the revenue goes to the grant programs, We made some changes to the legislative declarations to further explain the benefits to the enterprise, from the enterprise to insurers. We also made an amendment to remove the wildfire risk study from the division and put it into the board. And we made some other technical cleanups. We asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Speaker McCluskey.
Madam Chair, thank you. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move L17 to Senate Bill 155
That is a proper motion. Give us
and
1
ask for it
minute.
to be properly displayed.
Give us a minute. The amendment is before us. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment does a very simple thing. It removes the actual title of this professional association. We don't normally put an organization's title into statute, and instead refers to the organization as what its purpose is, which is a professional association that promotes best practices and ethical behaviors in the roofing industry. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 passes. To the bill. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am so honored to stand here with Representative Brown, year 2 in trying to tackle yet again the challenges our state is facing and the rising costs of property insurance. In 2023, we passed the FAIR Plan, which is a safety net property insurance program that allows homeowners or very small businesses an opportunity to secure property insurance when they are denied on the commercial market. People are being denied when they are in the WUI, the Wildland-Urban Interface, when prices are becoming so high to insure them, either because of their location or because the tremendous issues we have in this state around hail. Last year's bill was unsuccessful. This year, working closely with our industry partners in property insurance, we've been able to craft a bill that will provide relief for our homeowners and hopefully stabilize the market, further promoting a better way to ensure that property insurance rates do not continue to rise. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Speaker McCluskey for her amazing advocacy and work on not only this bill, but on homeowners insurance and insurance issues throughout her tenure as a legislator. It has been really such an honor to be able to work with her on this and other bills throughout our time serving together. And so I just want to say that for a minute. I am really proud to bring this bill alongside Speaker McCluskey. You know, many of you know that my district was heavily impacted by the Marshall Fire, and this issue is deeply personal to me. The impacts that the Marshall Fire has had on property and casualty insurance rates, homeowners insurance rates in my area has been astronomical. And what we know from the experience of my community and others is that when we have more resilient communities, we will pay lower homeowners insurance rates over time. This bill is about making sure we have a resilient community, communities that are more hail-proof, that will reduce insurance losses and therefore reduce people's homeowners insurance premiums over time. And so that is why this bill, and with the changes that we've made to this bill since last year, we've been so pleased to be able to work with not only consumer groups, but the industry as well, because it will not only benefit consumers, but it will stabilize the insurance market, which is good for everybody. So for that, we ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to request this bill be read at length until we can talk some things over, so please do that. Thank you.
There's been a request for the bill to be read at length. So that's what we're going to do. Please read the bill at length.
Second Regular Session 75th General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 26 to 620.01 Brita Darling X 2241 Senate Bill 26 to 155. Senate Committees House Committees Finance Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning increasing the availability of homeowners. 102 Insurance in the state. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lege.colorado.gov. The bill creates the Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise, which is a government-owned business created in the Division of Insurance, in the Department of Regulatory Agencies. The enterprise is governed by a 7-member board, including the Commissioner of Insurance, Commissioner, or their designee, members with expertise in home hardening and resilient roof systems, and members. Senate third reading unamended April 29, 2026. Senate amended second reading April 28, 2026. Senate sponsorship Mullica and Marchman, Amabel, Benavidez, Coleman, Cutter, Doherty, Exum, Kipp, Roberts, Snyder. House sponsorship McCluskey and Brown. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Representing the interests of insurance companies, consumers, and counties. The primary purpose of the enterprise is to impose and collect an annual fee from an insurance company that offers multi-peril homeowners insurance policies in the state, insurer, to reduce risks and losses to insurers that pay the fee by using fee revenue to provide grants to homeowners, to defray the cost of retrofitting residential property by purchasing and installing resilient roof systems. In awarding grants, the board shall prioritize homes that are the homeowner applicant, primary residence and shall consider other criteria, including applicant income, the age of the roof, the size of the home, the number of grant applicants, and whether the applicant lives in a location that has historically had a higher susceptibility to extreme weather events. In order to ensure the necessary workforce, fee revenue may also be used. To award grants to defray the costs of training and certification related to installing and certifying resilient roof systems. A contractor that is awarded bids and receives money from a grant is prohibited from waiving homeowners' insurance deductibles. In addition, fee revenue shall be used for contracting with the division to conduct or contract for a study to analyze insurance risk in high-risk wildfire areas of the state, including an analysis of market competition in those areas and the impact of a high-risk program on the potential losses and the availability of homeowners' insurance in those areas. Beginning in the 2027 calendar year, the amount of the insurer fee imposed and collected by the enterprise is an amount equal to 0.5% of the total premium collected by an insurer on multi-peril homeowners insurance policies in the state in the immediately preceding calendar year. The insurer shall not surcharge the fee amount to policyholders. The enterprise may lower or cease collecting the fee from an insurer in any calendar year if the commissioner determines that the insurer paying the fee would become insolvent and notifies the board. The board shall adopt rules and policies for the regulation of the enterprise's affairs and the conduct of enterprise business, including standards for resilient roof systems and standards for contractor specialized training in the installation of impact-resistant roof systems. Beginning with rate filing submitted on and after January 1, 2027, an insurer offering multi-peril homeowners insurance for property or risks located in the state shall demonstrate in the insurer's rate filings that savings from the installation of resilient roof systems are passed through to homeowners through the application of discounts or reduced premiums on homeowners insurance policies. -2, 155. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Part 20 to Article 3-4 of Title 10 as follows, for Part 25 Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise 6 October 4, 2001. Legislative Declaration. 7. 1. The General Assembly, 8a, finds and determines that 9i, increased greenhouse gas emissions and rapidly rising temperatures are changing the climate in ways that threaten 11 Colorado's economy, the health of ITS residents, and ITS natural 12 landscape. 13.2, these temperature increases have an impact on 14 Colorado's environment, with drought, heat waves, windstorms, 15 wildfires, hail, and other extreme weather events increasing in 16 recent years. 17.3, the economic impacts of these increasingly frequent 18 and severe weather events are significant. 19.4, Colorado property owners are faced with challenges 20 in finding insurance coverage and increasing insurance. 21, premiums, undermining the ability to purchase, sell, and own a 22, home. 23, v, there is a need in the state to encourage investments. 24, in home hardening, which means making homes and communities. 25, more resilient to extreme weather events such as hail. 26, windstorms, and wildfire, and include science-based hail. And 27, wind mitigation measures designed to reduce insurer losses. 3, 155. 1.6, making investments in home hardening will improve 2, insurers' financial stability by decreasing losses that would 3 otherwise be paid by the insurers. 7, investments in home hardening will also encourage 5, insurer participation and increase competition in the insurance 6 market to offer coverage throughout the state to all 7 Coloradans, resulting in long-term savings for homeowners. And 8, insurers. 9.8, targeting homes in high-risk areas for investments. 10, in home hardening will improve the overall stability of the 11 homeowners insurance market for insurers. 12.9, data from North Carolina and Alabama has shown 13 that providing assistance to strengthen roofs results in fewer 14 claims and lower administrative expenses, which directly 15 increases profits for insurers. 16x, studying ways to reduce wildfire risk in high-risk 17 areas of the state will help policymakers identify options to 18, reduce potential losses in those areas, which benefits insurers. 19, by reducing claim losses, administrative expenses, and market. 20, volatility. And 21.11, accordingly, IT is appropriate to finance a home. 22, hardening program through a fee imposed on insurers that offer 23 multi-peril homeowners insurance policies in the state. And 24b, declares that 25i, the Strengthened Colorado Homes enterprise provides 26 valuable business services and benefits to insurers when in 27 exchange for payment of the fee described in section October 4, 2003. 4, 155. 1, the enterprise uses the fee revenue to provide grants to 2 homeowners to fortify the roofs of insured property and 3, otherwise mitigate the risk of losses to insured property. 4, resulting from natural disasters and extreme weather. 5, including hail and windstorms, thus reducing risk and losses to 6 insurers in the state that pay the fee. 7, 2, by providing the benefits and services specified in this 8 Part 20, the Strengthened Colorado Homes enterprise engages in 9 activities conducted in the pursuit of a benefit, gain, or 10 livelihood and therefore operates as a business. 11.3, consistent with the determination of the Colorado 12 Supreme Court in Nickel v. 470 Public Highway Authority, 896 13p.2d 859, Colo. 1995, that the power to impose taxes is 14, inconsistent with enterprise status under Section 20 of Article 15x of the state constitution. The General Assembly concludes 16, that the revenue collected by the enterprise is generated by 17, fees, not taxes, because the money credited to the enterprise is 18a, for the specific purpose of allowing the enterprise to 19 defray the costs of providing the services described in this part 2020. 21b, collected at rates that are reasonably calculated. 22, based on the costs of the services provided by the enterprise. 23 and 24, c, not state fiscal year spending, as defined in section 2524-77-102, 17, or state revenues, as defined in section 24-77-103.626, 6, c, and does not count against either the state fiscal year 27 spending limit imposed by section 20 of Article X of the state. 5, 155. 1, Constitution or the excess state revenue CAP, as defined in 2 section 24-77-103.6, 6b, so long as the enterprise qualifies as 3 an enterprise for purposes of section 20 of Article X of the state 4 Constitution, and 5, 4. No other enterprise created simultaneously or 6 within the preceding 5 years serves primarily the same purpose. 7, as the enterprise, and the enterprise will generate revenue from 8 fees and surcharges of less than $100 million. 9, total in ITS first 5 fiscal years. Accordingly, the creation of 10 the enterprise does not require voter approval pursuant to 11 section 24-77-108. 12 October 4, 2002. Definitions. 13 as used in this part 20, unless the context otherwise. 14 requires. 15, 1, board or enterprise board means the governing 16 board of the Strengthened Colorado Homes enterprise. 17, 2, fee means the fee that the enterprise board imposes. 18 and collects pursuant to section October 4, 2003, 4. 19, 3, fund means the Strengthened Colorado Homes 20 enterprise fund created in section October 4, 2003, 5. 21, 4, grant program means the Strengthened Colorado 22 Homes enterprise grant program created in section October 4, 2004. 23, 5, a, insurer means an admitted or authorized 24 insurance company that offers multi-peril homeowners 25 insurance policies in the state and is subject to the Colorado 26 Division of Insurance Statistical Report, line 4. 27, b, insurer does not include the fair access to insurance. 6, 155. 1. Requirements Plan Association created in Section October 4, 1804. 2. 6. Resilient roof system means a roof that has obtained 3. A verified wind and hail certification from the Insurance 4 Institute for Business and Home Safety Fortified Program, or 5. A similar science-based, verifiable certification, as determined 6. By the board by rule. 7. Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise, or 8. Enterprise means the Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise. 9. Created in Section October 4, 2003. 1. 10. October 4, 2003. Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise. Creation. 11. Purpose, Enterprise Board, Powers and Duties, Fee, Fund, Gifts, 12. Grants or donations, Rules, Reporting, Repeal. 13. 1. Enterprise, Creation, Purpose. 14. I. The Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise IS 15 created in the division. The enterprise is a Type 1 entity, as 16 defined in Section 24-1-105, and exercises its powers and performs 17 its duties and functions under the division. The enterprise is and 18 operates as a government-owned business within the division. 19. 2. The business purpose of the enterprise, acting through 20. The board, is to impose and collect a fee charged to insurers. 21. That offer multi-peril homeowners insurance policies, and to use 22. The revenue from the fee to provide the following business. 23. Services, as determined by the board, to insurers paying the fee. 24. A. Reducing insurer and homeowner losses due to 25 common perils, including hail and windstorms, by awarding 26 grants to insured homeowners pursuant to Section October 4, 2004 to 27. Defray the cost of retrofitting residential property by -7, 155. 1. Purchasing and installing resilient roof systems. 2. B. Awarding grants to individuals to defray the costs of 3. Training and certification relating to installing and certifying 4. Resilient roof systems and to develop the workforce for 5. Installing and certifying resilient roof systems. 6. C. Reducing the frequency of wind and hail damage. 7. Claims on insured residences. 8. D. Improving insurance market stability throughout the 9 state. And 10. E. Contracting with the division to conduct or cause to 11. Be conducted a study pursuant to Section 10-1-146 to analyze 12 insurance risk in high-risk wildfire areas of the state, which 13 analysis includes the degree of market competition among 14 insurers in those areas and the impact of a high-risk program on 15. The potential losses in and the availability of homeowners. 16. Insurance in high-risk wildfire areas of the state. 17. B. The enterprise is authorized to issue revenue bonds. 18. C. The enterprise constitutes an enterprise for purposes 19 of Section 20 of Article X of the state constitution, so long as IT 20 retains the authority to issue revenue bonds and receives less 21 than 10% of its total revenues in grants from all 22 Colorado state and local governments combined. So long as IT 23 constitutes an enterprise pursuant to this subsection. 1. The 24 enterprise is not subject to Section 20 of Article X of the state 25 constitution. 26. 2. Enterprise Board. 27. A. The enterprise is governed by the Enterprise Board. 8. 155. 1. B. The board consists of the following 7 voting 2 members, 3. I. The commissioner or the commissioner's designee, and 4. 2. The following 6 members appointed by the governor. 5. And confirmed by the Senate to serve 3-year terms. 6. A. 2 members who represent insurers with expertise. In 7. Homeowners insurance. 8. B. 1 member who is a county commissioner or a county 9 employee who has expertise or experience in home hardening or 10 other risk mitigation activities. 11. C. 1 member who represents consumers. 12. D. 1 member with expertise in home hardening, roofing. 13. Construction, or manufacturing resilient roof systems. Or 14. Materials. And 15. E. 1 member with technical expertise in homeowners. 16. Insurance, such as expertise in underwriting, actuarial analysis. 17. Or claims handling, or expertise in home hardening. 18. C. Of the first members appointed to the board pursuant 19-2 subsection 2. B. 2. Of this section, the governor shall select 22 members to serve an initial term of 2 years. 21. D. I. The governor shall make the initial appointments to 22 the board no later than January 1, 2027. 23. 2. Subsection 2. C. Of this section and this subsection 24. 2. D. Are repealed, effective July 1, 2027. 25. E. The commissioner or the commissioner's designee is the 26th chair of the board. 27. F. Members of the board serve without compensation but -9, 155. 1 must be reimbursed for money in the fund for actual and 2 necessary expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. 3. Pursuant to this Part 20. 4. G. Each member of the board shall disclose any actual or 5 potential conflict of interest, including any financial interest. 6. In contracts, grants, or standards considered, awarded, 7. Adopted, or recommended by the board. 8. H. The Enterprise Board is subject to the Open Meetings 9 provisions of the Colorado Sunshine ACT of 1972, contained in 10 Part 4 of Article 6 of Title 24. Except as may otherwise be 11 provided by federal law or state law, the records of the 12 enterprise are public records, as defined in Section 24-72-202, 6, 13, and are subject to the Colorado Open Records Act, Part 2 of 14, Article 72 of Title 24. 15. 3. Powers and duties. 16. A. The primary powers and duties of the enterprise, acting 17 through the board, are to 18. I. Impose and collect the fee pursuant to subsection 4. 19 of this section. 22. Award grants for money in the fund in accordance 21 with the grant program requirements specified in Section 22 October 4, 2004. 23. 3. Issue revenue bonds for the expenses of the 24 enterprise, secured by revenue of the enterprise. 25. 4. Invest the revenue from the issuance and sale of 26 revenue bonds and the imposition and collection of the fee. In 27. Investing the revenue, the enterprise may. 10. 155. 1a. Invest the revenue without regard to the limitations 2 set forth in Section 24-36-103, 24-75-601.1, or 24-75-603, and 3b. Enter into contracts with private professional fund 4 managers to provide expertise, technical support, and advice on 5 investment market conditions. In seeking bids for such 6 contracts, the enterprise shall employ standard public bidding 7 practices, including the use of requests for information, 8 requests for proposals, or any other standard vendor selection 9 practices determined by the enterprise to be best suited to 10 selecting an appropriate private professional fund manager. 11. V. Pay the administrative expenses of the enterprise. 12. 6. Engage the services of public or private entities. 13. Contractors, or consultants for professional and technical. 14. Assistants and to provide advice and other services related to 15. Conducting the affairs of the enterprise, without regard to the 16. Procurement Code, Articles 101 to 112 of Title 24. And 17. Conducting its affairs, the enterprise shall, 18a. Engage the Attorney General's Office for Legal 19 Services, 20b. Enter into a contract or contracts with the Division 21 at fair market rates for office space and administrative staff 22 for the enterprise, and 23c. Enter into a contract with the division to conduct or 24 cause to be conducted the study described in Section 10-1-14625 regarding insurance risk in high-risk wildfire areas of the state, 26. 7. Prepare and submit an annual financial report 27 pursuant to subsection 7 of this section concerning the 11-155. 1. Administration of the enterprise and the grant program and post 2. The report on the enterprise's public-facing website, and 3. 8. Exercise all rights and powers necessary or 4. Incidental to or implied from the specific powers and duties 5. Granted in this part 20. 6b. The enterprise, acting through the board, may seek, 7. Accept and expend grants or other money from the federal 8. Government and gifts, grants, or donations from other public 9. And private sources to support and enhance enterprise 10. Activities, except that the enterprise shall not accept grants 11. From the state or from local governments unless the combined 12 total of all grants from such sources is under 10% of 13. The enterprise's annual revenue. 14. 4. Fee. 15a. Beginning in the 2027 calendar year, on or before a 16 date determined by the enterprise board, and annually each 17 calendar year thereafter on or before the same date, the 18 enterprise board shall impose and collect a fee on each insurer. 19. In an amount equal to 1/2 of 1% of the total 20 premium collected by the insurer on multi-peril homeowners 21 insurance policies issued in the state in the immediately 22 preceding calendar year. 23b. Each insurer shall pay the fee to the enterprise and 24 shall not surcharge the fee amount to policyholders. 25c. The state treasurer shall credit the fees collected to 26 the fund. A fee collected by the enterprise is excluded from the 27 states' fiscal year spending. 12-155. 1d. Notwithstanding subsection 4a of this section, the 2 enterprise may lower the fee or cease collecting the fee in any 3 calendar year to ensure that the total amount of fee revenue for does not exceed $100 million over the first 5 fiscal years of the enterprise's existence. 6e. The board may request information from insurers 7 about policies and contracts only to the extent the information 8 is reasonably necessary to administer the grant program, impose 9 and collect the fee, or implement other requirements in this part 1020. Insurer data requests shall be coordinated through the 11 division and, to the extent practicable, be limited to information 12 already collected by the division or available through existing 13 regulatory reporting. 14f. The board shall adopt any rules necessary for the 15 imposition and collection of the fee. 16.5. Fund. 17a. The Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise Fund IS 18 created in the state treasury. 19b. The fund consists of 20i. Fees imposed and collected pursuant to subsection 4, 21 of this section. 22, 2. Grants or other money received from the federal. 23. Government or gifts, grants, and donations received from public. 24. Or private sources to support or enhance enterprise activities. 25. 26. 3. Any money from revenue bonds issued pursuant to 27 subsection 3a 3 of this section, and 13-155. 1. For any money that the General Assembly may second appropriate or transfer to the fund. 3c. Money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 4 enterprise for the purposes set forth in this part 20 and 2 pay 5 the enterprise's reasonable and necessary administrative and 6 operating expenses. 7d. The state treasurer shall credit all interest and 8 income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 9 fund to the fund. 10.6. Rules. The enterprise board may adopt, amend, or 11 repeal rules or policies that are reasonable and necessary for 12 the regulation of the enterprise's affairs and the conduct of the 13 enterprise's business consistent with this part 20, including 14 grant program rules specified in section October 4, 2004, 7. 15. 7. Reporting. 16A, notwithstanding Section 24-1-136, 11A, I, beginning July 17, 1st, 2028, and each July 1st thereafter, the enterprise shall 18 submit a report to the committees of reference of the General 19 Assembly to which the department is assigned pursuant to 20 Section 2-7-203 concerning the implementation and 21 administration of the enterprise and the grant program. 22B, the annual report must include 23I, the amount of fees collected from insurers and the 24 unobligated balance of the fund. 25.2, the number of grant program applications and the 26 amount of grants awarded. 27.3, the areas of the state where grant program. 14, 155. 1. Recipients reside. 2. 4. If the board awards grants for workforce training, 3. Information about the structure of the training programs and 4. The number of contractors trained, and 5. V. Any other information relevant to the success of the 6 enterprise and the grant program. 7. October 4, 2004. Strengthen Colorado Homes Enterprise Grant 8 Program, Application, Eligibility Criteria, Award of Grants, Rules. 9. 1. There is created in the enterprise the Strengthen 10 Colorado Homes Enterprise Grant Program to provide grants to 11 Colorado homeowners to retrofit residential property to 12 reduce insurer losses due to common perils, including hail and 13 windstorms. 14. 2A. Subject to available revenue in the fund, the Board 15 shall award grants, in accordance with this section, from the 16 fund. The Board may establish procedures and criteria for the 17 award of grants if there is insufficient money in the fund to 18 award grants to all eligible homeowner applicants. 19B. The Board may contract with a third-party vendor to 20. Administer the grant program. 21.3. In addition to any grant program criteria established 22 by the Board by rule, a homeowner awarded a grant shall, as 23 applicable, 24A, have an insurable residential property located in 25 Colorado that is covered by a homeowner's insurance policy. 26B. Obtain all permits required by law for installation or 27 retrofitting. 15, 155. 1C. Comply with all applicable building codes. 2D. Arrange and pay for inspections required by law, and 3. The terms of the grant program. 4E. Construct a roof that meets Resilient Roof System 5 standards. And 6F. Select a contractor licensed in the state that. 7I. is a member of the Colorado Roofing Association or an 8 equivalent qualifying body that maintains standards for 9 licensing, insurance, and professional conduct. 10.2. Attests that the contractor does not waive 11 deductibles and agrees to repair, rather than replace, roofs 12 when appropriate in accordance with rules adopted by the 13 Board, and 14.3. Meets any other criteria established by the Board. 15.4. A contractor that is awarded bids and receives Grant 16 money from the grant program is prohibited from waiving 17 homeowners insurance deductibles. 18.5. The Board may perform audits to verify. 19A. The accuracy of the information included in and 20 application, and 21B. That the applicant meets all eligibility criteria. 22.6. A homeowner shall not use money that is awarded as 23A grant to pay for general roof maintenance or repair, but may 24th use grant program money in conjunction with repairs, or 25 reconstruction necessitated by damage from wind or hail, or for 26 proactive retrofitting necessitated by or designed to prevent 27 such damage, consistent with standards adopted by the Board. 16, 155. 1. Pursuant to subsection 7 of this section. 2.7a. The Board shall adopt rules for the administration 3 and implementation of the grant program, including the 4 standards for a resilient roof system. The criteria used TO5 determine whether an applicant is eligible for a grant under this 6 section, and the amount and timing of the grant award. In 7 awarding grants, the Board shall prioritize homes that are in 8 applicants' primary residence. In establishing eligibility 9 requirements for the grants, the Board shall consider applicant 10 income, whether an applicant lives in a location that, based on 11 historical data, has a higher susceptibility to extreme weather 12 events, the age of the roof, the size of the home, whether the 13 home is located in a locality with hail-resistant building code 14 requirements, the number of applicants for the grant program, 15, and any other criteria the Board determines is appropriate to. 16. Meet the purpose of the enterprise and the money available for 17 grants. 18b. In establishing resilient roof system standards, the 19 Board may prioritize the use of materials that are 20 impact resistant and proven to offer superior protections 21 against extreme weather events, and may incentivize materials 22 with reduced environmental impacts. 23c. The Board may also establish standards for 24 contractor specialized training in the installation of 25 impact resistant roofing systems. 26.8a. In order to develop the necessary workforce for 27 installing and certifying resilient roof systems, the Board may 17, 155. 1. Also award grants to defray the costs to individuals for 2 training and certification related to installing and certifying 3 resilient roof systems, except that Board rules must require 4 that at least 90% of fee revenue is allocated to 5 grants to Colorado homeowners to retrofit residential 6 property to reduce insurer losses due to hail and windstorms. 7b. Notwithstanding subsection 8a of this section, the 8 enterprise may use up to 3% of fee revenue for 9 developing the necessary workforce for installing and 10 certifying resilient roof systems, for a study to analyze 11 insurance risk in high-risk wildfire areas of the state, and for 12 the administrative expenses of the enterprise. 13.9. Nothing in this section creates 14a an entitlement for a homeowner to receive Grant 15 program money to inspect or retrofit residential property, or 16b, and obligation for the state to appropriate money to 17 inspect or retrofit residential property. 18 October 4, 2005. Severability. 19 If any provision of this Part 20 or the application of this 20 Part 20 to any person or circumstance is held invalid, the 21 invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of 22 this Part 20 that can be given effect without the invalid 23 provision or application. And to this end the provisions of this 24 Part 20 are declared to be severable. 25 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 10-1-146 as 26 follows, 2710-1-146. Study regarding insurance risk in high-risk wildfire. 18-155. 1 Areas of the state, repeal. 2. 1. The strengthened Colorado Homes Enterprise created IN 3 Part 20 of Article 4 of this Title 10 shall contract with the 4 Division TO conduct or cause TO be conducted a study TO analyze. 5. A. The insurance risk IN high-risk wildfire areas of the 6th state, including an analysis of the degree of market competition 7 among insurers in those areas. And 8. B. The impact of a high-risk program on the potential 9 losses in the high-risk wildfire areas of the state and on the 10 availability of homeowners insurance in those areas. 11. 2. In conducting or causing the conducting of the study. 12. The division shall evaluate and make recommendations. 13. Regarding the structure of a high-risk program, appropriate 14 attachment points and caps, and ways to avoid competition with 15. The private insurance market. The study may explore potential 16 funding mechanisms for the program. 17. 3. The division may contract with a third party to 18. Conduct all or part of the study. The division, or a third party. 19. The division enters into a contract with to conduct the study. 20. Shall engage with relevant stakeholders in conducting the 21 study. Relevant stakeholders must include, at a minimum, 22. A. Representatives of reinsurers. 23. B. Representatives of insurers writing homeowners 24 insurance contracts or policies in Colorado. 25. C. Representatives of reinsurance brokers. 26. D. Individuals with expertise in complex financial 27 instruments and debt instruments. Instruments, and 19-155. 1. E. Consumers or individuals with experience in wildfire 2 mitigation. 3. 4. The division shall submit the study required by 4 subsections, 1, and 2, of this section to the House of 5 Representatives Transportation, Housing, and Local Government 6 Committee and the Senate Local Government and Housing 7 Committee, or their successor committees, and shall publish the 8th study on the division's website. 9. 5. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2031. 10. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-4-405, add 1.2, 11 as follows, 1210-4-405. Filing of rating information, certain coverages, 13 rules. 14. 1.2, no sooner than January 1, 2027, and upon the 15 commissioner adopting rules, an insurer offering multi-peril 16 homeowners insurance for property or risks located in the 17 states shall submit an annual filing to the commissioner. The 18 annual filing must include an exhibit reporting, 19. A. The number of policies in force. 20. B. The number of homes that have installed a resilient 21 roof system, 22, C, the discount applied to homes due to the presence of a 23 resilient roof system, and 24, D, the wind and hail claims frequency and severity for 25 homes with and without a resilient roof system. 26 Section 4. Act subject to petition, effective date. This Act 27 takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 20-155.
I don't need to be here.
190-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, August 2, 2026, if adjournment signed die is on May 13, 2026, except that, if a 3 referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V of the 4-state Constitution against this Act or an item, section, or part of this Act 5 within such period, then the Act, item, section, or part will not take effect 6 unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 7, 2026 and, in such case, will take effect on the date of the 8 official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 155. Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. So now that everybody heard the bill, let's talk about it. We went through this in finance. I've lost count of the number of enterprises that this building has instituted, but it's a lot. What is interesting about this particular piece of legislation is the way that it is structured for the fee. Most fees that are levied upon any kind of industry are going to be a direct pass-through down to consumers. This is unique in the fact that they're saying you can't do that. So what options are left if you're an insurance company? If the government levies a regulation and a requirement on you for a fee, in this case 0.5%, how do you recoup that? Do you just eat that off of your bottom line, your profit margin? Well, I doubt it's going to be that way. So what they will do is it goes across the board for the expenses. Businesses incur expenses for everything that they do. This is going to be another expense that will be spread across all policyholders. So we're trying to hear, part of this legislation is trying to establish an insurance system that can cover everything. That simply is not feasibly or fiscally possible. You would bankrupt every American, every Coloradan, and the insurance company to cover and anticipate every disaster that's out there. When things come through and strike communities, is it a disaster? Absolutely. That's why they call it a disaster declaration, and then the feds call it a disaster declaration. That mobilizes a lot of funding that comes into. But if we're going to go to the insurance companies and we're going to start levying fees and saying to cover this, in this case, wildfire and hail damage, because Colorado has a lot of that. There's other states that simply don't cover certain things where you live. Down in Arizona, if you live out up on the Mohegan Rim in certain places, you simply can't get insurance because there's no way for them to get you to cover wildfire. You have to absorb that cost. We sit here and we say, well, everybody should be able to get everything that they want. Well, that's not reality. Life doesn't work that way. Yet in this bill, we're going to sit here and say we need to cover everything. Let's look at California, for example, on earthquakes. You know, we talk about insurance. You want earthquake insurance and you want to make buildings earthquake proof. I doubt that from a physics and a building perspective you could do that, but the more that you put regulatory, the more expensive it costs to build it. It's the same thing here for hail and wildfire. It would seem like it would make more sense if we were to sit there and say, hey, builder, how about we give you some incentives and you provide to the consumers that want to buy these homes that we can put in the roofing up front, whether there's a rebate on there or a reduction in price or insurance cuts or something like that. But every single time that this legislative body levies another regulatory action and a fee that goes along with it, that fee will ultimately be borne by the consumer. There is no two ways about it. You cannot get around levying a fee upon a business and not having that count against the consumer's price. That cost will be spread out and go down to the consumers every single time. That's simply the way business and economics work. There's no limitation on this. There's nothing to sit there and say, hey, let's relook at that. So in that venue, I move L018 to Senate Bill 155 and request it to be properly displayed.
Please give us a moment to display the amendment. To the amendment, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this is very simple. If you flip over onto page 18, it's real simple. All it does is put in a little line adding after there saying, add a repeal date. What we're saying is 5 years out, we need to look at this. There's no point in putting something in for perpetuity. Why would we want to just keep levying things out there that keep growing? We don't know what things are going to look back, and there's going to be the argument, oh, we've got the study, we have to do this. Well, then let's come back in 5 years and relook it. We do it all the time on sunset review. We do it all the time on everything else that we look at. Why not do it here? I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Brown.
Thank you, members, and I appreciate my colleague from Parker and his engagement on this. I ask for a no vote on this. This is an ongoing program that we will need to make sure that as hail damage continues to get more intense and affect more of our urban and suburban communities as well as our rural communities, that we have this in place and that we're building resilient communities. So I think the legislature always has the ability to revisit programs at a particular time. So this amendment is not necessary.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. I have, and we can get into this a little bit later, but just overall concerns about the bill in general. I mean, we were saying that this is not going to be passed along to the consumers, and I find that claim to be questionable at best. So putting a sunset on it, at least that gives us the ability to understand really kind of what we have at play here. What is going to happen between now and 2031? If it's not exactly as we are being told, if it's not exactly as we say or hear that it's being written, well, then this gives us an opportunity to say, let's go ahead and pull out at 2031. Again, I believe that these concerns will probably be echoed throughout the process of considering this bill. This is just the very beginning of it. But I do ask for an aye vote on this very easy to agree upon amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, there's nothing so permanent as a temporary government program. I think this definitely needs to have a sunset review so it pops up automatically, so that it's not a matter of do we have to go digging into the archives to find out what this is. Something that just says, hey, if this closes out, let's see if this was a good idea. It's not, but let's at least pretend like we care. So to say in this case that you're going to put a fee on businesses and it's not going to raise the rates of it, or it's not going to be a fee on individual policy, that is money that is going to go on to the rates of other Coloradans. This bill in general is what happens when the people that made the problem are tasked with solving the problem. You just get a bigger problem. This bill is going to be a bigger problem. It's going to be higher insurance rates. It's going to be subsidizing high risk at the cost of low risk. People that have chosen not to live in the wildland urban interface, whatever, that they choose to live. Now, as far as that hailstorms have become more prominent, that's just superstition talking. Hailstorms have not become more prominent. Things have become more expensive. Things like passing bills about making asbestos in roofing a hazmat and a Superfund site, which basically not all residents' homes will be now with the General Assembly's bills that are going to be raising probably at least $20 to $40 million in expenses across the state. Why? Because it makes somebody feel good. And now we're just going to take that extra expense and then we're going to try to hide it. So this definitely needs a sunset clause. Preferably the bill will be voted down in general because, again, I don't even know that it's intended to solve the actual problem that it addresses so much as intending to put the insurance carriers out of business and then force this into a state enterprise. When I look at the amount of money that if you look at over the time frame that it could be, it can't maintain over $100 million in the 5 years. That's 5,000 roofs, right? Like a typical roof is going to be around $20,000, if probably more than that. And some of these other roofs are going to be a lot more expensive. So you could replace the equivalent of 5,000 roofs, and that is out of the millions of households in Colorado. So typical of these funding and grant programs is that when you need them, the money is not there. There's going to be a ton of hoops to jump through because ultimately what these programs want is the money to stay in the program so it can be raked into pet programs later on. So I look at this as just another bit of emo bait to get people to swallow the hook of more taxes, and then the money that's in these programs that after they are most typically made impossible to access will then be pulled into other programs and to fund whatever other illegal alien stuff that the General Assembly wants to fund. So I recommend a yes vote on this and a no vote on the bill.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L018. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L018 is lost. Back to the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 155? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sounded kind of weak to me, but we'll run with it. So let's have an interesting discussion. The next one is going to be a little bit different. Same concept, different time frame. but we're going to go reverse because what happens in 2 years? Pause and think about that. I move L019 and request that it be properly displayed.
Truly going backwards to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a chuckle out of that. So the question was, what happens in 2 years? Well, we will have another presidential election. That's what will happen. And the other thing is that this is the same premise as the first one, which was 5 years. But this is saying 2. Why would we say 2? Everyone's dying to know that answer. My suggestion is that in 2 years, aside from a presidential election, might find somebody more amenable that get more federal funding down here, so you'll have more funds to deal with disasters and things that are going on. But in all honesty, let's look at it. What can happen in 2 years? You're going to have studies. The study probably won't be completed, but we will have a trend. What do trends show? Whether things are going up or down, and that we could adjust accordingly. If you are a business, in this particular case, an insurance company or a builder, and you're looking at a 2-year trend, trying to forecast how you're going to do things and what you should be using in the way of building materials, how you should be insuring things, what are the consumers going to want to do, then that gives you a more rapid way to respond. If you have to wait for 5 years before you do that, it might be a little bit difficult. But in 2 years, you might be able to make some adjustments. Because if you retool everything, it gets kind of hard to shift gears. But in 2 years, if we take a step back from both an insurance perspective and a building perspective and go, oh, these materials are working or these materials are not working, then we can adjust rather simply and easily, not a lot of cost impact, and it makes it easier to make those adjustments. I would recommend an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. In a interesting turn of events, we've got the 2-year now after the 5-year. It's a happy medium. It's a middle ground. We heard the objection of the bill sponsor and thought we'll listen and we'll draft accordingly. So now we're at 2. It seems reasonable, and I'm sure that the conversation has been appreciated from both sides and meaningful. And so the 2-year sunset, I support this amendment. I believe that it is in the spirit of what the original one was. It's just obviously a little bit of a shorter timeline. So yes, I support this amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
I'm going to shock my colleagues. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Chair. I'm going to shock my colleagues. I didn't like 5 years. I like 2 years even less. So I'm going to say no to this amendment. Appreciate the conversation.
I hope L20 is 18 months. Any further discussion on L19? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Noes have it. L19 is lost. Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I wanted to wait for my colleague to finish up his talk and amendments because I think it's important to be able to speak on this bill on what the key message is. The bill creates an enterprise that charges a 0.5% fee on Colorado multi-peril homeowners insurance premiums to fund resilient roof upgrade grants. It also requires a study of the homeowners insurance market in high-risk wildfire areas and adds new reporting and rate filing requirements for insurers. Now, in summary, it declares legislative findings that extreme weather is driving homeowners' insurance challenges and that a home hardening program financed by fees on multi-peril homeowners insurers is appropriate. This also creates the Strengthened Colorado Homes enterprise within the Division of Insurance in DORA with authority to issue revenue bonds. And everybody knows here in this room that how my side of the aisle feels about enterprises. And it also establishes a 7-member enterprise board, commissioner or designee, plus 6 governor-appointed, Senate-confirmed members representing insurers, counties, consumers, and technical experts. And subjects the board to open meetings and open record laws and conflict and conflict of interest disclosures. It also requires an enterprise board to impose, starting in 2027 and annual thereafter, a fee of 0.5% of the, I'm sorry, I got lost there, of the prior year's total Colorado multi-peril homeowner premiums written by each insurer, with a prohibition on surcharging the fee to policyholders. I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 155? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 155 as amended. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 155 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 178.
Senate Bill 178 by Senators Mullica and Judah, also Representatives Brown and Gilchrist, concerning measures to address the affordability of health insurance.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 178.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we have the privilege of presenting Senate Bill 178 to you all. This bill protects access to affordable health care in Colorado for thousands of folks, thousands of families, by sustaining the health insurance affordability enterprise, also known as HIAE, at its current levels. As you all know, the HIAE supports critical programs like reinsurance, OmniSalud, and the Colorado Premium Assistance Program, which helps keep health coverage affordable for vulnerable Coloradans. If we don't pass this bill, more than 22,000 Coloradans are at risk of losing their affordable health coverage if Colorado fails to act. We took action during special session to protect these programs in House Bill 1006, and the Colorado's affordability programs have brought in roughly $1.8 billion in federal dollars through innovative cost-saving efforts. Today, more than 277,000 Coloradans are enrolled in coverage supported by these affordability programs, with nearly 70% of people receiving financial assistance to lower premium costs. Without action, premiums will rise for families purchasing insurance on the individual market, and many Coloradans could delay care, skip medications, or take on medical debt. And for those reasons, we ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 178.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my the prime sponsor of this bill for his dedication to ensuring these programs are intact, and also for his continued work over the last many years, it seems like, to make sure that these programs move forward. I just want to talk for a few minutes about each program and the impact if we don't get this passed today. The reinsurance program cuts mean that individuals with incomes below 400% of the federal poverty line will see their premiums increase by an average of $600 annually. A family of 4 with an income above 400% of the FLP will see an increase of $2,000 per year. In Denver, a family of 4 will have to pay an average of almost $1,700 more in annual premiums. And in Mesa County, a family of 4 will pay on average just more than $4,000 in annual premiums, and at least 22,000 people will lose coverage. Right now, the Premium Assistance Program for low-income Coloradans is $80 for the first family member and $29 for the other family members. Without this bill, that assistance will drastically reduce to $10 and $4 respectively. That's an 80 to 90% cut in the program, and that means a loss of coverage for almost 20,000 Coloradans. Finally, we've already cut the OmniSalud program for almost in half, from $12,000 in 2025 to $6,700 in 2026. And now if we don't pass this bill, that program will be cut almost in half again to 3,900 people. As my co-prime stated, this is not where we want to be, but we are committed to continuing the conversation to find a long-term solution. I am devastated that we have seen the ACA subsidies expire, and I'm also disappointed that we're not bringing a long-term solution today, but it is an absolutely necessary solution that we have brought forward today in this bill. We heard the numbers, and hundreds of thousands of Coloradans will lose coverage if we don't pass this. I believe that healthcare is a right, not a privilege, and I'm committed, along with my co-prime, to fixing this and coming to you all with a long-term solution, and we won't give up. Coloradans deserve better. Please vote yes.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come up here and just speak a little bit on this bill. A key message to this bill is it props up health insurance affordability enterprise with a one-time $40 million marijuana tax transfer. That's problem number one. When I go around my district and people ask me, hey, why are schools doing so bad? Why isn't money going to schools? Where's the marijuana tax that should be going to schools? I can come back to this and say, here, $40 million is going to this propping up insurance affordability measures, up to $100 million in long-term bonds, and redirecting premium tax credit donations depending reliance on off-budget fees and debts instead of addressing underlying health care costs. A quick analysis of this bill. The bill leans on complex financing enterprise fees, tax credit subsidies, subsidized donations, and long-term bonds backed by HIAE revenues rather than reforms that directly lower premiums or medical costs. It locks in a structure where bondholders are paid before programs, shifts emphasis away from broad reinsurance towards target subsidies and other uses, and strengthens a quasi-public finance authority with significant revenue and policy discretion outside the normal budget. So, problem number one, of course, is that marijuana tax transfer. Problem number two for me is, of course, we don't agree. I don't agree, and a lot of the members on my side also don't agree with some of the funding mechanisms in Coverall, Colorado. I will not go into that right now, but I believe that if you've been following us all session, you're pretty much aware of what we're talking about. But right now, I urge a no vote, and I will let one of my other colleagues speak on it.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No surprise, another bill to solve the problem brought to you by the people who made the problem. Another $40 million from the marijuana cash fund transfer, so a diversion and debt. Why? Why are it's been covered before, things like, oh, well, this is just an insurance fee that's tacked onto every policy. So just money that's tacked into the policy. So it's not something that shows up on your bill, it's just something that shows up behind your bill so that when you pay your bill, it's already built in. And then the insurance companies they have nothing to point to. So things like, I think it was OmniSalud, last time I looked at it was going to be about $500 behind the bill, behind the invoice, and then this year another 500 or so. So that starts to add up to real money for the citizens of Colorado, and no kidding that they can't afford it. So what we do is we say, okay, well, we had the money from the marijuana tax fund. Well, we're going to divert that. Well, last time I checked, when we did the budget, we had no money in the marijuana tax fund because that had all gone down because the cartels are just growing their own here in Colorado, and you can't tell what the difference is. So they're all doing that to divert around the taxation issue. And then we're going to have a greater bond resilience. What are bonds? Bonds are debt. What are we not allowed to have in our constitutional structure that you hate so badly? Debt. But we have billions of dollars in participation trophies. Now we're going to expand bonds. What we have is 77% of the people on subsidies. Those subsidies are just saying that the program that Colorado is on is unsustainable, and it is unsustainable. It's unsustainable to give every single person in Colorado genital mutilation surgery for experimentation in pronouns. That is unsustainable. It's absolutely unsustainable. It's unsustainable to allow people to ship in to avert births. That is unsustainable with absolutely no cost, no residency requirement whatsoever, after telling the citizens of Colorado that it would have no fiscal impact. So there's all kinds of these little programs. Then there's the $285 million worth of fraud that came out of CDPHE with just one thing, and this is for like $40 million for a shortfall of like $139 million, all of which could be covered inside of the CDPHE fraud for one audit. So what happens when you ask the people to solve the problem who made the problem? Again, you get a bigger problem. This is a bigger problem. This is not going to solve the problem. The sponsors admitted it. What could we have been doing this entire year? We could have been digging into these programs. We could have done a zero-based budgeting. We could have taken apart the nuts and bolts as we went across and make sure that all of these things were addressed, and we found the fraud, we found our priorities, and we made sure that these programs worked. We could figure out what made insurance expensive, but we already know what made insurance expensive. This room made insurance expensive. So Colorado, if you want your insurance rates to go down, think about it in November, because otherwise the beatings will continue.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Hey now, it is an honor to serve with you, Representative Bababui, to the bill.
Hey now, whack whack.
Representative Barron.
Wow. That was awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to come up here again after the quack quack and talk that my colleague that came before me was 100% correct. These programs are unsustainable. We need to prioritize the money within the department, not just throw more money at it. And especially from revenue streams that the taxpayers have already decided where that money should be going. A transfer, a loan, call it what you call it. That money was designed from the marijuana tax to go to K through 12 education. Let it go there. Do not transfer it over. And the people of Colorado need to know this. And for that reason, I asked the bill to be read at length.
There's been a request to read the bill at length. That's a proper motion. The bill shall be read at length.
Second Regular Session 75th General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 26 to 619.04 Christie Chase X 2008 Senate Bill 26 to 178. Senate Committees House Committees Finance Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning measures to address the affordability of health. 102 Insurance. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lege.colorado.gov. Sections 1 through 8 of the bill modify the Health Insurance Affordability Act to authorize the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise to impose a one-time supplemental assessment allocated equally among health insurance companies that meet specified criteria. Senate amended third reading May 8, 2026. Senate amended second reading May 7, 2026. Senate sponsorship Mullica and Jode, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Gonzalez J, Kipp, Lindstedt, Marchman, Roberts. House sponsorship Brown and Gilchrist. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Allow the enterprise to invest specified money in the Health Insurance Affordability Cash Fund, without regard to otherwise applicable requirements for such investments and to contract with private professional fund managers to advise on investment strategies. Modify the allocation of enterprise revenue among authorized purposes and allow the enterprise to reallocate unexpended amounts for specified purposes. Authorize a 25-year loan from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, to the Cash Fund. Direct the Health Insurance Affordability Board, in recommending parameters for implementing subsidies for state-subsidized individual health coverage plans, to recommend coverage that prioritizes enrollment stability and customer predictability, when seeking input on its recommendations regarding plans, coverage, and the number of eligible slots, to enable feedback in at least English and Spanish and in other languages upon request, and to indicate how it incorporated such feedback into its final recommendations, and direct the enterprise to conduct or contract a third party to conduct a study to evaluate the feasibility of restructuring the enterprise programs to increase health insurance affordability and maximize enrollment in health insurance plans. Section 9 directs the state treasurer to enter into a loan agreement with the enterprise authorizing an interest-bearing loan of $100 million from the trust fund to the cash fund, with required full repayment of the loan no later than 25 years after the date of the loan. Sections 10 and 11 expand the tax credits for contributions to the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange to also allow tax credits for contributions to the enterprise and, of the $9 million available for the tax credits, allocate $5 million to qualified taxpayers that make contributions to the exchange and $4 million to qualified taxpayers that make contributions to the enterprise. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. 3. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, October 16, 1203, add 4, 1.3, and 1.5, as follows. 5. October 16, 1203. Definitions. -2, 178. 1 as used in this Part 12, unless the context otherwise requires. 2, 3, 1.3, bond means any bond, note, interim certificate, for commercial paper, contract, or other evidence of indebtedness 5 of the enterprise authorized by this Part 12. 6, 1.5, bond obligations, means the debt service on, and 7 related costs and obligations in connection with, bonds, 8 including, 9, payments with respect to principal, interest, 10 prepayment premiums, reserve funds, surplus funds, sinking 11 funds, and costs of issuance, 12, payments related to any credit enhancement, liquidity 13 support, or interest rate protection for bonds, 14, fees and expenses of any trustee, bond registrar, 15 paying agent, authenticating agent, rebate analyst or 16 consultant, calculation agent, remarketing agent, or credit 17 enhancement, liquidity support, or interest rate protection 18 provider, 19, coverage requirements, and 20, other costs, fees, and expenses related to any of the 21 obligations specified in subsections 1.5a to 1.5d of this 22 section and any other amounts required to be paid pursuant to 23 the provisions of any documents authorizing the issuance of the 24 bonds. 25 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, October 16, 1204, amend 26, 2d, 2f, and 2g, and add 2h, as follows. 27 October 16, 1204. Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. -3, 178. 1. Creation, powers and duties, assess and allocate enterprise fees and 2 assessments. 3, 4, 2, the enterprise's primary powers and duties are 5, 6, d, to issue revenue bonds payable from the revenues and other 7 available money of the enterprise pledged for their payment AS 8 authorized in section October 16, 1213, 9, f, to engage in outreach and related efforts to increase 10 enrollment in health benefit plans across the state, and 11, g, to adopt and amend or repeal policies for the regulation of its 12 affairs and the conduct of its business consistent with this part 12. And 13, to invest money in the fund, other than proceeds 14 from the sale of bonds or earnings on such proceeds invested 15 pursuant to section October 16, 1213, 2, without regard to the 16 limitations set forth in section 24-36-103, 24-75-601.1, or 1724-75-603. 18, 2, for purposes of investing the money in the fund, the 19 enterprise may enter into contracts with private professional 20 fund managers to provide expertise, technical support, and 21 Advice on investment market conditions. In seeking bids for such 22 contracts, the enterprise shall employ standard public bidding 23 practices, including the use of requests for information, 24 requests for proposals, or any other standard vendor selection 25 practices determined by the enterprise to be best suited for 26 selecting an appropriate private professional fund manager. 27. 4, 178. 1 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, October 16, 1205, amend 2, 2d, introductory portion, repeal 2e, 3, and add 2f, as 3 follows, for October 16, 1205. Health Insurance Affordability Fee, Special 5 Assessment on Hospitals, Allocation of Revenues. 6.7, 2d, except as provided in subsections 2d, 4, and 2e, 8 of this section, the enterprise shall allocate the revenues collected in 2023 9 and each year thereafter through 2026, and any other money deposited 10 in the fund in 2023 and each year thereafter through 2026, in the 11 following amounts in order of priority. 12e, 3, this subsection, 2e, takes effect on January 1, 2026, 13 only if the condition specified in section October 16, 1209, 1, occurs. 14, f.I. The enterprise shall allocate at least the 15 following revenues assessed for the 2027 calendar year and for 16 each calendar year thereafter, the proceeds from the issuance 17 of revenue bonds pursuant to section October 16, 1213, the money. 18 transferred to the fund pursuant to section October 16, 1206, 6, and 19 any other money deposited in the fund for allocation in the 2027-20 calendar year and in each calendar year thereafter as follows. 21. First, at least 20% for subsidies for 22 state-subsidized individual health coverage plans purchased by 23 qualified individuals who pay a premium for such plans, as 24 specified in rules adopted pursuant to Section October 16, 1215, 25, B. Second, at least 50% to the Reinsurance 26 Program Cash Fund, 27, C. Third, at least 25% to reduce the Dash 5, 178. 1. Costs of individual health benefit plans for individuals who 2. Purchase an individual health benefit plan on the exchange, 3. D. Fourth, up to 3% for actual administrative 4 costs as set forth in subsection 1. B. 4 of this section, and 5. Fifth, the actual costs of ensuring compliance with 6. The Federal Hyde Amendment or a similar amendment. 7. 2. The enterprise shall allocate any amount of revenues 8 remaining after allocating revenues pursuant to subsection 9. 2. F. I. Of this section and after any reduction in the amount of 10 bonds issued pursuant to section October 16, 1213, 1. A. Related to the 11 adjustment in the statewide average premium reduction in the 12 reinsurance program TO meet the following objectives. 13. A. To attain a statewide average premium reduction IN 14 the reinsurance program of 18%. Provide premium 15 assistance for individuals who purchase insurance on the 16 exchange at the same level of premium assistance provided in the 17-2026 calendar year, and provide coverage for qualified 18 individuals at the enrollment level achieved in the 2026-19 calendar year, and 20. B. To support additional affordability efforts to 21 maintain or increase coverage in the individual market. 22. 3. In any calendar year, after making the allocations 23 specified in subsections 2, F, I, and 2, F, 2 of this section, if 24 there is money remaining in the fund on August 1st of that 25 calendar year, the enterprise may reallocate any amount of the 26 revenues collected and allocated pursuant to subsection 27, 2, F, I, or 2, F, 2 of this section that have not been expended. Dash 6, 178. 1 on or before August 1st of that calendar year for any other 2 purpose specified in subsection 2, F, I, or 2, F, 2 of this section 3 except the administrative costs described in subsection 4, 2, F, I, D of this section. 5. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, October 16, 1206, amend 6, 1, D, and 2, and add 6, as follows. 7. October 16, 1206. Health Insurance Affordability Cash Fund, 8. Creation, repeal. 9. 1. There is created in the State Treasury the Health Insurance 10 Affordability Cash Fund. The fund consists of 11. D. The revenue proceeds collected from revenue bonds issued 12 pursuant to Section October 16, 1204, 1. B. 2. Section October 16, 1213 and any 13 earnings on the investment of bond proceeds invested pursuant 14 to Section October 16, 1213, 2. 15. 2. A. Money in the fund shall not be transferred to any other 16 fund, except as provided in Section October 16, 1205, 2, and shall not be used 17 for any purpose other than the purposes specified in this Part 12. 18. B. Before allocating any money in the fund for programs. 19. Funded by the enterprise pursuant to this Part 12, the enterprise 20 shall first pay for bond obligations on revenue bonds issued 21 pursuant to Section October 16, 1213. 22. 6. By June 30, 2026, the State Treasurer shall transfer $23.40 million from the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund created 24 in Section 39-28.8-501 to the fund. 25. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, October 16, 1207, amend 26, 4.5, and add 4, C.5, I.5, as follows. 27. October 16, 1207. Health Insurance Affordability Board, creation. Dash 7, 178. 1. Membership, powers and duties, subject to open meetings and 2. Public records laws, annual report, Commissioner rules. 3. 4. The Board is authorized to, 4.5, C.5, further recommend, for approval and establishment by the 6th Commissioner by rule, additional parameters for implementing the 7 subsidies for state-subsidized individual health coverage plans authorized 8 by this Part 12, including that the coverage required pursuant to 9 state-subsidized individual health coverage plans must. 10. I.5. Prioritize enrollment stability and customer 11 predictability. 12. 4.5. Prior to making any final recommendation pursuant to 13 subsection 4 of this section regarding plans, coverage, and the number 14 of eligible slots, the Board shall seek input and recommendations from 15 individuals directly affected by programs funded by the enterprise and 16 shall discuss any input and recommendations received at a Board meeting. 17. Held in accordance with subsection 6 of this section. The Board shall 18. Take reasonable steps to provide opportunities for individuals to 19. Provide input and recommendations in at least English and Spanish, 20. Including making written materials and presentations available 21. Not later than 7 days after meetings, and to the extent 22 practicable and upon a request submitted at least 7 days in 23 advance of the time for providing input and recommendations, in 24 other languages. The Board shall also indicate how input and 25 recommendations from individuals directly affected by 26 enterprise programs were incorporated into any final 27 recommendations made pursuant to subsection 4 of this. Dash 8, 178. 1. Section 2. 3. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, October 16, 1211, amend 4, 1, B, I, F, as follows. 5 October 16, 1211. Performance audit of the enterprise, repeal. 6. 1. By December 31, 2027, the state auditor shall complete a 7 performance audit of the enterprise. In conducting the audit, the state 8 auditor shall, 9. B, specify, for each year since the creation of the enterprise, 10. I, the annual revenue deposited in the fund from, 11. 12. F, any revenue collected from revenue bonds pursuant to Section 13 October 16, 1204, 1. B, 2. Section October 16, 1213, 14. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add October 16, 1212, 15 October 16, 1213, October 16, 1214, October 16, 1215, and October 16, 1216 as follows. 16 October 16, 1212. Study concerning optimization of health insurance. 17 affordability programs, repeal. 18. 1. The enterprise shall conduct or contract with a third 19-party TO conduct a study, TO be completed no later than July 1, 2020 27. 2. 21. A. Evaluate the feasibility of restructuring the 22 enterprise programs to increase affordability and maximize 23 enrollment, including the potential creation of a basic health 24 program pursuant to Section 1331 of the Federal Act, 42 U.S.C. 25 SEC 18051, and 26. B. Evaluate or explore any other related issues. 27. 2. Within 30 days after the study is completed, the 9. 178. One enterprise shall submit the results of the study to the Health 2 and Human Services Committees of the Senate and the House of 3 Representatives, or their successor committees. 4. 3. This section is repealed, effective January 1, 2028. 5. 6 October 16, 1213. Bonds, investments, bonds eligible for 7 investment and exempt from taxation. 8. 1. A. On or after January 1, 2027, the enterprise may issue 9 bonds TO generate proceeds of up to a total of $110 million for any of the business purposes specified in this 11 Part 12, including TO fund the program specified in this Part 12. 12 except that, in determining the total amount of bonds to issue. 13. The enterprise shall take into account and reduce the amount 14 of bonds issued based on the savings realized by the adjustment 15 I and the statewide average. Premium reduction under the 16 reinsurance program pursuant TO Section October 16, 1205, 2, F, 2, A. 17. The bonds shall be issued pursuant to resolution of the board. 18. And shall be payable solely out of all or a specified portion of 19. The money in the fund. 20. B. Bonds may be executed and delivered by the enterprise. 21. At such times, may be in such form and denominations, and 22. Include such terms and maturities, may be subject to optional or 23 mandatory redemption prior to maturity with or without a 24 premium, may be in fully registered form or bearer form 25 registrable AS2 principal or interest or both, may bear such 26 conversion privileges, may be payable in such installments, and 27 at such times not exceeding 45 years from the date of 10/178. 1. Issuance, may be payable at such place or places whether within 2 or without the state, may bear interest at such rate or rates per 3 annum, which may be fixed or vary according to index, for procedure, or formula or as determined by the enterprise Oregon its 5 agents, without regard to any interest rate limitation 6 appearing in any other law of the state, may be subject to 7 purchase at the option of the holder or the enterprise, may be 8 evidenced in such manner, may be executed by such officers of 9. The enterprise, including the use of 1 or more facsimile 10 signatures so long as at least 1 manual signature appears on 11. The bonds, which may be either of an officer of the enterprise Oregon 12 of an agent authenticating the same, may be in the form of 13 coupon bonds that have attached interest coupons bearing a 14 manual or facsimile signature of an officer of the enterprise. 15. And may contain such provisions not inconsistent with this part. 16.12. All as provided in the resolution of the board under which 17. The bonds are authorized to be issued or as provided in a trust. 18. Indenture between the enterprise and any commercial bank or 19. Trust company having full trust powers. 20. C. Bonds of the enterprise may be sold at public or 21 private sale at such price or prices, in such manner, and at such 22 times A as determined by the board, and the board may pay all 23 fees, expenses, and commissions that it deems necessary or 24 advantageous in connection with the sale of the bonds. The 25 power to fix the date of sale of the bonds, to receive bids or 26 proposals, to award and sell bonds, to fix interest rates, and to 27 take all other action necessary to sell and deliver the bonds. 11. 178. May first be delegated to an officer or agent of the enterprise. Any 2 outstanding bonds may be refunded by the enterprise pursuant 3 to Article 56 of Title 11. All bonds and any interest coupons for applicable to the bonds are declared to be negotiable 5 instruments. 6d. The resolution or trust indenture authorizing the 7 issuance of the bonds may pledge all or a portion of the fund, may 8th pledge all or a portion of the rights of the enterprise to 9 impose, and receive the revenues generated by, the fee 10 authorized by Section 10-16-1205, 1, A, I, and any other revenues 11 generated or received by the enterprise. Other than any federal 12 money the enterprise may receive, may contain such provisions 13 for protecting and enforcing the rights and remedies of holders 14 of any of the bonds as the enterprise deems appropriate, may set 15 forth the rights and remedies of the holders of any of the bonds, 16 and may contain provisions that the enterprise deems 17 appropriate for the security of the holders of the bonds. 18 including provisions for letters of credit, insurance, standby 19 credit agreements, or other forms of credit ensuring timely 20 payment of the bonds, including the redemption price or the 21 purchase price. 22. Any pledge of the fund is valid and binding from the 23 time the pledge is made. The pledged fund is immediately subject 24 to the lien of the pledge without any physical delivery or 25 further act, and the lien of the pledge is valid and binding 26 against all parties having claims of any kind in tort, contract, 27 or otherwise against the pledging party regardless of whether. 12, 178. 1. The claiming party has notice of the lien. The instrument by which the pledge is created need not be recorded or filed. 3. Neither the members of the board, nor employees of the For enterprise, nor any person executing the bonds is liable 5 personally on the bonds or subject to any personal liability by 6 reason of the issuance of the bonds. 7. The enterprise may purchase ITS bonds out of any 8 available money and may hold, pledge, cancel, or resell such 9 bonds subject to and in accordance with agreements with the 10 bond holders. 11. The enterprise may invest or deposit any proceeds and 12 any interest from the sale of bonds in the manner provided by 13 Part 6 of Article 75 of Title 24. In addition, an issuing enterprise may 14th direct a corporate trustee that holds the bond proceeds 15 and any interest to invest or deposit the proceeds and interest 16 in investments or deposits other than those specified by said part. 17.6 If the board determines, by resolution, that the investment or 18 deposit meets the standard established in Section 15-1-304, the 19 income is at least comparable to income available on 20 investments or deposits specified by said Part 6, and the 21 investment will assist the enterprise in funding programs 22 specified in this Part 12. 23. All banks, trust companies, savings and loan 24 associations, insurance companies, executors, administrators, 25 guardians, trustees, and other fiduciaries may legally invest 26 any money within their control in any bonds issued under this 27 Part 12. Public entities, as defined in Section 24-75-601, may. 13, 178. 1. Invest public money in such bonds only if the bonds satisfy the 2 investment requirements established in Part 6 of Article 75 of 3 Title 24. 4. The income or other revenues of the enterprise, bonds 5 issued by the enterprise, and the transfer of and the income from 6 any bonds issued by the enterprise are exempt from all taxation 7 and assessments in the state. In the resolution or indenture 8 authorizing the bonds, the enterprise may waive the exemption 9 from federal income taxation for interest on the bonds. Bonds 10 issued by the enterprise are exempt from the provisions of 11 Article 51 of Title 11. 12 October 16, 1214. Report to Joint Budget Committee, Annual 13 Briefing. 14. 1. Starting with the forecast issued in September of 2026, 15 within 2 weeks after the Legislative Council staff releases 16 the September, March, and June state revenue forecasts, the 17 enterprise shall submit a written report to the joint budget. 18 Committee of the General Assembly regarding the status of the 19 Fund, including 20. The amount of revenue generated through fees, from 21 the issuance of revenue bonds pursuant to Section October 16, 1213, 22, and from any other sources. The amount of federal 23 pass-through funding received pursuant to the State Innovation 24 waiver under Section October 16, 1109 and Section 1332 of the Federal 25 ACT, 42 USC SEC, 18052, and any other money deposited in or 26 transferred to the fund during the immediately preceding 27 12 months, and 14, 178. 1b. The amount of revenue the enterprise anticipates to generating or receiving from all sources in the next 3 months. 4. 2a. No later than January 15, 2027, and no later than January 5, 15th of each year thereafter, the enterprise shall provide 6 an in-person briefing to the Joint Budget Committee on the 7 enterprise, ITS revenues from all sources, the programs it funds 8 and the amount allocated to each program, and any other 9 information requested by the Joint Budget Committee. 10b. As part of the briefing in January 2027, the Enterprise 11 shall also provide to the Joint Budget Committee, 12i, an analysis of the effects of changing the statewide 13 average premium reduction in the reinsurance program to 15%, including the effects of that change on 15a. Total savings for the enterprise. 16b. Federal pass-through funding from the state 17 innovation waiver under Section October 16, 1109 and Section 1332 of 18 the Federal Act, 42 USC SEC, 18,052. 19c. Premiums in the 9 geographic rating areas in the 20 state, and 21d. Enrollment in the individual market, and 22 an analysis of the effects of creating a tiered 23 structure, based on income levels, for premium assistance for 24 individuals who purchase insurance on the exchange for the 25 premium wrap, including the effects of that structure on 26a. Total savings for the enterprise, 27b. Federal pass-through funding from the state. 15, 178. 1. Innovation waiver under Section October 16, 1109 and Section 1332 of 2 the Federal Act, 42 USC SEC, 18052, 3c. Premiums in the 9 geographic rating areas in the 4 state, and 5d. Enrollment in the individual market. 6.3. Notwithstanding Section 24-1-136, 11a. The 7 requirement in this section TO report to the Joint Budget 8 Committee continues indefinitely. 9 October 16, 1215. Rules. 10 effective for the 2027 calendar year and for each 11 calendar year thereafter, the Commissioner, in consultation 12 with the Board, shall adopt rules specifying the premiums for 13 state-subsidized individual health coverage plans purchased by 14 qualified individuals. 15 October 16, 1216. Tax credit for contributions to the enterprise, 16 allocation notice, rules. 17, 1a, for the tax year 2027 and each tax year thereafter, 18 a credit against the tax imposed by sections 10-3-209 and 10-6-12819 IS allowed to any insurance company that becomes a qualified 20 taxpayer by making a contribution to the enterprise pursuant to 21 this section. 22b, a qualified taxpayer claiming a credit against premium 23 tax liability under this section is not required to pay any 24 additional retaliatory tax as a result of claiming the credit. 25. 2. The Commissioner may adopt rules necessary for the 26 administration of the tax credit allowed by subsection 1 of 27 this section. 16, 178. 1, 3a, for the tax year 2027 and each tax year thereafter, 2 subject to subsection 4, c, of this section, and insurance company 3 becomes a qualified taxpayer if all of the following conditions 4 are met. 5, I. The insurance company declares with ITS quarterly tax 6 payment due on or about July 31st, in the manner prescribed by the 7 Commissioner. ITS intent to contribute to the enterprise on or 8 before October 31st an amount of money equal to the premium 9 taxes paid by the insurance company pursuant to the July 31st tax 10 payment or a lesser amount as specified by the Commissioner if 11 required pursuant to subsection 4b of this section. 12. 2. The total amount of the tax credits granted by the 13 Commissioner does not exceed $9 million. And 14. 3. The insurance company. 15. Receives an allocation notice from the Commissioner. 16 and 17. B. Makes the contribution to the enterprise as specified. 18. I and the allocation notice on or before October 31st. 19. B. Subject to subsection 4 c of this section, and 20. Insurance company that becomes a qualified taxpayer may claim 21 the tax credit on one or more subsequent quarterly or annual 22 tax payments beginning on or about October 31st. 23. C. When the Board receives a contribution pursuant to 24 this section, the Board shall promptly notify the Commissioner 25 of the amount and date of the contribution and the name of the 26 contributor. 27. 4. A. Subject to subsection 4 c of this section, by 17, 178. September 1st 30 of each year, the Commissioner shall, 2. I. Send an allocation notice to each insurance company 3 whose declaration of intent to contribute to the enterprise has 4 been accepted pursuant to this subsection. 4. The allocation 5 notice shall specify the amount of tax credits allocated to the 6 insurance company and the amount of cash the insurance 7 company must contribute to the exchange by October 31st, which 8 amounts shall be identical and not exceed the amount of 9 premium taxes paid by the insurance company in its quarterly 10 tax payment due on or about July 31st. 11. The second, post on the division's website whether the full amount 12 of tax credits authorized to be allocated each year has been 13 allocated. 14. B. I. Subject to subsection 4 c of this section, the 15 Commissioner shall allocate no more than a total of $16 million of premium tax credits per year. 17. 2. Except as provided in subsection 4 b 3 of this 18 section, the Commissioner shall allocate to an insurance 19 company that has declared its intent to contribute to the 20 enterprise pursuant to this section tax credits in an amount 21 equal to the amount of premium taxes paid by the insurance 22 company in its quarterly tax payment due on or about July 31st, and 23 the order in which the division receives such quarterly tax 24 payments until the full amount of credits available pursuant to 25 this section has been allocated, except that the Commissioner 26 shall prioritize tax credit allocations. First to insurance 27 companies that have purchased bonds issued by the enterprise. 18, 178. 1 pursuant to section October 16, 1213. 2, 3, if the amount of premium taxes or the sum of all the 3 premium taxes filed by all the insurance companies on any one 4-day would exceed, singly or in the aggregate, the annual 5 maximum aggregate amount of tax credits available under this 6 section, the Commissioner shall reduce the allocation to the 7 insurance company whose contribution first exceeds the annual 8 maximum aggregate to the amount needed to satisfy the annual 9 maximum aggregate. If the Commissioner is unable to determine 10 the order of receipt of tax payments on that day, the 11 Commissioner shall allocate the tax credits to the company or 12 among the companies on a pro rata basis based on the ratio such 13 companies' quarterly tax payment bears to the total amount of 14 all such companies' quarterly tax payments until the full 15 amount of credits available pursuant to this section has been 16 allocated. 17. C. I. For the tax year 2027 and each tax year thereafter. 18. The Commissioner shall allow insurance companies to declare 19 their intent to contribute to the enterprise pursuant to this 20 section on the insurance company's quarterly tax payments due 21 on or about October 31st and shall send such companies 22 allocation notices by February 1st if 23. A. The full amount of tax credits available in any 124 year has not been fully allocated by the Commissioner pursuant 25 to statements of intent filed with insurance companies 26 quarterly tax payments due on or about July 31st, or 27. B. The total amount of tax credits has been claimed, but 19, 178. 1 or more insurance companies failed to timely make a 2 contribution to the enterprise. 3, 2, and insurance company that declares its intent to 4 contribute to the enterprise pursuant to this subsection 4 C 5 shall make the contribution to the enterprise as specified in the 6 allocation notice on or before March 1st and may claim the tax 7 credit on one or more subsequent quarterly or annual tax 8 payments due on or about March 1st. 9 5 the board shall use money contributed to the 10 enterprise as specified in this part 12. 11 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes 10-22-110, amend 12, 1A, 3A, 4B, 4C, I, introductory portion, 4C, 2, and 5, 13 and add 6, as follows, 1410-22-110. Tax credit for contributions to the exchange or 15 enterprise, allocation notice, rules, repeal. 16, 1A, for the tax year 2013 and each tax year thereafter 17 through the tax year 2026, a credit against the tax imposed by 18 Sections 10-3-209 and 10-6-128 is allowed to any insurance company that 19 becomes a qualified taxpayer by making a contribution to the exchange 20 pursuant to this section. 21-22, 3A, for each tax year through the tax year 2026, subject 23 to subsection 4C of this section, an insurance company shall become 24 a qualified taxpayer if all of the following conditions are met. 25I. The insurance company declares with its quarterly tax payment 26 due on or about July 31st in the manner prescribed by the Commissioner its 27 intent to contribute to the exchange on or before October 31st in amount. -20, 178. 1 of money equal to the premium taxes paid by the company pursuant to the July 2nd 31st tax payment or a lesser amount as specified by the Commissioner. 3 if required pursuant to paragraph B of subsection 4 4B 4 of this section. 5, 2, the total amount of the tax credits granted by the 6th Commissioner does not exceed $5 million, except that, on and 7 after September 1, 2022, through August 31, 2028, August 31, 2027, the 8 total amount of the tax credits does not exceed $9 million, and 9, 3, the insurance company receives an allocation notice from 10 the Commissioner and the insurance company makes the contribution to 11 the exchange as specified in the allocation notice on or before October 31st. 12, 4B, I, subject to subsection 4C of this section, the 13 Commissioner shall allocate no more than the following total amounts of 14 premium tax credits per year. 15A, before September 1, 2022, a total of $5 million, and 16B, on and after September 1, 2022, through August 31, 2028. August 17, 31, 2027, a total of $9 million. And 18C, on and after September 1, 2028, a total of $5 million. 19, 2, for each tax year through the tax year 2026, 20 except as provided in subsection 4B, 3 of this section. The 21 Commissioner shall allocate to an insurance company that has declared its 22 intent to contribute to the exchange pursuant to this section tax credits in 23 an amount equal to the amount of premium taxes paid by the insurance 24 company in its quarterly tax payment due on or about July 31st in the order 25 in which the division receives such quarterly tax payments, until the full 26 amount of credits available pursuant to this section has been allocated. 27-21, 178. 1C.I. For each tax year through the tax year 2026, the 2 Commissioners shall allow insurance companies to declare their intent to 3 contribute to the exchange pursuant to this section on the insurance 4 companies' quarterly tax payments due on or about October 31st and shall 5 send such companies allocation notices by February 1st if 6, 2. An insurance company that declares its intent to contribute to 7 the exchange pursuant to this paragraph, C, subsection 4C, shall make 8 the contribution to the exchange as specified in the allocation notice on 9 or before March 1st and may claim the tax credit on 1 or more 10 subsequent quarterly or annual tax payments due on or about March 1st. 11.5. The board shall use money contributed to the exchange as 12 follows. 13.A. The amount of contributions from insurers to which the first $14.5 million of tax credits is allocated pursuant to subsection 4B. 15 of this section and the interest derived from the deposit and investment of 16. The money to operate and sustain the exchange and to build reserves. 17. Except that, on and after September 1, 2028, the total amount of 18 contributions and interest derived from the deposit and investment of the 19 money shall be used for the purposes specified in this subsection 5A. 20B.I. Any amount of contributions from insurers to which any 21 amount in excess of the first $5 million of tax credits is allocated 22 pursuant to subsection 4B of this section and the interest derived from 23 the deposit and investment of the money for the public awareness and 24 education campaign in section 10-22-115. 25. 2. This subsection 5B is repealed, effective December 31st, 2028. 27. 6. This section is repealed, effective December 31st, 2027. 22, 178. 1 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-28.8-501, add 2, 4.1, as follows, 339-28.8-501. Marijuana Tax Cash Fund, Creation, Distribution 4, Legislative Declaration, Repeal. 5, 4.1, a, by June 30, 2026, the State Treasurer shall transfer $40 million from the fund to the Health 7 Insurance Affordability Cash Fund created in Section October 16, 12068, 1. 9b. This subsection, 4.1, is repealed, effective July 1, 2027. 10. Section 10. In Session Laws of Colorado 2025, Section 1 of 11 Chapter 476, SB 25-206, amend 2C 2H, introductory portion, and 12H, I, follows. 13. Section 1. Definitions, general provisions. As used in this Act, 14. The following definitions and general provisions shall apply. 15. 2. The funds designated to constitute the State Emergency Reserve 16 for the 2025-26 fiscal year are. 17. C. The Marijuana Tax Cash Fund created in Section 39-28.8-50118, 1, CRS, up to a maximum of $100 million, $60 million. 19. H. Up to $39,775,000, $79,775,000 of state properties as follows. 20. I. The Capitol Annex building located at 1375 Sherman Street, 21 Denver, Colorado, 80203, which has a value of $28,225,000, $2268,225,000, and 23. Section 11. Amend as added by Section 1 of House Bill 2426 to 1410, 2, C, 2, H, introductory portion, and H, I, as follows. 25. Section 1. Definitions, general provisions. As used in this Act, 26. The following definitions and general provisions shall apply. 27. 2. The funds designated to constitute the State Emergency Reserve. 23. 178. 1 for the 2026-27 fiscal year are. 2. C. The Marijuana Tax Cash Fund created in Section 39-28.8-5013, 1, CRS, up to a maximum of $100 million, $60 million. 4. H. Up to $53,337,711, $93,337,711 of state properties as follows. 5. I. The Capitol Annex building located at 1375 Sherman Street, 6 Denver, Colorado, 80203, which has a value of $37,237,711, $777,237,711, and 8. Section 12. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 9 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 10 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 11 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 12 institutions.
Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want the people, the good taxpayers of Colorado to understand exactly what this part of the bill is. Higher insurance costs for tens of thousands of people turn into insurance benefits for only a select few thousands. Primary funding sources, insurance fees or insurer fees, a percentage of premiums, 2.1% for nonprofit carriers, 1.15% for nonprofits generate the bulk of revenue. Around 120 to 140 million annually in recent years. These fees are paid by insurance companies, but are typically passed through as higher premiums for Colorado policyholders. That means individuals, families, and businesses buying their coverage. Savings from Colorado's reassurance and other programs are returned to the state and can support this program, including Omni Salute. Bonds repaid from future fees, occasional one-time transfers, like the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund and recent fixes, gifts, grants, donations, and prior surpluses. And I'd love to hear the bill sponsors talk about gifts, grants, and donations and their letter of intent by who is donating to this program, since they killed a bill in appropriations that said just that. So would love for them to go on the record with a letter of intent on who's donating through gifts, grants, and donations. Indirect taxpayer impact. Ratepayers bear costs. Higher insurance fees, Colorado. Higher insurance fees for you. Increased premiums for insured Colorados affecting businesses and individuals. This enterprise was designed as an enterprise to operate outside traditional taxpayer-funded appropriations and taxpayers' Bill of Rights limits in many cases. However, short-term fixes, selling tax credits, that didn't work. Bond authority, probably not going to work. Or reserve transfers can indirectly involve state fiscal resources or opportunity costs. Fees function like a hidden tax. I know the good taxpayers know this. We go from taxes to fees. I know you guys aren't stupid. And that subsidizing coverage, including for undocumented immigrants via Omni Salute, ultimately burdens the broader economy through higher costs or uncompensated care. Indirect costs hit insured residents through premiums and occasional budget maneuvers. The program's sustainability issues have led to enrollment cuts rather than tapping general fund reserves heavily. For latest fiscal details, you can check it out yourself. Colorado's Omni Salute program, part of this enterprise, this bill, has been spending in the range of roughly $55 to $90 million annually in recent projections. These are people that don't have a premium, zero copay, zero coinsurance, while the people in my district have higher premiums, higher copays, higher costs all across the board because healthcare is a human right that you get to pay for every month. Projected allocated for OmniSalute around $55 million from existing fees in one 2027 scenario to support 6,700 enrollees. So for 6,700 people undocumented in this country or in our state, we're going to spend $55 million. Up to $90 million from fiscal year 2025 to 2026, down from higher prior levels due to funding constraints. Well, you don't say. Earlier years supported 12,000 enrollees. They were supporting 12,000 enrollees, undocumented enrollees, at an estimated of $81 million, which is about $8,000 per person in subsidies. Hope you're catching on, Colorado. Enrollment and funding have been cut due to their structural shortfall, which is $140 million for fiscal year 2027 overall. So they tried to sell tax credits, they couldn't get it, and we just keep kicking the can down the road. OmniSalute is funded primarily through this enterprise through fees on health insurers and hospitals, not general fund appropriations in most cases, plus any gift, grants, and donations, there it is again, and federal sources were applicable. Statute requires at least $18 million annually allocated to it, with remaining fee revenue often directed there after other priorities like reinsurance. The program targets low-income individuals and eligible for federal ACA subsidies. The main problem is a large recurring funding shortfall, $140 million for Colorado's health insurance affordability enterprise, threatening subsidies that will keep health insurance affordable for tens of thousands residents. So again, Colorado, they'll tell you that your premiums are not going up, but I assure you that the health insurance carriers are not going to take on those higher costs, so you will pay for it. And they say it every year. They say, oh, it's only going to go up by a few cents, but I will tell you, since 2019, we passed 1168, estimated cost to premiums $40 million. 1216 in 2019, estimated cost to premiums $34 million. House Bill 19-1231, estimated cost to premiums $69 million. House Bill 19-005, to be determined, we don't even know. And then 2020, we had two bills with an estimated cost to premiums of $58 million and $549 million. 2021, $92 million, one bill, $32 million for another bill. A gender affirming care, $30 million up to $264 million. Acupuncture coverage, $18 million to increase premiums. Prescription drug affordability review board to be determined. Health insurance surprise billing protections to be determined. Enforce laws against PBMs, $264,000. Increasing access to reproductive care, $4 to $8 million increased premiums. And the list goes on and on, people of Colorado. So when they say it's barely going to increase it, the total for all of these is $1.168 billion to increase your premium costs. Does that sound like pennies? Doesn't sound like pennies to me. Also, we can make sure we give no premium costs to 6,000 people in the state of Colorado. And let's talk about a law memorandum that I got to talk about whether this bill is constitutional. The supplemental assessment imposed by this bill is not reasonably related to the benefit received by the payer as required by the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. The supplemental assessment applies to health insurance companies offering sick and accident coverage in all health insurance markets in Colorado, individual, small group, and large group. Yet the resulting revenues are used almost exclusively to support the individual market. As such, the fees and supplemental assessment do not benefit group health insurance and insurance companies that do not operate in the individual market. Relatedly, the bill's legislative declaration states that enterprise fees and assessments are imposed to defray the costs of providing business services to the carriers, health insurance companies, and hospitals that pay the fees and assessments and are collected at rates reasonably calculated based on the benefits received. If the supplemental assessment is imposed on insurers that do not receive enterprise services and cannot receive those services during the relevant period, This also creates a potential internal inconsistency between the statute's stated purpose and its practical operation, which further undermines the propriety of imposing these charges as fees under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Finally, the supplemental assessment in particular operates as a penalty against certain health insurance companies, which raises due process and policy concerns. Taxpayer Bill of Rights and Enterprises. The Taxpayers Bill of Rights amended the Colorado Constitution to require voter approval for taxation, and we get away from that by decreasing and calling them fees to under $100 million. Colorado Constitution, Article 10, Section 20. At the same time, enterprises are permitted to collect fees for services provided to an enterprise without voter approval. Although the Taxpayers Bill of Rights generally requires voter approval for any new tax rate increase, or extension of an expiring tax, the Colorado Constitution is not defined in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Instead, courts have considered the difference between fees and taxes. The Colorado Supreme Court held that a charge is a fee and not a tax when the express language of the charge's enabling legislation explicitly contemplates that its primary purpose is to defray the cost of services provided to those charged. We have it in Barber versus Ritter, where they found that even before the Taxpayers Bill of Rights was passed, the Colorado Supreme Court distinguished between special fees or special assessments and taxes, and clarified that fees must be reasonably related to the cost of the particular government service being defrayed. It goes on against Bloom versus City of Fort Collins. In 2020, Colorado created the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise under Colorado's revised statute 1016-1204. Its purpose, among other things, assessing and collecting the health insurance affordability fee from carriers that offer health benefit plans in the state. Carriers not defined in this act, which established the HIAE. However, the Colorado Health Coverage article in which the Health Insurance Affordability Act is codified defines carrier as any entity that provides health coverage in the state, including a franchise insurance plan, a fraternal benefit society, a health maintenance organization, a nonprofit hospital, and a health service corporation, a sickness and accident insurance company, and any other entity providing a plan of health insurance or health benefits subject to the insurance laws and rules of Colorado. In turn, a health benefit plan means any hospital or medical expense policy or certificate, hospital or medical service corporation contract, or health maintenance organization subscriber contract, or any other similar health contract subject to the jurisdiction of the commissioner available for use, offered, or sold in Colorado. This bill would amend the Colorado's Health Insurance Affordability Act to, among other things, to impose a one-time supplemental assessment on health insurance companies. The bill defines health insurance company as an insurance company that offers policies of sickness and accident insurance in Colorado. The bill changes how the revenue collected is allocated among the permissible purposes. Under the bill, the revenue would be allocated as follows: at least 20% for subsidies for state-subsidized individual health coverage plans purchased by qualified individuals, at least 50% to the reinsurance program fund, at least 25% to reduce the cost of individual health benefit plans for individuals who purchase up an individual health benefit plan on the exchange, up to 3% for actual administrative costs as provided for this section. Because Taxpayer Bill of Rights requires contract of insurance against loss or expense resulting from the sickness of the insured, the bodily injury or death of the insured by accident. Group sickness and accident insurance is similarly defined as that form of sickness and accident insurance covering groups of persons with or without dependents, another Colorado's revised statute. In contrast, Colorado law specifically addresses excess loss or stop loss insurance used with self-insured employer benefit plans under ERISA. We've talked about this several times on other bills. That provision establishes that all excess loss insurance shall be issued to cover the employer's liability under the employer's self-insured obligation, Colorado Revised Statute 1016-119. The law further requires that if the policy shall not only be issued to insure an employer and not the employer's employees, and payment by the issuer of the insurance shall only be made to the employer and not the employees or providers, another Colorado statute. The distinction between health coverage, sickness and accident, and employer liability coverage has been recognized by the state regulators. Colorado regulations consistently treat stop-loss insurance as distinct category from sickness and accident insurance. Regulations governing rate filings explicitly list excess stop-loss insurance separately from sickness and accident insurance. The regulations further define an entity to include organizations providing sickness and accident insurance or excess stop loss coverage as separate categories. And the ledge deck, a related concern with the permissibility of this bill is that the ledge deck at the beginning of the bill is at clear odds with the substance of the bill. The legislator declares that the fees and assessments are proposed for specific purposes of allowing the enterprise to defray the cost of providing the business services specified in Section 1016-1204 to the carriers and health insurance companies that pay the fees and assessments and are collected at rates that are reasonably calculated based on the benefits by those carriers. This bill, I'm in total opposition against. The bill proposes using money from the marijuana tax cash fund to prop up this health insurance affordability enterprise through a long-term financing structure. First, we tried to sell tax credits. That didn't work. And now we're going to rob the marijuana tax cash fund. And I want to tell the voters what we were originally told about the marijuana tax revenue. Coloradans were told this money would help fund priorities like schools, public safety, behavioral health, and addressing the impacts associated with marijuana legislation. Yet year after year, the legislation continues redirecting these dollars into expanding government programs far beyond what many taxpayers believed they were voting for. Now we are taking the marijuana tax revenue and using it to support a healthcare affordability enterprise with a 25-year financing mechanism. While your premiums continue to go up, because if we just got rid of this enterprise, your premiums would come down. And while my constituents are struggling every single month to afford their own health care, paying skyrocketing premiums, massive deductibles, and copays they can barely manage, this state continues expanding subsidized health care coverage to individuals who are in this country illegally. My constituents are asking a simple question. Who is fighting for hardworking Colorado families who are already drowning in health care costs? There are people in my district working 2 jobs, the small business owners trying to provide insurance for employees, the families delaying care because they cannot afford their copays, the seniors rationing prescriptions. I see you, I hear you. Yet instead of focusing on lowering costs for citizens and legal Colorado residents already paying into the system, this legislator continues expanding programs and obligations without a sustainable funding source. And what happens when marijuana tax revenues decline? Well, what happened when we couldn't sell all the tax credits? Now we're robbing the marijuana tax revenue. What happens when healthcare costs continue to rise? What happens when these enterprise funds are no longer sufficient? Taxpayers will be asked to cover the difference. You're probably going to be asked to adopt a family. The bill does not solve healthcare affordability. It makes structural, deeper problems with another complicated government financing scheme. Colorado families do not need more accounting maneuvers. They need lower costs. They need transparency. They need competition in healthcare markets. And they deserve to know their tax dollars are being prioritized responsibly. They are not being prioritized here. Healthcare affordability should not depend on unstable marijuana revenues, long-term debt structures, and continuous expansion of government-funded coverage while working families continue to fall behind. That is what healthcare should be intended for. For those reasons, I urge a strong no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we are in what a representative last year called a pickle. The ACA or Obamacare was a key part of the kind of the hope and change initiative that president promised our nation. The whole, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor thing didn't work out for us very well. Clearly, families saving $2,500 on health care didn't work out too well for us. And it turns out when you try to take over 18% of the U.S. economy, sometimes things can go awry. Savings didn't materialize. Subsidies became more than this nation can afford. And for that reason, back in September, it became very clear that the subsidies were not going to be reinstated. The enhanced premium tax credit was not going to continue. So there was a lot of consternation about that. It led to our federal government shutting down for the longest period in history, from the 1st of October to mid-November, and still no subsidies were coming. So meanwhile, here in Colorado, the budgeting process for 26 and 27 started. and began in earnest. And it should have been taking into account the things that were going on at the federal government. And I'm assuming they were taken into account. And there must have been some hope that perhaps these subsidies would be reinstated. By April 6th, we had kind of our budget was introduced. We had a lot of financial issues in this state debated back and forth through the House and then into the Senate. And then mid-April, or mid to late April, we finished up with that in the Senate. The governor signed our budget for next year, and then suddenly I guess we started getting nervous that maybe these subsidies aren't going to come back, but probably still some hope. But on the 23rd of May, long after the issue of the subsidies being ended became a very public point of discussion across this nation, this bill was introduced to address it. And like always, we have a program we need money for. We started looking for where the money was. There's several fiscal notes in here. April 26th from the introduced version, another on May 4th, and then finally the most recent on May 8th. The initial sources of revenue they were looking for was, unfortunately, the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. We were going to take out a whole bunch of money from there, a loan of $100 million. But perhaps all the discussions we've had on the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund over that month made that seem like not such a great idea. So other sources were looked at. May 4th, we're looking at supplemental fees, and we introduced the possibility of selling some bonds. And finally, on the 8th, we kind of settled into where we think the money could come from if the subsidies don't return. Those are also a little concerning. One, as was mentioned earlier, was taking 40 million or 40% out of the marijuana cash fund and replacing it with a like value of the Capitol Annex building. I'm not sure if the Capitol Annex building in today's commercial property market is going to retain that value, but that dollar for dollar exchange was made to provide cash out of that fund to go towards this. We're looking at some insurance tax credit sales, but then bonding. And these bonds, if we embark on that, will be sold in 1 year to generate cash, but then become a liability for the next 20 years afterwards. Sometimes in government, it's a lot better to not do something if you don't have to, things that are irreversible. So in order to make sure we don't embark on something that just goes on autopilot because it has been built into a bill that becomes law, I have an amendment that would truly keep hope alive. I move L022 to Senate Bill 178 and ask that it be displayed for the eager audience here.
That is a proper motion. Please give us just a moment to properly display it.
All righty, thank you. So if you're following along in your bill, or not, I will kind of tell you what this does. So the first half there, lines 1 through 6, essentially say that if the federal government were to reinstate the enhanced premium tax credit, that we wouldn't make that transfer of cash from the marijuana trust fund and not replace it with a building that may not hold that value. That would be done if the credits were reinstated by June 29th of this year. The second half, 9 through 14, similar trigger, but if it occurs before December 31st of 2026, that we would not sell or issue bonds that we were then on the hook to repay for the next 20 years. This does not upset the funding mechanisms that are set in this bill. It merely ensures that if we don't have to make these financial changes, if we don't have to take on a burden for 20 years to pay 1 year's worth of expenses, that we just don't do so. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our good colleague for bringing this amendment. I am in support. This is a great tool that if we get federal assistance, federal funds, we don't have to go and hurt ourselves in another industry. We don't have to keep pulling funds from somewhere else, because we've seen that, as it was alluded to already, that we had to pull from the unclaimed trust fund last year. Now we're pulling from marijuana money. So if the federal comes in and we can use that, we should not then have to keep pulling money and keep pulling money and keep pulling money as we are looking at healthcare avenues. So this is a great amendment that if we get those sources, let's use those first, and I'd urge a yes vote.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also urge a yes vote. We ran various severability clause amendments during special session. As we know, this is a numbers game in the building. We don't have those numbers, but at the end of the day, I think these are in good faith amendments. This is saying that if it's signed and the program continues, that there's no reason for the state to even do this, because if you're running this legislation to preemptively strike something, this right here is the middle ground. This right here is the amendment that says if everything is reinstated and things go on as normal, that the bill isn't needed, which I would think the reason that you're running the bill is because you believe it is needed. So I urge and I vote on this. I think it's a good middle of the road amendment that we could ask for. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the engagement of my good colleagues on this. I would like nothing more than for the federal government to reauthorize the enhanced premium tax credits from President Biden's era. Unfortunately, I don't know that that is going to happen, and so I think that this particular amendment is unnecessary, and we can always reverse and change the programs even independently of this particular amendment. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I will say, just to clarify some things that were said earlier, this bill does not include any new fees, and this bill does not currently assess insurance companies. It has changed dramatically from the introduced version. So just so we're all clear, this is some different funding sources that do not include insurance company assessments, and the insurance companies are now in a monitor position on this amendment or this bill.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely would love to believe that if the credits, these subsidies do get reinstated, that we would somehow take action to stop what this bill, were it to become law, directs. But if you'd look at the dates, June 29th, and on line 10, December 31st, I don't believe we're going to be in session during those times to make those changes. So, in fact, those dates pass before we come back into session. So if we don't put these triggers in now, we risk making changes to our cash funds and the selling of bonds before we could stop that from happening. So still a good amendment. I think the Senate would approve it. It's a very simple amendment. They could easily grasp it. Even after a long day, this is something that the other chamber could review quickly and accept. So I would urge a yes vote.
You ask an awful lot, Representative Richardson. Any further discussion on L22? Division has been called. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 178. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L022, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L022 is lost. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 178? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption and passage of Senate Bill 178. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 178 is passed. I didn't see her. I'm so sorry. Mr. Schiebel, and colleagues, I apologize. Please be down in the center of the well if you please could. Senate Bill, please read the title, Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Wallace and Cutter, also Representatives Brown and Stewart R., concerning expanding the scope of the Battery Stewardship Act to cover the end-of-life management of electric vehicle batteries.
Please move to the center next time and wave your hand. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 3, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
There's just a Finance Committee report.
Okay, then just the Finance Committee report. In Finance Committee, we added several amendments, and they did some things. Thank you. They made some technical changes to modify the enforcement clause at CDPHE's request. These were all amendments that were in response to comments that we got from CDPHE after the first chamber. We also took feedback related to one particular company's comments, and then made sure that we had that the revenue was right-sized for what we needed. We asked for an aye vote on the Finance Committee.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually would like to move L14 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Nice save, Representative Stewart.
Almost messed that up. Yeah, thanks.
The amendment's been displayed. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the technical cleanup amendment, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on L014? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L014. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L014 is passed. Back to the Finance Committee report. Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report as amended is passed. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is our pleasure to bring Senate Bill 3 to you all today to talk about end-of-life management of electric vehicle batteries. At the present, Colorado has no answer to the question, what happens when an EV battery reaches the end of its life? I think about this a lot because my Prius that's 16 years old has a battery in it that will someday no longer function, and my Prius has 182,000 miles on it, and I think, what will I do with this battery, and how will I make sure it is taken care of responsibly so that it does not pollute the environment? This particular bill establishes a policy framework to ensure that unwanted EV batteries are accounted for at the end of their life, or at the end of the life of the vehicle, to protect the safety of Colorado communities and consumers while bolstering the sustainability of the EV industry overall. This bill has been on a journey, and it has been the product of deep and sustained stakeholding efforts over the last several months with environmental advocates, vehicle manufacturers, battery recyclers, small businesses, and so we've created a legislative solution that establishes a first-in-the-nation critical mineral recovery for EV batteries, and so we'd ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 3 is going to improve the sustainability of electric vehicles in Colorado and additionally promote economic benefits. The model that was developed in this bill aims to promote free market exchange of end-of-life batteries while also creating a safety net to ensure unwanted batteries are not improperly managed or unsafely stored. This is really critical in order to sustainably transition our transportation system to zero-emission vehicles. The requirements in this bill focus on unwanted batteries, which end up with entities who are unable or unwilling to responsibly handle them. In this instance, they can notify the original propulsion battery provider, usually the auto manufacturer, who is then responsible for collecting that battery and responsibly managing its end of life. The bill supports the local Colorado businesses who end up with end-of-life EVs like automobile recyclers to ensure that they have pathways to manage batteries when their original vehicle has been retired. The bill also puts in place critical mineral recovery rates, which will ensure that nickel, lithium, and cobalt contained in EV batteries retire in Colorado will be recovered at rates which ramp up over time. Colorado, again, to emphasize, would be the first state in the nation and the first political jurisdiction in the Western Hemisphere to require critical mineral recovery from EV batteries. We're very excited about this, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I wanted to come down here and tell you why I was a yes vote in committee. Actually, most everyone was a yes vote in committee. And that's because we have seen for a number of years batteries that are filling up our landfills. They don't break down. They cause a lot of toxic chemical reactions that then our local counties have to deal with because they're the administrators of the landfills. We have the technology to be able to recycle a lot of the metals out of the batteries, whether it's the lithium or the cobalt, or even the gold or copper that may be within them. And the companies should be responsible for end of life and being able to recycle the battery and then reuse the battery. Because what we do know is that a lot of the raw materials that are in our electric vehicle batteries do come from nations that are not exactly favorable to the United States. And if they were to ever cut off supply to the United States, we would be at a major, major loss. So being able to have the technology, which does exist, having companies pay into a fund that helps them then extract out the metals from the batteries and then reuse those minerals in future batteries means that you have a full circular economy within the EV battery space. At least that's the goal. We can always move towards a goal. And I know that one of my good colleagues in the back row knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm talking to only one member right now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, more than one.
You sure? You sure?
So that's why it is important that we pass this bill. It's one that certainly a lot of my constituents have been talking about. And as I said in committee, there's not too many bills where I've gotten letters asking me to vote yes from both my very conservative members who are in places like Delta to my more liberal Democrat members who are in places like Paonia and Palisade. And they all agree, but for different reasons, on why this bill is good. I mean, there's the green agenda side for why some on the Democrat side within my district like this bill. A lot of the Republicans have said they really like this bill because they believe that finally those within the electric vehicle industry are kind of paying their own way in terms of the damage that they're doing to things like our landfills and driving up costs. So this is one of those bills where there's actually arguments on both sides of the political spectrum that actually are getting behind this bill and saying this is actually a good step in the right direction. It just so happens they have entirely different reasons for why they think this bill is a good bill. And for those reasons, I will be a yes vote and would encourage the entire chamber to join me. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as a county commissioner and as a past, a lot of the counties own the landfills, and that is not true that the batteries go into the landfills. The batteries are recycled. The batteries go to, if they're never put into the landfill, and that is totally untrue because in batteries, if you can go to a salvage yard right now and they'll give you $5-10 for the battery, and then they send the batteries off and they're recycled. So I just want that to be clarified. I had the eyes on the ground at the landfill. They collect the batteries. They don't put them in the landfill. So I don't know where that came from, but that is totally untrue.
Representative Kelty. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is just another great example of getting ahead of the market. There's never been a good market drive for this. The EV push has been purely emotional, and now we've got this, and it's been, we've been saying it for all these years about how with the trouble with these batteries and the trouble that we're getting into. So yeah, the push for these green solutions, as you can see, ends up not being green at all, and that's why we need to rethink these things and recognize that it's difficult to logic somebody's head out of their emotional crevasse because this green agenda is exactly that.
Representative Kelty. And before you begin, I apologize about the last bill. If you'd like to speak to it at all, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's talk about Senate Bill 26003. Reading through the cracks, which there are many, this bill is yet another example of government growing larger, more expensive, and more intrusive, while everyday Coloradans are already struggling under rising costs, taxes, and over 206,000, soon to be 207,000 regulations. Time and time again, this legislature promises that new programs will solve the problems, most of which they who brought this bill created, yet created through bill after bill after bill. Yet families continue to pay more and more through fees and charges. This bill creates more bureaucracy, more mandates, and more opportunities for government overreach without guaranteeing real accountability or measurable results. The people of Colorado are tired of being told to trust systems that operate behind closed doors while taxpayers foot the bill. Only bad processes happen in the shadows. This is a prime example. We should be focused on lowering costs, protecting freedoms, and restoring transparency. not expanding programs that may sound good in theory, but have proven to have failed in practice. This bill is founded on false and misleading theory, creates findings and scare tactics. The real truth is the harm actually creating these batteries is far more harmful than any benefit that are claimed. Not to mention the child and slave labor behind them, along with great dependency on other countries, causing an actual national concern. Let's get this straight. You actually create the problem with such hodgepodge, and now want to claim to want or need to fix the same problem you created. This is like a dentist giving out sugar lollies to get repeat business by creating cavities, which I swear happened in the 70s. I swear that happened in the 70s. I know it did. This bill is just as absurd. Colorado families deserve practical solutions, not another expensive experimental funded on the backs of hard-working citizens. For these reasons, I ask Senate Bill 26003 to be read at length at a slightly lower speed as previously used for those of us who are hearing impaired, and has also been asked to be read in Snoop Dogg's voice, please. The stickies that we get. But I would like to have a little slower so I can hear it. Thank you.
Regular session 75th General Assembly State of Colorado.
I am speechless. The bill will be read at length.
Re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 26 to 139.01 Claire Hafner X 6137 Senate Bill 26-003. Senate Committees House Committees Transportation and Energy Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning expanding the scope of the battery stewardship. 102 Act to cover the end-of life management of electric. 103 vehicle batteries. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Senate Bill 25 to 163 created the Battery Stewardship Act, which requires the establishment of battery stewardship organizations, and the submittal of battery stewardship plans, to the Executive Director of the Department of Public Health and Environment, Executive Director, for the collection, transportation, processing, and Senate third reading unamended May 4, 2026. Senate amended second reading May 1, 2026. Senate sponsorship Wallace and Cutter, Amabel, Ball, Benavidez, Bridges, Coleman, Danielson, Exum, Gonzalez J., Hinrichsen, Jode, Kipp, Lindstedt, Roberts, Sullivan, Weissman. House sponsorship Brown and Stewart R. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Recycling of certain batteries. The bill expands the scope of the Battery Stewardship Act to cover the end-of-life management of propulsion batteries, which are batteries that are primarily used to supply power to an electric or hybrid vehicle, and establishes requirements concerning propulsion batteries that differ from the requirements for the batteries currently contemplated by the Battery Stewardship Act. No later than April 1, 2028, and every 5 years thereafter, an organization must submit a plan for the collection, transportation, processing, reuse, repurposing, and recycling of propulsion batteries as part of a battery stewardship program. The bill specifies what a plan must contain to be approved by the Executive Director. On and after August 1, 2028, a provider of propulsion battery selling, making available for sale, or distributing propulsion batteries or vehicles containing a propulsion battery in or into the state is required to participate in and finance an organization that has submitted a plan. An organization implementing a plan on behalf of providers of propulsion batteries is required to develop a website that includes educational and promotional materials and safety information related to battery storage and collection activities and submit annual reports to the Executive Director that concern certain information about the preceding year of plan implementation. The bill includes requirements for the marking and labeling of propulsion batteries and requires the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission to, no later than July 1, 2027, adopt rules establishing a process for the Department of Public Health and Environment to certify an entity as a qualified propulsion battery recycler. On and after August 1, 2028, all propulsion batteries in the state must be managed in accordance with the requirements established by the bill. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Short title. The short title of this act is the 3. Promoting Responsible End-of-Life Management of Electric Vehicle for Batteries Act. 5. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-17-1002, amend 6, 2, and add 1.5, as follows. 725-17-1002. Legislative Declaration. 8, 1.5, the General Assembly further finds that. 2003. 1a. Electric vehicles are crucial tools for reducing 2 greenhouse gas emissions, which the state is striving to eliminate 3 by 2050. Electric vehicles are also vital to reducing local air 4 pollution in areas of the state, such as the Denver Metro and 5 North Front Range areas, that the Federal Environmental 6 Protection Agency has designated as being in non-attainment 7 with a national ambient air quality standard. To achieve 8 emission reductions needed to meet state-mandated Climate 9 goals and federally required ozone levels, many more electric 10 vehicles will need to be deployed in Colorado. 11b. AS electric vehicle sales in the state continue to grow. 12. Substantially more electric vehicles will be retired in the 13 coming years, and their batteries, known AS propulsion 14 batteries, will need responsible end-of life management. 15c. Propulsion batteries often retain value even after 16 they cease to power the original vehicles into which they were 17 placed and can be reused, remanufactured, repurposed, or 18 recycled. Extending the useful lifespan of propulsion batteries. 19 improves the sustainability profile of the electric vehicle 20 industry and creates local economic opportunities. 21d. Multiple analyses have established that expensive and 22 hazardous risks result from the improper handling, storage, and 23 disposal of propulsion batteries, and 24e. Unwanted propulsion batteries that are stored 25 improperly instead of being sorted for reuse, remanufacturing, 26 repurposing, or ultimate recycling and recovery of valuable 27 materials could potentially reduce the environmental benefits. 3003. 1 of a robust circular economy for propulsion batteries while 2 also increasing the risk of battery fires. A robust extended 3 provider responsibility policy is needed to enable a propulsion 4 battery circular economy. 5.2. The General Assembly therefore declares that it is in the public 6 interest of Colorado to 7. Require producers of batteries and providers of propulsion 8 batteries to finance and implement a coordinated, state-approved 9 system that increases access to the safe disposal and responsible 10 end-of life management of batteries in Colorado. 11b. Reduce the inherent risk of fire that can occur when 12 propulsion batteries are improperly disposed of, and 13c. Encourage the reuse, remanufacturing, and 14 repurposing of propulsion batteries and the ultimate recycling 15 and recovery of the valuable materials in a propulsion battery 16 that can be put back into the supply chain. 17 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-17-1003, amend 18.8b, 6, and add 1.5, 2.5, 8.5, 10.5, 12.5, 13.5, 19.5, 23.3. 19, 23.5, 23.7, 23.9, 24.5, 26.3, 26.5, 26.7, 26.8, 26.9, 27.1, 20, 27.2, 27.3, 27.4, 27.5, 27.6, and 30.5, as follows. 2125-17-1003. Definitions, rules. 22 as used in this Part 10, unless the context otherwise requires. 23, 1.5, battery means a device consisting of one or more 24 electrically connected electrochemical cells, which device is 25 designed to receive, store, and deliver electric energy. 26, 2.5, battery management hierarchy means the process 27 of secondary handlers, remanufacturers, repurposers, and -4003. 1. Propulsion battery providers first striving to reuse, repurpose, 2 or remanufacture propulsion batteries, when doing so is possible 3 and cost-effective, before propulsion battery recycling. 4. 8b, covered battery does not include 5, 6, a battery, including a propulsion battery, assembled by 6 or for a vehicle manufacturer or franchise dealer, that is designed to 7 power a motor vehicle, a part of a motor vehicle, or a component part of 8 a motor vehicle, including a replacement part for use in a motor vehicle. 9. 8.5, critical minerals, means minerals designated AS-10 critical minerals by the United States Secretary of the Interior, 11 acting through the Director of the United States Geological 12 Survey, pursuant 230 U.S.C. SEC, 1606, c. 13. 10.5, a, dispositioning, or dispositioned, means 14 evaluating a propulsion battery to determine the most suitable 15 battery management option based on metrics such as the 16 chemistry, condition, format, and location of the propulsion. 17 battery. 18b, dispositioning, or dispositioned, may include 19 evaluating a propulsion battery for secondary use by a 20 repurposer or a propulsion battery recycler. 21, 12.5, education and outreach plan means a plan 22 submitted by a propulsion battery provider or group of 23 propulsion battery providers to the executive director pursuant 24 to section 25-17-1019, 2. 25, 13.5, end of life means 26, a, the stage when a covered battery is no longer 27 suitable for use as a battery and must be recycled, or -5003. 1b. The stage when a propulsion battery is no longer too suitable for use as a propulsion battery or for repurposing, and 3is directed for propulsion battery recycling. 4. 19.5. Orphan battery means 5a. A propulsion battery that has an unidentifiable 6 propulsion battery provider or remanufacturer, or a propulsion 7 battery provider or remanufacturer that no longer exists. Or 8b. An unwanted propulsion battery that has not been 9 collected or managed in accordance with the battery 10 management hierarchy. 11. 23.3. Propulsion battery means a battery that is 12 primarily used to supply power to propel a battery electric 13 motor vehicle, as defined in section 43-4-1202, 1.5, a plug-in 14 hybrid electric motor vehicle, as defined in section 43-4-1202, 15, 14, or a hybrid vehicle, as defined in section 42-4-1012, 16, 2.5, a, 3. 17. 23.5, a. Propulsion battery provider means 18i. A person that first sells, offers for sale, or distributes. 19. A propulsion battery or a vehicle containing a propulsion. 20. Battery in or into the state, including vehicle manufacturers. 21. Licensed pursuant to applicable state laws or propulsion. 22. Battery manufacturers that distribute propulsion batteries. 23. Under their own name or brand. 24. 2. If there is not a person that subsection 23.5 a I of 25 this section applies to the owner or licensee of the brand, or 26. Trademark under which the propulsion battery is sold, offered. 27. For sale, or distributed in or into the state. This includes an -6003. 1. Exclusive licensee with the exclusive right to use the brand or 2. Trademark in connection with the distribution or sale of 3 propulsion batteries. 4. 3. If there is not a person that subsection 23.5 a I or 5. 23.5 a 2 of this section applies to the person that imports the 6 propulsion battery into the state for sale, distribution, or 7 installation. 8b. Propulsion battery provider does not include 9i. A dealer of a vehicle containing a propulsion battery. 10.2. A secondary handler that sells, offers for sale, 11 registers, or distributes a vehicle containing a propulsion 12 battery in or into the state. Or 13.3. A person that sells a used vehicle in or into the state. 14. C. For the purposes of this subsection, 23.5, the sale of a 15 propulsion battery occurs in the state if the propulsion battery, 16, or the vehicle containing the propulsion battery, is delivered to 17, a licensed dealer, or directly to a consumer in the state. 18. 23.7 a. Propulsion battery recycler means an entity. 19. Or facility that, 20i, operates in accordance with all required permits and 21 regulatory exclusions in all applicable federal, state, and 22 local laws. 23. 2. Conducts propulsion battery recycling. And 24. 3. Performs at least one of the following activities. 25. A. Extracts and separates materials from ENDOF Life 26 propulsion batteries, including metals, compounds, or 27 intermediate fractions, and directs these materials to 1 or -7003. 1 more additional propulsion battery recyclers for further 2 processing or refining, or 3b. Refines ENDOF Life propulsion batteries or propulsion 4 battery materials, such as aluminum, cobalt, copper, graphite, 5 iron, lithium compounds, manganese, and nickel, back to usable 6 materials suitable for reintroduction into battery, 7 manufacturing, or other industrial supply chains. 8b. Propulsion battery recycler does not include a 9 entity or facility that only engages in the collection or 10 transportation of, or the logistics of moving, propulsion 11 batteries or propulsion battery materials during the recycling 12 process. 13. 23.9 a. Propulsion battery recycling means the 14 recovery of critical minerals that are present in the propulsion 15 battery feedstock, using 1 or more propulsion battery 16 recyclers. 17. b. I. Propulsion battery recycling does not include 18 disposal or sham recycling under the Federal Resource 19 Conservation and Recovery Act of 1976 inch, 42 U.S.C. SEC, 6901 ET. 20 SEC, or other applicable federal law. 21. 2. For the purposes of this subsection, 23.9 b. Sham 22 recycling and legitimate recycling are determined in 23 accordance with the legitimacy criteria set forth in 40 CFR 24260.43. 25. 24.5 a. Recovery means the extraction, separation, or 26 regeneration of critical minerals or cathode materials in their 27 elemental, compound, or intermediate form, such as refined. -8003. 1. Metals, salts, oxides, hydroxides, or regenerated cathode 2 materials, or other commercially usable forms. 3b. Recovery does not include lithium recovered as slag 4 and used as concrete additives. 5. 26.3 Remanufacture means a standardized industrial 6 process through which battery cores are returned to 7 same as new or better condition and performance, which process 8 is in line with specific technical specifications including 9 engineering, quality, and testing standards. 10. 26.5 Remanufacturer means a person that 11 remanufactures a propulsion battery. 12. 26.7 Repurpose means the process of modifying a 13 propulsion battery or propulsion battery pack, module, or cell 14 to store and supply electricity in a manner other than the 15 original intended purpose of the propulsion battery. 16, 26.8, repurposer means a person that uses a propulsion 17 battery to fulfill a different use than the use for which the 18 propulsion battery was originally designed. 19, 26.9, responsible propulsion battery management. 20 means ensuring a propulsion battery is dispositioned, and 21 managed pursuant to the battery management hierarchy, while 22 also ensuring that any propulsion battery no longer suitable. 23 for use in a vehicle is ultimately directed to either a repurposer. 24 or a propulsion battery recycler. 25, 27.1, reuse, means the use of a propulsion battery in a 26 vehicle other than the original vehicle into which the 27 propulsion battery was placed. Dash 9003. 1, 27.2, a secondary handler means a commercial entity 2 other than the propulsion battery provider that takes 3 possession of a propulsion battery or removes a propulsion 4 battery from a vehicle for the purpose of selling, dispositioning, 5 repairing, reusing, or recycling the propulsion battery with a 6 propulsion battery recycler. 7, b secondary handler includes a solid waste disposal 8 site and facility. 9, 27.3, solid waste collector means a person that 10 operates collection routes for the removal of solid waste from 11 residential, multi-residential, commercial, or industrial 12 premises. 13, 27.4, solid waste disposal site and facility has the same 14 meaning as solid wastes disposal site and facility as defined in 15 section 30-20-1018. 16, 27.5, state of charge means the measure of a propulsion 17 battery's remaining capacity, expressed as a percentage of its 18 total capacity. 19, 27.6, state of health means a calculated parameter. 20 that correlates to usable propulsion battery energy for the 21 certified range value and is normalized from 0 to 1/2200%. 23, 30.5, a unwanted propulsion battery means a 24 propulsion battery that is no longer wanted by the owner. 25, b unwanted propulsion battery includes a propulsion 26 battery that has been damaged, including in a thermal runaway 27 incident. Dash 10-003. 1 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25-17-1012, amend 2, 2b, and add 3 as follows: 325-17-1012. Annual fee, Battery Stewardship Fund, for responsibilities of the Executive Director, rules. 5, 2b, the fund consists of fees paid to the department pursuant 6 to subsection 1, subsections 1 and 3 of this section and any other 7 money that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer to the fund. 8, 3a, I, in addition to the annual fee described in 9 subsection 3b of this section, a propulsion battery provider 10 shall pay a program initiation fee. The program initiation fee 11 must be split into 3 payments, and a propulsion battery 12 provider shall make one of each of the payments on July 1, 2027, July 13, 2028, and July 1, 2029, respectively. The sum of the 14 program initiation fees paid by propulsion battery providers in 15 a given year must offset any general fund allocations by 16 covering any costs incurred by the department in implementing 17 Section 25-17-1019. 18, 2, the program initiation fee amount required to be paid 19 by each propulsion battery provider is based on each propulsion 20 battery provider's percentage of all propulsion battery 21 vehicles registered in the state, according to registration data 22 collected by the Division of Motor Vehicles in the Department of 23 Revenue as of April 26, 2026, as follows: 24, a propulsion battery provider that is responsible for 25 more than 5% of all propulsion battery vehicles. 26 registered in the state as of April 26, 2026, shall pay a Program 27 initiation fee of $24,400. 11-003. One consisting of a payment of $8,302 on July 1, 2027, and 2 payments of $8,350 on July 1, 2028, and on July 1, 2029, respectively. 4b. A propulsion battery provider that is responsible for 5 more than 2% but no more than 5% of all 6 propulsion battery vehicles registered in the state as of April 7, 2026, shall pay a program initiation fee of $14,400, consisting of a payment of $5,009 on July 1, 2027, and 2 payments of $4,700 on July 1, 2028, and on July 1, 2029, 11 respectively. 12c. A propulsion battery provider that is responsible for 13 more than 1/5% but no more than 2% of all 14 propulsion battery vehicles registered in the state as of April 15, 2026, shall pay a program initiation fee of $4,800, consisting of a payment of $2,017 on July 1, 2027, and 2 payments of $1,800 on July 1, 2028, and on July 1, 2029, 19 respectively, and 20d. A propulsion battery provider that is responsible for 21 1/5% or less of all propulsion battery vehicles 22 registered in the state as of April 26, 2026, is not required to pay 23a program initiation fee. 24. For any general fund allocations required for the 25 department to process the program initiation fees shall be 26 reimbursed to the general fund the following year using the 27 money gathered from the program initiation fees. 12-003. 1V. A propulsion battery provider is not required to pay to the program initiation fee when the propulsion battery provider 3 seeks to update their registration information that they 4 previously provided to the executive director pursuant to 5 section 25-17-1019, 1A. 6B, I, on or before July 1, 2030, and on or before each July 7, 1 thereafter, a propulsion battery provider shall pay TO the 8 department an annual fee TO cover the department's cost of 9 implementing, administering, and enforcing section 25-17-1019. 10. The state treasurer shall credit the annual fees to the fund. 11. And the department shall use the fees for costs associated with 12. The administration of section 25-17-1019. 13. 2. On or before July 1, 2029, the Commission shall 14. Establish the annual fee amount by rule. The fee amount must be 15 based on factors such as the propulsion battery provider's 16 relative market share of propulsion batteries in the state and 17. The number of unwanted propulsion batteries collected by the 18. Propulsion battery provider. The sum of annual fees paid by 19 propulsion battery providers that are registered pursuant to 20 section 25-17-1019, 1A, and fees paid by secondary handlers 21 pursuant to section 25-17-1015, 2D, must cover the 22 departments' annual costs of administering section 25-17-1019 23 starting in 2030 and must not exceed $90,000 24 across all participating entities. A single propulsion battery 25 provider shall not be required to pay more than 10% of 26 the total amount of annual fees. 27 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 25-17-1015. -13-003. 1 as follows, 225-17-1015. Enforcement, responsibilities of the Department 3, study. 4. 1. For violations related to covered batteries, propulsion 5 batteries, and the management of universal waste pursuant to this Part 610, the enforcement process is conducted pursuant to Section 25-15-3087 and rules adopted by the Commission in accordance with Section 825-15-302. 9. 2. TO implements Section 25-17-1019, the Department shall, 10A, notify solid waste collectors that the disposal of 11 propulsion batteries in landfills is prohibited and that 12 secondary handlers can contact a propulsion battery provider 13 or remanufacturer TO take responsibility for an unwanted 14 propulsion battery. 15B. Determine how TO proceed if the federal government 16 enacts a law or adopts regulations pertaining TO propulsion 17 batteries that may impact the requirements of Section 1825-17-1019, 19C. Provide a link on the Department's public website to 20 each propulsion battery provider's website in order to expedite. 21. The collection of unwanted propulsion batteries. 22D. Assess the annual report submitted pursuant to 23 Section 25-17-1019, 9. TO determine whether any secondary 24 handlers required the collection of 10 or more unwanted 25 propulsion batteries in a given year and, if so, assess a 26 collection charge of $1,000 TO be paid to the 27 department by the secondary handler and credited toward the -14-003. 1. Annual fee amount TO reduce the amount of propulsion battery 2 provider annual fees. 3E. Assess the annual report submitted pursuant to 4 Section 25-17-1019, 9. TO determine if secondary handlers that 5 are not yet registered pursuant to Section 25-17-1019, 1. 6 required the collection of an unwanted propulsion battery IN7 the preceding year, and, if so, the department shall collect 8 their registration information. 9F. Compile a list of entities registered pursuant to 10. Section 25-17-1019, 1, and make the list available upon request. 11 and 12, G. Conduct an email survey with entities registered 13 pursuant to Section 25-17-1019, 1, and solid waste disposal sites 14 and facilities 2 request feedback on the functioning of the 15 propulsion battery recycling program set forth in Section 1625-17-1019 TO understand their experience, any knowledge of 17 orphan batteries, and any recommended Program 18 improvements. Based on the findings of the survey, the 19 department shall assess the effectiveness of the responsibility. 20 framework outlined in Section 25-17-1019 to collect unwanted 21 propulsion batteries. The department shall include a summary 22 of the survey findings and the department's assessment with the 23 aggregated non-proprietary data posted annually on the 24 department's public website pursuant to subsection 3 of this 25 section. 26. 3. The department shall include the aggregated 27 non-proprietary data collected on propulsion batteries. -15-003. 1. Pursuant to Section 25-17-1019, 9, with the data on recycling, 2. Solid waste, and solid waste diversion that is collected and 3. Reported annually by the Department to the Standing Committee 4 of reference in each House of the General Assembly exercising 5 jurisdiction over matters concerning public health and the 6. Environment pursuant to Section 30-20-122, 1, and shall 7. Annually post the data on the Department's public website. 8. 4. Nothing in this Part 10 exempts a person from 9. Complying with any other applicable local, state, or federal 10 laws or regulatory requirements. 11. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-17-1019 and 1225-17-1020 as follows. 1325-17-1019. Propulsion batteries, propulsion battery 14 providers, remanufacturers, secondary handlers, public outreach 15 and education, collection of unwanted propulsion batteries, 16 reporting requirement, marking and labeling requirements, solid. 17 waste disposal site and facility disposal prohibited. 18, 1A, on or before July 1, 2027, a propulsion battery 19 provider shall register with the department by 20I, providing to the department, through informal digital 21 correspondence or by submitting a digital form, the propulsion 22 battery provider's business name, contact information, address, 23 and business description, and 24, 2. Informing the department whether the propulsion 25 battery provider plans TO file ITS education and outreach plan 26 individually or as part of a group of propulsion battery 27 providers. A propulsion battery provider intending to file as -16003. One part of a group shall provide to the department the names of the 2 other propulsion battery providers in the group, if feasible. A 3 propulsion battery provider may participate in a Group 4 education and outreach plan without participating in Group 5 propulsion battery collection activities. 6b. A secondary handler, remanufacturer, or repurposer may 7th elect TO register with the department at any time by 8 providing, through informal digital correspondence or by 9 submitting a digital form, the entity's business name, contact 10 information, address, and business description. A secondary 11 handler, remanufacturer, or repurposer is not required to pay 12 the registration fee. 13, 2, on or before April 1, 2028, a propulsion battery 14 provider or group of propulsion battery providers shall submit 15 to the Executive Director an education and outreach plan. The 16 education and outreach plan must, 17a, include a public education and outreach strategy for 18 secondary handlers that describes 19I, the solid waste disposal site and facility ban IN 20 subsection 12 of this section, 21, 2, the requirements for secondary handlers IN 22 subsection 10 of this section, 23, 3, the process for how a secondary handler can notify 24 the propulsion battery provider that an unwanted propulsion 25 battery needs collection, and 26, 4, information about secondary handler registration, 27, b, specify how the propulsion battery providers contact. -17003. 1. Information for secondary handlers can be accessed. 2c. Include information that the propulsion battery 3 provider requires TO determine the eligibility of a propulsion 4 battery that needs collection, including 5i. Confirmation that the battery is a propulsion battery 6 that has been removed from a vehicle. 7.2. Confirmation that, to the best of the secondary 8 handlers' knowledge, the propulsion battery has not been 9 modified or taken apart. 10.3. Confirmation that the propulsion battery is fully 11 owned by the secondary handler with no known pending claims. 12 for loss or damages by an insurance provider. 13, 4, the make, model, and year of the vehicle from which 14 the propulsion battery came, if available. 15, v, the dimensions and weight of the propulsion battery. 16 if available. 17, 6, a photograph of the propulsion battery and a 18 photograph of the label on the propulsion battery. 19, 7, an assessment as to whether, to the best of the 20 secondary handlers' knowledge, the propulsion battery is 21 damaged or defective. 22, 8, a copy of the secondary handler's Federal 23 Department of Transportation Hazmat Transportation Shipping 24 certification, if available, and 25, 9, secondary handler registration information, if 26 available, and 27, d, describe how secondary handlers and first responders. -18003. 1 can access emergency response guides for electric vehicles. 2, 3, on and after October 1, 2028, a propulsion battery 3 provider shall not sell, make available for sale, or distribute 4A propulsion battery in or into the state unless the propulsion 5 battery provider has submitted an education and outreach plan 6 to the Executive Director in accordance with subsection 2 of 7 this section. 8, 4, a propulsion battery provider shall develop and 9 maintain 1 or more websites or equivalent means, available in 10 both English and Spanish, that include the information in the 11 propulsion battery providers education and outreach plan. At 12, least one website must include the following. 13a, a link to the propulsion battery provider's emergency 14 response guides for electric vehicles. 15b, the propulsion battery provider's contact information. 16 for secondary handlers, and 17c, instructions for how secondary handlers can provide. 18, the information described in subsection 2a, 3 of this section. 19, for a propulsion battery provider to determine the eligibility of 20 an unwanted propulsion battery. 21, 5, a propulsion battery provider shall, 22a, except as provided in subsection 5c of this section. 23, upon receiving notification in accordance with the notification 24 process outlined in subsection 2a, 3 of this section that an 25 unwanted propulsion battery needs collection, retrieve the 26 battery and ensure responsible propulsion battery management. 27, the propulsion battery provider shall retrieve an unwanted -19003. 1 propulsion battery, 2i, within 60 days after receiving notification from a 3 secondary handler, unless mutually agreeable terms for a 4 longer collection timeline are made with a secondary handler. 5, or there is an unexpected delay due to circumstances. 4, 6 majeure, and 7, 2, within 30 days after receiving notification from 8, a solid waste disposal site and facility. 9b, ensure the responsible propulsion battery 10 management of all propulsion batteries within the Possession of 11 the propulsion battery provider in accordance with the battery 12 management hierarchy. 13. C. Fully fund the costs of the collection of an unwanted 14 propulsion battery offered by a secondary handler, except that 15 a propulsion battery provider is not responsible for the 16 collection of a propulsion battery that 17 I has been remanufactured by a remanufacturer, unless 18 the remanufacturer is in a contractual relationship with the 19 propulsion battery provider and the contract provides that the 20 propulsion battery provider retains responsibility for 21 responsible propulsion battery management. 22. 2. Has been repurposed by a repurposer. Unless the 23 repurposer is in a contractual relationship with the propulsion 24 battery provider and the contract provides that the propulsion 25 battery provider retains responsibility for responsible 26 propulsion battery management. 27. 3. Has been disassembled into modules or cells, or -20-003. 1. For IS contained within a vehicle or product that IS2 directly owned or controlled by an insurance company, and 3. D. Provide the state of health of a propulsion battery 4. Embedded in a vehicle through the vehicle's in-vehicle display, or 5. Through an ONPROPRETRY onboard diagnostic scan tool, for a 6 vehicle that is model year 2028 or later. A propulsion battery 7 provider may, but is not required to, supply state of health 8 information for a propulsion battery that has been removed 9 from or is outside of a vehicle. For a propulsion battery 10 embedded in a hybrid vehicle, a propulsion battery provider 11 satisfies this requirement by making the state of health 12 available through a non-proprietary onboard diagnostic scan 13 tool. 14. 6. On and after October 1, 2028, a propulsion battery 15 provider shall not sell, offer for sale, or distribute in or into 16 the state of propulsion battery unless the propulsion battery 17 provider 18. A. I. applies a label to the propulsion battery that 19 includes the name of the propulsion battery provider. 20 responsible for the propulsion battery, its date of manufacture. 21 and the following. 22. A. An identification of the chemistry of the propulsion 23 battery, including the cathode type and anode type, in 24 accordance with SAE International J2984 standard. Chemical 25 identification of transportation batteries for recycling. 26. B. The rated capacity or energy as measured by SAE 27 International J2288 standard. Life cycle testing of electric. -21-003. 1. Vehicle battery modules. 2. C. The hazardous substances contained in the propulsion 3 battery. 4. D. Product safety and recall information. And 5. E. Safe disposal information. 6. 2. A propulsion battery provider that applies a label 7 shall attach the label to the exterior of the propulsion battery 8 so that the label is visible and accessible when the propulsion 9 battery is removed from the vehicle in accordance with the 10 manufacturer's recommended procedures for battery removal. 11. The label must remain legible, adhered, and functionally intact. 12. Under expected environmental and life cycle conditions within 13 the vehicle. 14. B. I. TO comply with subsection 6. A. I. Of this section, a 15 propulsion battery provider may apply a quick response QR 16 code to the propulsion battery that links to a data repository 17 website. 18. 2. The data repository website may include information 19 that covers a period of time representing multiple dates of 20 manufacture if the rest of the label information required by 21. This subsection 6 is consistent across the multiple dates of 22 manufacture, and the data repository website entry includes the 23 applicable range of dates of manufacture. 24. 7. On and after October 1, 2028, a remanufacturer 25 selling propulsion batteries in the state. 26. A. Shall relabel a propulsion battery TO ensure that the 27 remanufacturer's brand is clearly marked on the label. If the -22-003 1 original label remains, the remanufacturer shall place the new 2 label adjacent to the original label and clearly identify the 3 original label as obsolete. If the remanufacturer alters the 4 propulsion batteries composition or chemistry, the 5 remanufacturer shall update the label or provide a new data 6 repository website link or quick response QR code to reflect 7 the new composition. 8b shall ensure responsible propulsion battery 9 management when 10i a propulsion battery that the remanufacturer 11 disassembles or remanufactures is ultimately not sold for use 12i in a vehicle, and 13.2 an unwanted propulsion battery that has been 14 removed from a vehicle by a secondary handler in the state is 15 collected by the remanufacturer. 16c shall fully fund the costs of the collection of and 17 unwanted propulsion battery that the remanufacturer has 18 remanufactured if offered by a secondary handler. 19d is not responsible for collecting a remanufactured 20 propulsion battery if 21i the remanufactured propulsion battery has been 22 repurposed by a repurposer, unless the repurposer is in a 23 contractual relationship with the remanufacturer and the 24 contract provides that the remanufacturer retains 25 responsibility for responsible propulsion battery management. 26. 2. The remanufactured propulsion battery is contained 27 within a vehicle or product that is directly owned or -23-003 1 controlled by an insurance company. 2. 3. The remanufacturer is in a contractual relationship. 3. With the propulsion battery provider and the contract provides 4. That the propulsion battery provider retains responsibility for 5. The dispositioning and management of the propulsion battery, or 6. 4. The remanufactured propulsion battery has been 7 disassembled into modules or cells. 8. E. Except as provided in subsection 7. D. Of this section. 9. Upon receiving notification that an Unwanted propulsion 10 battery needs collection in accordance with the notification 11 process outlined in subsection 7F of this section, shall 12 retrieve the battery, 13 within 60 days after receiving notification from a 14 secondary handler, unless mutually agreeable terms for a 15 longer collection timeline are made with a secondary handler 16 or there is an unexpected delay due to circumstances for 17 measure, and 18, 2, within 30 days after receiving notification from 19 a solid waste disposal site and facility, and 20, F, shall establish a process for a secondary handler 221 notify the remanufacturer that an unwanted propulsion 22 battery needs collection. The process must include the 23 following: 24, I, an education and outreach program for secondary 25 handlers, 26, 2, the remanufacturer's contact information for 27 secondary handlers, and -24, 003. 1, 3, information that the remanufacturer requires to determine the eligibility of a propulsion battery that needs 3 collection, including 4, A, confirmation that the battery is a propulsion battery 5 that has been removed from a vehicle, 6, B, confirmation that, to the best of the secondary 7 handler's knowledge, the propulsion battery has not been 8 modified or taken apart by anyone other than the propulsion 9 battery provider or remanufacturer, 10, C, confirmation that, to the best of the secondary 11 handler's knowledge, the propulsion battery is fully owned by 12 the secondary handler with no known pending claims for loss or 13 damages by an insurance provider, 14, D, the make, model, and year of the vehicle from which 15 the propulsion battery came, if available, 16, E, the dimensions and weight of the propulsion battery, 17 if available, 18, F, a photograph of the propulsion battery and a 19 photograph of the label on the propulsion battery, 20, G, an assessment as to whether, to the best of the 21 secondary handler's knowledge, the propulsion battery is 22 damaged or defective, 23, H, a copy of the secondary handler's Federal Department 24 of Transportation Hazmat Transportation Shipping Certification, 25 if available, and 26, secondary handler registration information, if 27 available. -25, 003. 1, 8, A, a propulsion battery provider or remanufacturer 2 shall not recover the costs of compliance with this Part 10 BY3 imposing a fee or other charge on a franchised motor vehicle for dealer. 5, B, a propulsion battery provider or remanufacturer may 6 contract with a third-party TO manage propulsion batteries to 7 satisfy the requirements of this section. 8, 9, A, on or before July 1, 2030, and on or before each July 9, 1 thereafter. A propulsion battery provider and a 10 remanufacturer shall submit an annual report to the Executive 11 Director covering the preceding calendar year of the 12 responsible propulsion battery management of the propulsion 13 batteries collected by the propulsion battery provider or 14 remanufacturer pursuant to this section. The report must 15 include the following: 16, I, any updates to education and outreach materials for 17 secondary handlers and how the updates were communicated. 18, 2, the number of unwanted propulsion batteries that 19 were offered from a secondary handler and the number of 20 unwanted propulsion batteries collected, by chemistry, 21, 3, for each request received TO collect an unwanted 22 propulsion battery, 23, A, the date that the secondary handler offered the 24 unwanted propulsion battery, along with the eligibility 25 information described in subsections 2, C, and 7, F, 3, of this 26 section, to the propulsion battery provider or remanufacturer, 27, B, the data plan was communicated to the secondary. -26, 003. 1 handler for collecting the unwanted propulsion battery, and 2, C, the date the unwanted propulsion battery was 3 collected or, if applicable, the reasons that the unwanted 4 propulsion battery was not collected, including supporting 5 information such as photographs, 6, 4, the number of propulsion batteries, separated by 7 chemistry, sent for reuse, remanufacturing, repurposing, and 8 propulsion battery recycling, respectively, 9, V, the propulsion battery recyclers used in the 10. Propulsion battery recycling process, including identification 11 of a recycler's location, 12, 6, a description of the general processes used by 13 propulsion battery recyclers to achieve required recovery 14 rates, and 15, 7, for each propulsion battery recycler used, 16, A, the recovery rate of lithium, cobalt, and nickel 17 present in the propulsion battery feedstock, using the 18 calculations described in this subsection, 9. The targeted 19 critical minerals and specific ratios must be listed separately. 20A mineral that is not targeted in the recovery process may be 21 listed as a percent, or it can be stated that the mineral is not 22 targeted and recovered by the propulsion battery recycler. 23B, the form of the majority of recovered battery 24 material must be identified as elemental, compound, or 25 intermediate, consistent with the recovery definition in section 2625-17-1003, 24.5. 27B, a propulsion battery recycler shall recover the -27, 003. 1 following critical minerals in the elemental, compound, or 2 intermediate form at the following minimum rates, which rates 3 are calculated based on each propulsion battery recycler's 4 facility level yearly average, 5, I, by 2031, 6, A, 90% of cobalt, 7, B, 90% of nickel, and 8, C, 50% of lithium, and 9, 2, By 2035, 10A, 90% of cobalt, 11B, 90% of nickel, and 12C, 80% of lithium. 13C, the recovery rate for each target critical mineral 14 must be calculated on an annual basis for each propulsion 15 battery recycler using a mass balance approach. The 16 calculation must account for the mass of the target critical 17 mineral contained in materials entering the recycling process, 18 including waste propulsion batteries or intermediate materials, 19 and the mass of the target critical mineral recovered in 20 materials leaving the recycling process that meet the definition. 21 of recovery, as defined in section 25-17-1003, 24.5. 22d, the recovery rate of a target critical mineral equals 23 the mass of target critical mineral recovered in materials 24 leaving the recycling process divided by the mass of target 25 critical mineral present in materials entering the recycling 26 process. The mass of target critical minerals entering in 27 leaving the recycling process shall be determined based on their -28003. 1 chemical composition, using analytical methods and sampling 2 procedures that are representative of the material flows. 3e, a propulsion battery recycler shall determine the 4 proportion of different battery chemistries present in materials 5 entering the recycling process by means of a sorting analysis 6 based on continuous sampling or representative sampling 7 methods consistent with generally accepted industry 8 standards. 9fi, the executive director shall keep proprietary 10 information, as marked by a propulsion battery provider, 11 remanufacturer, or propulsion battery recycler, confidential 12 and make non-proprietary information available upon request. 13.2, the information described in subsections 9a, I, 14, 9a, 2, 9a, 4, 9a, 6, and 9.7 of this section and 15 aggregated information from subsections 9a, 3, and 9a, v, 16 of this section is not proprietary. 17.3, any information made publicly available must be 18 aggregated so that no individual propulsion battery provider 19 remanufacturer or propulsion battery recycler is identifiable. 24. An annual report submitted pursuant to this 21 subsection 9 may be unique to Colorado or include information 22 from multiple states. 23v. A propulsion battery provider that is also a 24 remanufacturer may submit 1 annual report. 25.10a. On and after October 1, 2028, 26i. A secondary handler shall manage a propulsion 27 battery by ensuring responsible propulsion battery. -29003. 1 management. 2. If a secondary handler determines that a propulsion 3 battery is an unwanted propulsion battery, the secondary 4 handler shall notify the appropriate propulsion battery 5 provider or remanufacturer or any entity that the propulsion 6 battery provider or remanufacturer has designated to 7 facilitate the collection of unwanted propulsion batteries. 8.3. A secondary handler managing propulsion batteries 9 shall maintain records for 3 years detailing the propulsion 10 batteries sold or transferred by the secondary handler and the 11 person the batteries were sold or transferred to. 12.4. When shipping a propulsion battery, a secondary 13 handler is responsible for ensuring compliance with proper 14 personnel training requirements for shipping under 49 CFR 15172.700 to 172.704. 16.v. When removing a propulsion battery from a vehicle, 17. A secondary handler shall record the last known state of 18. Health and state of charge, if available, and disclose these. 19. Values at the time of sale or transfer of the propulsion battery 20 to another person. 21.6. In order to promote the battery management 22 hierarchy, a secondary handler shall store propulsion 23 batteries not suspected of damage or instability in a covered 24 area, minimizing exposure to precipitation and extreme heat or 25 cold. A secondary handler shall store propulsion batteries 26 that are visibly damaged or otherwise suspected to have the 27 potential for thermal runaway in an isolated area away from. -30003. 1 Flammable materials. 2.7. A secondary handler working with propulsion 3 batteries shall obtain relevant safety training to assist with for the safe handling and storage of propulsion batteries. 5b. Subsections 10a, 3, 10a, v, 10a, 6, and 6, 10a, 7 of this section do not apply to a solid waste disposal 7 site and facility. 8c. Notwithstanding section 25-17-1018, the Commission 9 shall not adopt rules for the purposes of implementing 10 subsections 10a, 6, and 10a, 7 of this section. 11.11a. On and after October 1, 2028, a repurposer shall 12. Relabel a propulsion battery that is repurposed in the 13-state TO. Ensure that the repurposer's brand is clearly marked 14 on the label. If the original label remains, the repurposer shall 15 place the new label adjacent to the original label and clearly 16 identify the original label as obsolete. 17.2. Ensure the propulsion battery recycling of propulsion 18 batteries that are within the repurposer's possession and that 19 can no longer be repurposed unless the propulsion battery 20 provider or remanufacturer agrees to accept continued 21 responsibility for the propulsion battery by contract. 22b. On or before July 1, 2030, and on or before each July 23rd one thereafter, a registered repurposer shall submit an annual 24 report to the executive director covering the preceding 25 calendar year of the repurposer's responsible propulsion 26 battery management. The report must include the following. 27a. the number of propulsion batteries that the dash 31003 1 repurposer repurposed from Colorado, and 2b, the name and address of where the repurposed 3 batteries were sold or transferred, including for batteries sent for use in a secondary application and those sent for propulsion 5 battery recycling. 6.2. The annual report submitted pursuant to this 7 subsection 11 may be unique to Colorado or may include 8 information from multiple states. 9.3. A repurposer that is also a remanufacturer may 10th submit 1 annual report. 11.12. On and after October 1, 2028. 12.a. Propulsion batteries that are hazardous waste AS 13 defined under federal or state hazardous or solid waste laws 14 must be managed in a manner consistent with those laws. 15.b. A person shall not dispose of a propulsion battery by 16 taking the propulsion battery to a solid waste disposal site and 17 facility. And 18.c. A person not identified in this section is responsible for 19 ensuring the responsible propulsion battery management of 20 propulsion batteries by working with a secondary handler. 21 propulsion battery provider, remanufacturer, repurposer, or 22 propulsion battery recycler. 2325-17-1020. Applicability. 24 A vehicle containing a propulsion battery originally sold 25 in the state is not subject to this Part 10 when the vehicle is 26 retired out of state. 27 Section 7. Act subject to petition, effective date. This Act. Dash 32003. 1 takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 290-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, August 3, 2026, if adjournment signed die is on May 13, 2026, except that, if a for-referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V of the 5-state Constitution against this Act or an item, section, or part of this Act 6 within such period, then the Act, item, section, or part will not take effect 7 unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 8, 2026 and, in such case, will take effect on the date of the 9 official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 3? Seeing none. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I want to come up here after the bill's been read. This bill makes EV manufacturers financially responsible for collecting and managing used batteries at the end of life. It also prohibits disposing of EV batteries at solid waste sites. Like, I see that happening, but at the same time, that kind of a battery program has been already in law because to throw away a battery, like an EV battery, an electric vehicle, those things are huge. They weigh so much. And I owned an electric vehicle for a bit, and I was told when I purchased that vehicle that when that battery life expires, to take it back to them, they will recycle it. They will also give me a credit for a new one. I mean, that credit was minuscule compared to a brand new battery, but still, it's something is something, right? It's like anything else. When you go and purchase a new rear differential on a truck or a semi-truck, they always ask you, do you have the core? Because with the core, you get a discount towards your new one. And the core is obviously the old differential, the old box, the old gearbox, because you bring that in, they recycle it, they refurbish it to resell it as a used refurbished core, used refurbished differential or whatnot. So I see that this is already being implemented by these EV companies, and I don't see the need of making it a statewide regulation, to be honest. I don't think that people are taking the batteries out of their EV vehicles by themselves and throwing it in a dumpster. Those are very, very heavy EV batteries. And even if you take it to a mechanic shop, not all mechanic shops are authorized to work or even know how to work on an electric vehicle. So even if you take it to a mom and pop mechanic shop, I think they would turn you away and say, you know what, we can't work on these because we don't know what the heck we're doing with this. And we don't want to risk our liability, our insurance, to mess up your EV vehicle because we didn't extract this old battery correctly. This requires propulsion battery providers, typically EV manufacturers or brand owner importers, to register with CDPHE and to submit an education and outreach plan for secondary handlers, salvage yard, auto shops, landfills, etc. by 1/2/2029. This is just bloating government, in my opinion. Bloating the responsibility of CDPHE, bloating government to a point where now we have to, now we're telling these secondhand mechanic shops how to do their jobs, basically. They could already do this. Any secondhand or mom and pop mechanic shop can go through any of these EV manufacturers, Tesla, I forgot which other ones, GMC has EV vehicles now too, Chevy Bolts. They can go through them to get qualified and authorized to work on these vehicles if they choose to do so. So this is already in law. This is already, they can already do this. We don't have to force anybody to do this. And even if we're not forcing it, even if it's also still just voluntary, it already can be done right now. Why do we have to go through CDPHE, a state government body, to do so when they can go directly to the manufacturer and qualify and get trained to work on these EV vehicles and being able to learn how to extract these old EV batteries? This is just like I said. It can already be done. We don't need to bloat the state government to do so. Beginning 7/1/29 prohibits a propulsion battery provider from selling in Colorado unless it has an approved education outreach plan and maintains a website, English or Spanish, with emergency response information, contact info, and procedures for secondary handlers to request battery collection. Again, coming back to bloating government. Now Tesla, Chevy, GMC, now they have to go through CDPHE and provide an educational outreach plan to be able to sell in this state. Make that make sense. They already offer these educational programs to any body shop, any mechanic shop, to be able to come in here and go through them, say, hey, you know what? I want to be trained and authorized to work on these vehicles. Can you help me with that? They receive a certificate at the end of their training saying, this mechanic technician has gone through our training, understands the process, and can work on our vehicles without affecting the warranty. Any other mechanic shop will not risk the liability of their insurance to work on these vehicles if they break the warranty. That's already written in their laws, these companies. Why are we making it a statewide bloated government that we now have to go through that through us, the state, to be able to do so when it's already being done outside the state purview? Requires detailed labeling or QR code data for propulsion batteries sold after 10/1/28, including provider identity, manufacturer date, chemistry, capacity, hazards, and safe disposal information consistent with SAE standards, and mandates state of health disclosure for embedded batteries in model year 2028 and later, vehicles via in-vehicle displays or non-proprietary diagnostic tools. Now let's talk about non-proprietary. The state is now saying that you have to come through us, CDPHE, to be able to work on these vehicles, except in the case of non-proprietary diagnostic tools. So now we're not providing these mechanic shops with the proprietary tools needed to work on these vehicles, but they still have to come through us, CDPHE, to be able to work on these vehicles. And to be able to take off this battery and properly dispose of it, which they're already being properly disposed by the manufacturers. Not really disposed, they're actually being refurbished. Recycled, refurbished, and resold as refurbished batteries. So when you go to when your battery on your EV vehicle dies, no longer lives, you go to the dealership, Tesla, Chevy, GMC, and you say, my battery no longer works. They give you an option. Well, here's the price for a brand new battery to be installed, including installation. This is what's going to cost you, minus your core, which is the old battery. That's going to be refurbished, reused, regenerated. Or you can purchase another one that's already been refurbished, reused, and regenerated for this price. Also, we will take off the core price off a refurbished one already. So this is already being done. Why are we bloating government? Why are we going through CDPHE, through the state, to be able to do something that's already being done? Let's stop this and not have industry, not have all these manufacturers, not have the people go through all this through the government when it's not necessary. Our mission here, our whole point of being government is to protect your rights, and that is it. Why are we expanding that? We should not be expanding that. I urge a no vote.
Representative Slaw. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I spoke earlier on this bill, and I don't think we got quite to the point. This bill focuses on the disposal of electric vehicle batteries while ignoring the much larger environmental problem. The massive carbon and environmental harm caused by producing these batteries in the first place. The mining required for lithium, cobalt, nickel, and other rare materials is incredibly destructive. It tears apart landscapes, consumes enormous amounts of water, and creates major carbon emissions long before an electric vehicle ever reaches the road. In many cases, these materials are mined under weak environmental and near slave labor standards overseas, as well as creating a dependency on countries that could pull the rug out from under us at any moment, like they did during the COVID years, which was another created farce. Now again, we're the little Peters dependent upon the big Pauls. Big Daddy Paul robbing us little Peters. We are told these batteries are green, but the full life cycle emissions tell a far more complicated story. Manufacturing these batteries requires huge amounts of energy, and replacing them can cost tens of thousands of dollars. Now, this bill asks Colorado families and businesses to help shoulder yet another layer of costs and bureaucracy after the damage has already been done. If we are serious about protecting the environment, we should be honest about the real environmental footprint of creating these batteries instead of pretending the problem begins only when they're thrown away. It's a created problem, and we should have created better solutions to begin with. I urge a no.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, called my landfill manager, several things. First of all, it's illegal to put batteries in landfills. They do not put the batteries in the landfills because guess what they do? They start fires. So how do they keep them from going into the landfills? They have people, first there's a sign, says no batteries. If you do have the batteries, they tell you where to put the batteries so they can be recycled. And then when you go to do the tip, where you get rid of the stuff, they have men out there making sure that there's no batteries that they have put out there because they don't want to catch their landfill on fire. We're already doing what this bill does. And the other thing, the batteries out of a car are the size of a desk. And they want to mark them? Well, I'm pretty sure that they can tell the difference if that came out of a car or a cell phone. This is a silly bill. It does not need to be done. It's just more government oversight and overreach. We're already taking care of it, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the time to be able to speak about this. While I've been listening to the bill and listening to the other comments of other members, I've thought about some things that I've said. I've said this in committee about certain things, and I've said this here at the well before as well. Said well 2 times in 5 seconds. That wasn't intentional, but I'm sure it's no surprise that I'm opposed to this bill today. I've said before that I think if we really took a true cradle-to-grave life cycle sort of viewpoint on the vehicles that these batteries come from, the electric vehicles, versus internal combustion engine vehicles, ICE vehicles, and we looked at those side by side, I think that it's absolutely true and easy to see that they're relatively close in their total environmental impact. Both sets of vehicles are going to have 4 rubber tires. They're going to have both vehicles going to have 4 steel or aluminum main wheels plus a spare. They're all going to have cloth or leather seats with foam inside of them. That's all going to be the same. There's going to be tons of steel, the engines, the things that make the car go. I mean, there are some differences. Obviously, internal combustion engines, ICE vehicles, they have a lot of fluids that have to be maintained and changed and things over time. So if you look at the two, if you have an electric vehicle, you have in the mining and all the things, and I've got some more prepared comments, but I'm kind of just speaking off the top of my head on a couple of them before I read some of the things that I had typed before. But on the front and on the back end, your electric vehicles are going to have significantly more of an environmental impact. In the middle, yeah, your ICE vehicles are going to have a higher environmental impact because they're burning gasoline every time you're driving it, so they're creating emissions then. But the mining and extraction of the materials to do that, it's significantly higher for an EV. And so really at the end, you'll have what would kind of look like the old Popeye dumbbell, 2 big giant blocks of environmental impact, a little bit in the middle for an EV. But if it's an ICE vehicle, you're going to have, similar but smaller because they don't have the same amount of battery mining and extraction and production and all that. So that's going to be very different. And the disposal is the important part too, right? Because that's where it lasts for the rest of forever until that battery has turned back into the dirt that it came from or the minerals that it came from, something like that, which it never really will exactly. It's just not how it works. So yeah, I wanted to just begin by acknowledging something important. I don't think that the sponsors or anybody who likes electric vehicles have bad intentions necessarily. I think that everybody in the chamber agrees that electric vehicle batteries should be handled safely at the end of their useful life. Nobody wants environmental contamination in our landfills, in our soils, in our water, in our air, any of that kind of stuff. Nobody wants battery fires in landfills or dangerous materials improperly disposed of. Those are legitimate concerns, totally understandable, and they deserve serious discussion like we're trying to give it here today. But the question is not whether the battery disposal. The question is whether creating another large-scale, government-mandated regulatory framework is the right solution. I don't really think it is. I believe this bill takes us further down the path that this legislature has been walking for years now. I've watched and paid attention for, I think it has to be over a decade, since long before I ever even thought about sitting in one of these chairs. And I just thought, yeah, I'll take that environmental management program that's being offered to me, sitting here in this Army school where I'm hostage in the middle of Missouri and I have to come to class every day, all day, from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening and have a little bit of a break, but get offered to take this class where all I got to do is come in and learn about environmental stuff on Tuesdays and Thursdays and do some homework. There's nothing else to do here that I'm really interested in, so I might as well. So even that far back, I've recognized that we have these issues that we have to address. Yeah, and again, like I was saying, I think this takes us further down a path than this body for over a decade has been walking years, a path of increasingly centralized control, expanding bureaucracy, rising compliance costs, growing government management of industries that are still evolving. I mean, we're talking about electric vehicle battery disposal, but I'd like to see us move away from even EVs being the thing that the greener folks prefer. I'd like to see us get towards hydrogen cars and things like that. I think those are much more sustainable and have significantly better environmental impact. But in the meantime, I think we're better off just with internal combustion engines, with ICE vehicles. So when you really look at this bill, it's not simply about recycling. It creates an entirely new stewardship system with mandatory participation requirements, state-approved management plans, reporting mandates, compliance standards, labeling requirements, transportation requirements, recycler certification requirements, and ongoing oversight from state agencies. That's absolute inefficiency for something that we probably shouldn't be forcing nearly as much as we have been. And every time we create one of these systems like this, which we've done a handful of this session even, we're told the same things. Oh, this is just a modest program. It's necessary. It's good for the environment. It won't cost that much. It's just one more requirement that we have for this. But eventually all of those one more requirements begin stacking up one on top of another. And the process that we're going to have to go through for all those people who bought in to the low environmental impact, because it sounds great, although it's absolutely garbage. You know, earlier this year, before session started, it was back in the fall, early in the fall, I think, I was picking my kids up from school, and I was following an electric vehicle made by a company that also had a scientist who was really smart about electricity, named after him. And we're following this, and they're like, oh, cool, look at that. And I said, oh, what's so cool about that? They're like, oh, they don't create any pollution whatsoever. And I almost slammed on the brakes to say, hey, wait, kids, let's talk about this. Like, how do you figure that? I asked, how do you figure that it doesn't create any pollution? And he said, well, nothing. There's no emissions. It's just a little bit of water vapor and some water, that comes out of the creation of this kind of stuff. And I said, well, but what about the manufacturing of this? Like, what's making that thing go? And they're like, well, they're battery powered. I'm like, well, where do the batteries come from? And we talked about like how battery manufacturing, those are those minerals and the things that the batteries are made out of. And it's not just a small car battery, which a car battery, I mean, if I had my 9-year-old, if I told my 9-year-old she had to change the car battery, it's a little bit different than her changing out the double A's, in her electronic device that she likes to play with. It's a car battery. It probably weighs a third of what she does. So it would be very hard for her to do that. And that's just a standard car battery from an ICE vehicle, from an internal combustion engine vehicle. So these batteries that we're talking about, these are huge compared to that. Many battery fuel cells. And I said, so we've got all the mining and all the manufacturing, all the refining, all of that, of all these huge minerals, or these minerals that make these huge batteries, and those all had a pretty big environmental impact, wouldn't you guys think? And they're like, oh yeah, I guess we see where you're coming from, Dad, yeah. I said, well, what about the tires? And they said, well, what about the tires? I said, well, are the tires really any different than the tires on the truck that we're driving right now that gets fantastic gas mileage at about 13.1 average gas mileage? And like, oh yeah, I guess they're basically the same. These are bigger tires. And I said, okay. So these vehicles that these batteries come from, they got basically the same tires. They got basically the same wheels. They've got basically the same frame. They've got basically all the same internal junk, but they have this huge burden of these batteries that we have to deal with for the mining and extraction and everything up front, and then we have to deal with the disposal at the back end, which honestly I think is a huge issue, maybe the biggest issue of all of the issues for these. So, and who's going to pay for it? It's probably not the government, or at least we haven't run a bill yet to have the government pay for the disposal of the batteries, but maybe next year we'll get to that one, not to give anybody any ideas. But consumers absolutely feel it. They're the ones that feel this. Businesses feel it, the manufacturers feel it, and the people who drive the vehicles, they're going to feel the costs. And that's because government doesn't absorb those costs. It always costs more downstream. They always show up in higher prices, higher repair costs, higher insurance rates, higher compliance costs. I mean, insurance rates. We talked about insurance for other things earlier today, but the insurance costs for these battery-powered vehicles that these are going to have to be disposed of, they're a lot higher. And if you've never seen one of these electric vehicles burn, it is, not awesome in a good way, not awesome in a 1980s sort of way, but awesome in a way of like watching huge explosions is awesome. These battery fires from these batteries is just, it's just awesome to see that happen. It is almost its own individual disaster. So at a time when Coloradoans are already struggling with the affordability in nearly every aspect of life, mostly probably because of some of the other things that we've worried about here, housing, groceries, utilities, insurance, fuel, although I guess, fuel for the batteries that we're talking about is going to come from plugging it into your wall, which is going to come from those high-powered transmission lines that come from somewhere else that may or may not be producing that energy from renewable sources. Probably not. If it's anything efficient, it's coming from natural gas or it's coming from coal. It's coming from some of those sources, not non-dependable wind and solar and sunshine. So at a time when we have all of those and we have the insurance and fuel and transportation costs, I don't think that we should be adding yet another layer of regulatory costs into the economy and into having one of these types of vehicles. If a person wants to have one of these, great. I think they're really cool. I just don't think that they're anything that we should ever prop up and subsidize or give credits for or act like they're anything better for the environment. The batteries are a huge environmental impact concern and risk. And what concerns me even more about this is that this bill is attempting to heavily regulate a market that's still developing. We're still seeing how electric vehicles are shaping the market. And we don't really have all those answers, even though they've been around for a while now. We still have a lot of answers yet to go, and what the long-term disposals of all these are like. I mean, the car that I drove here today is a 23-year-old internal combustion ICE engine vehicle that gets pretty good gas mileage. And I would argue that the environmental impact of my little car, I mean, it's as ugly as death, but like, it continues to run and has no issues. So my overall environmental impact is significantly less. I'd like to see, like, I don't know, I don't have a 23-year-old electric vehicle that has all these batteries in it. And I bet if I did, it would hardly be running. We all know that, like, we all get new cell phones, and part of the reason we get new cell phones periodically is because the batteries start to wear out. We even have in your settings on your phone, you can even go in and look at your battery health. And you can do that on these electric vehicles too, and that battery health is going to die. But I'll tell you what, the engine health and the ability to burn gasoline health of my non-electric vehicle car, that ICE car is running great, no issues. It's, again, admittedly super ugly, but I'm not going to have to worry about disposing of the equivalent of 23 years of batteries all in one shot just to be able to keep a car on the road. Large corporations with teams of lawyers and compliance officers can usually absorb the cost of these regulations. Small businesses often cannot. Startups can't. Independent recyclers can't. Consumers, individuals, they can't. So sometimes the unintended consequences of bills like this are actually they consolidate market power into fewer large entities while making it harder for smaller corporations or individuals. I think we should be really careful about that. We should also recognize that this is another thing that I had thought of. We should also recognize that a lot of Coloradans are still struggling to afford just basic electricity. And now we're going to make that electricity also have to power our cars. And even though we have average, it's not really particularly below average energy costs here in Colorado. It's pretty average. It's not as bad as California. It's not as bad as Hawaii. Those are some of the worst. It's not as bad as some of our states back east, but here in Colorado, we're pretty average. And I think that that's due to our abundant natural gas and coal and fossil fuel powered energy resources that we have, and the work that we've done over decades and decades to make it so that we can use those natural resources that we here in Colorado are truly blessed to have in our state. I mean, that could be a huge economic boon to our state if we actually harness those things instead of forcing these green mandates that give us all these other things and that make some people feel like electric vehicles may be the way to go, and then they'll have to deal with these batteries. Affluent households, they may be able to absorb the costs without much difficulty. I couldn't. I know I couldn't personally absorb the costs of disposing of these and then figuring out how I'm going to keep my EV running. Working class families, they notice every additional expense. I know I do. Rural Coloradans, they notice every additional expense. People commuting long distances, they'll notice additional expense every single day. People I represent often work in agriculture, construction, transportation, energy, manufacturing, and trades, and they rely on affordability and practicality. Many of them are already concerned that the state government is increasingly disconnected from the economic realities they face every day. And there's another issue that concerns me deeply about this bill, and it seems that Colorado will successfully build and maintain the infrastructure necessary to implement this highly managed recycling system on the timelines that's envisioned. But what happens if that doesn't happen? What happens if we don't develop as expected? What happens if recycling capacity becomes constrained? What happens if costs increase dramatically? We don't have the answers for all of those things. So right now we're talking about doing this, but we just don't know how in the future these costs might affect people in every single one of our districts. Every single one of our districts is going to have people that these costs are going to impact. And if we're not careful with how we do this, it's going to be a huge problem for a lot of people, whether they're just, all the things that I just listed that are from my district as well. Businesses are going to be forced to navigate the overlapping systems, the conflicting mandates, and the compliance burdens. We've seen this happen repeatedly in other sectors, and once the government creates a bureaucracy, it almost never shrinks over time. The reporting requirements are going to expand, the enforcement mechanisms are going to expand, the rulemaking is going to expand, the fees are going to expand. The fees always expand. I remember when I got my first truck a little over 30 years ago, I didn't have to take it to get emissions done on it. I just didn't have to. It wasn't an issue. Eventually, the public looks around and wonders why everything became so expensive and so complicated. It's because of things like this. It's because of the additional layers of bureaucracy that we put on things that are already unnecessarily overly expensive, because we have created a narrative that says these electric vehicles, they're cleaner, they're better for the environment, even though we're only looking at one very small factor, and that's the emissions while you're driving. That's the only real benefit, the only real significant difference between an electric vehicle and an ICE vehicle. It's just the emissions while you're driving. And then maybe some fluids maintenance. You don't have to have oil changes on an electric vehicle, I guess, but those are the only real significant differences. Everything else is basically exactly the same, except for these, we have to deal with the batteries, which is a huge issue. I believe, like I've said before many times, both in the Energy and Environment Committee and then here at the well, I believe in environmental stewardship. I really am. I really do. From the time that I was 11 until I was too old to play, and then I was an adult, Boy Scout, and we learned about leave no trace. We learned about being good stewards of our environment. And I believe in that. I love Colorado. I've said this before in committee. I love Colorado and our natural beauty, our environmental beauty, and we should protect that. But I think we already have the things that are necessary in place to do that. We don't need to create additional burdens on people who choose to drive an electric vehicle for whatever reason they do. I believe that responsible disposal of hazardous materials is important, and that's what we would have to do. But I believe we also need, I guess I would just call it humility in our government and our decision making. And I don't really feel like we have that. I feel like this is over the top and is unnecessary and just creates additional burden. We should recognize that not every emerging issue requires an immediate construction of a new statewide regulatory apparatus. We don't need to necessarily make up another program, another council, another body, another agency, add more layers, add more burden, make it more difficult. Gosh, to get my car re-registered after I got back from a military deployment one time, it was the biggest pain, just because of all of the additional burdens that I had to go through and all the different layers of things that have been added on top of that kind of stuff. And I am certain that this would certainly do exactly the same thing. Sometimes innovation solves problems. Rarely does bureaucracy do that. Sometimes existing hazardous material laws and private sector incentives are already pushing industries in the right direction, and we just need to let them be the smart ones and not try to get government involved, because I don't think we're coming up with the great ideas for it. Sometimes restraint and just stepping back is the wiser course. That's the better thing for us to do. Colorado families are unquestionably and universally and everywhere asking us for greater affordability, and we're not really giving them that most of the time with the things that we have been working on here. They're asking us for regulatory balance. This is not balance. This is in addition to and extra and above and beyond. They're asking us to stop making every aspect of life more expensive and more complicated. This would make life for an electric vehicle owner, whether they did it for their environmental purposes or just because it's cool to own a vehicle that can go from 0 to 60 in very fast seconds. They're not asking for us to make their life more expensive and more complicated. I don't think that this moves us in the right direction. I don't think that the narrative that it backs up, that these electric vehicles are better, is correct. I think the fact that we have to even be talking about how we will deal with these batteries disposal points to the fact that this was never a fantastic idea, and that these types of vehicles have always had just as much of an environmental impact as an internal combustion engine vehicle or an ICE vehicle. I think we always needed to recognize that, but that's not the story that we've wanted to tell. I think this bill illustrates that story very well. We have to create we're going to create this huge additional burden on people to deal with something that they thought was going to be good, but now they're going to be paying for it, and it's going to be, a blunt instrument to them when they have to dispose of these batteries and deal with trying to do that. And it still doesn't necessarily eliminate all the risks from doing this. So for these reasons that I've mentioned, and I really could just go on and on. I still have probably 3 or 4 things that I didn't even talk about yet that it makes me think that this is not at all the right direction for us to go. So for all those reasons and everything that everybody else has said on here previous to me, I urge no vote on this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 003 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 003 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 023.
Senate Bill 23 by Senators Kolker and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Rhoda and Lukens, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 23 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did a lot of amendments in the Appropriations Committee, so if you all don't mind, I do want to go through all of them, even though it might take a few minutes. So in the Appropriations Committee, we brought L21, which strikes L2 that was brought in the Senate regarding the 3 to 5% change for the Post-Workforce Readiness Sustainability Fund. We also brought an amendment, this is L23, that is in relation to the out-of-state placement. So there was a broader, there needs to be a broader policy conversation around youth in facility settings, whether they served in Colorado or out of state. So there was an amendment in L15, in the Senate, L15, that only focused on the narrow issue of district residency for children sent out of state for facility schools, but these vulnerable students have been falling through the cracks. This amendment leads to better outcomes. We also brought L27, which has become known as the Smoothing Factor Amendment. This came from a year-long negotiation, specifically with our school executives. They convened a working group to develop a sustainable smoothing factor methodology, building upon the framework introduced in House Bill 25-1320 that will replace current student averaging. So CFOs and superintendents from all districts across the state were invited to participate in this working group. The recommendation that came out was the greater of current year FPC or 50-30-20 weighted smoothing factor. So we passed that in Appropriations Committee. We also brought Amendment L31, which is the cost of living amendment. The cost of living factor in the School Finance Act caused some unexpected negative impacts to around 43 school districts. Unfortunately, this information was released by CDE somewhat late in the process, with budgets already finalized for next year. These districts faced an incredibly difficult scenario in needing to figure out how to address a funding source decrease so late in the game. This change impacted some of our most vulnerable, at-risk, and rural districts. So for 1 year, there will be a pause on the implementation of the new cost of living factor. The previous cost of living factor will be used in the School Finance Act, and this will ensure those 43 districts will not face a sudden funding decrease. Just as a note, the House Bill 1448 formula itself is not being changed. This is just specific to cost of living only. This amendment will state that the statutorily required study of the cost of living factor that occurs every 2 years is released no later than December 31st, and this will ensure that the information is available before the legislative session begins and well before any budget or school finance decisions are made. We also brought L28, which was our charter at-risk hold harmless. The charter school working group had come to an agreement on how to move forward with calculating the charter schools funding, specifically related to at-risk. And then we brought a number of amendments to adjust the fiscal note as well to align with those amendments, and we asked for your yes vote. Oh, nope.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in addition to all of that good work that we did in appropriations this morning, I also have 2 more amendments that we are going to want to share for Senate Bill 23. And one of them is to the appropriations report, one of them is to the bill, and I would just like to describe them because they work together. So these 2 amendments address what you have likely read or heard about in news reports regarding the state spending more than $100 million in taxpayer money this year on programs designed solely for homeschool and private school students. And a lot of these programs look nothing like public schools. They are set up inside private schools so parents can get a discount on private school tuition. They are set up in micro schools led by parents in ways that allow them to pay for the costs of homeschooling. And the audits from CDE have shown that public school dollars are paying for homeschool and private school students to receive all sorts of things like private ski lessons, private horseback riding, private music lessons, club sports fees paid for, private jiu-jitsu classes, and more. And these are all things that families who have full-time students in public schools have to pay for with their own money. The state doesn't pay for their kids' lacrosse team fees that they participate in as an extracurricular or their ski passes. So really on a broad level, we are seeing an attempt to outsource public education and to privatize public education in a way that is having a very deep impact on our budget. At the very same time, we are challenged to continue to implement our new school funding formula on schedule. And this was never the legislature's intent. All of this is coming from a misuse and abuse of several existing statutes. So the first is an old statute that allows school districts to contract out for educational services. That statute was never meant to allow contract schools or to outsource schools to private parties to privatize our schools. That statute was never meant to be an end run around the Charter Schools Act and the Innovation Schools Act, which are the statutes that you have to use to set up schools, using the regulated process with guardrails and transparency, not some backdoor lawless process. So L33 will later correct that misuse of the statute and clarify the legislative intent. But we are also, with an amendment I'm about to offer, clarifying the legislative intent related to the BOCES Act. This act has been around for more than 50 years as a way for school districts to contract to accomplish a goal with an economy of scale for the member districts. But it has been misused and abused. And the amendment that I'm about to offer, L42, which is a replacement to L40, if anyone had seen that prior version, this amendment will clarify that BOCES are not statewide authorizers other than as expressly permitted and authorized to operate by law. And third, I will say our current law says that school districts can submit requests for funding from the state for homeschool students if they attend public school for a portion of the day. Despite that reference to homeschool students, funding has been going to private school students enrolled in private schools. That has to stop, and this amendment will do that. We're also stopping the use of funding that is going to private activities and things of value for part-time students like the jiu-jitsu, the ski lessons, the private team sports, and music lessons. These are things that parents pay for when kids are enrolled full-time in public school, so we shouldn't be paying for them for homeschool and private school students either. These amendments combined will ensure that public school dollars are being spent on public school, and the savings are anticipated to be in the tens of millions. So it is critical that we do this now to ensure we are able to maximize what we're able to do next year in funding our public schools. So with that, I move L042 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank
Rep.
you,
Sirota.
Madam Chair. So this amendment sets express rules for all part-time programs for homeschool students. They're not available to private school students, and it requires that programs verify eligibility before enrollment. They cannot offer things of private value that are not available to full-time students, like paying for those private lessons or private team fees. It clarifies that they cannot operate outside the territorial limits unless they follow a specific authorization process through the local board or through the State Department of Education. And it also amends the BOCES Act to clarify the legislative intent that BOCES are not statewide authorizers of schools and programs. To operate a part-time program outside their territory, they have to follow the same process that school districts would need to follow to get authorization. And I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any Representative DeGraff?
I'm curious. So with the funding like this, and you say, okay, well, we're going to help fund these things, then you'd say, okay, these programs, these type programs qualify for this because a public school would have something like band. They have the competitive sports. They have all of these other programs that everybody pays for. Not everybody gets to take advantage of. But now, where you have something that actually works, you have the school system that you outsource a major amount of your costs for teaching, and then you bring in a policy, a jealousy-based policy that is, you could fix the other way and say, well, why don't you allow, because if parents are finding value in things like jiu-jitsu, why not take some money or allow parents to take money out of the public system and use that instead of the PE classes in school that they might be getting no value out of, allow them to apply that money towards jiu-jitsu? Why not apply some of those course loads, those curriculum enhancements, or even horseback riding? Why not allow the kids that are in public school to access those? So instead of trying to make a program better, what you're trying to do, it's ultimately the goal is to degrade other programs to the level of the public school. So instead of creating a better public school system, you just want to make a worse private or augmented school system. So that, of course, that's the nature of socialism. Instead of figuring out something that works, you just make sure that everybody shares in the misery. I recommend no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L042? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L042. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L042 passes. Representative Sirota, to the appropriations report. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report as amended passes. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think before we get to just speaking directly about the entirety of the School Finance Act, since this follows on the heels of the last amendment that we ran, I now move L033 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a complement, like I said, to L42. L33 works to close down a loophole that was being used as an end run around the Charter School Act, and it says that contract schools are not authorized by the statute that allows school districts to contract out for educational services. This closes down the backdoor and unregulated use of contract schools that was never the legislature's intent. It does keep the status quo to allow an option for online schools to contract with an online education provider, since this is common practice. It also applies the same rules for online contractors that apply to charter schools. It isn't a different obligation for online schools.
Is there any Representative Sirota, were you still talking? I apologize.
Nope.
No? Okay. Representative DeGraff.
All right, once again, when we have an education system that is failing, you have 80% graduation rate and you have 25% of the students that meet or exceed standards. So 25% of the students meet or exceed standards to go on after high school. Trade schools have been all but eliminated, and now apparently the legislative intent, and I'm curious where you get this legislative intent. If it's your intent, what you're doing is you're taking all of these programs that have been used to actually augment the actual education of students, and then you say that it's an end run around whatever program. So I'm guessing that the legislative intent was failure, because everything that you're advocating for here is failure. You have all kinds of creative ways to work within inside the legal, and now you're saying the only thing that the school system intended was for things that don't work, which by the typical government processes would make sense. But you've got I'm curious where this interpretation of the legislative intent came from, because they created a whole program and they put their intent into law. They made sure it was codified into law. And then these other places, you're not saying that they're working in violation of the law. You're saying that they're working in conjunction with the law as created by the legislature to create actual educational value for students, actual value. And your interpretation of the intent was that they never intended for parents and schools to find any other way of creating educational value. So I commend the sponsors on figuring out the best ways to make sure the school system in Colorado continues to fail. These are, I think, the legislative intent in these bills, in this legislation that was brought out, was to find ways, was to allow some creativity to make sure that the students learn. And the only thing that you bring to the table is that we need to shut down all of these creative things, because everybody needs to be equally as miserable as those that are staying inside the state school system. I get it. That is the socialist way, misery for everybody at all levels. But I'm very curious where you're getting the actual legislative intent. Is there something that says the legislative intent was to not allow any sort of creativity whatsoever? I recommend a no vote on this amendment and try to save the students from a failing system. And quite honestly, this looks to me like just more advocacy for the same failed system. We have a bill that right out of the gate, not talking about fixing the system, but just talking about ways to make sure that everybody fails equally in the system. That's socialism.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L033. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L003 passes. To the bill, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are very proud to bring the School Finance Act before you today. 2 years ago, this legislature made 2 landmark improvements to how Colorado funds its schools. We eliminated the budget stabilization factor, and we updated the school funding formula for the first time in 30 years. Today, with the 2026 School Finance Act, we are honoring the commitments that we made when we established those changes. We have had many difficult budget conversations this year, which is why I'm especially happy to share that this year's School Finance Act increases per pupil funding to $12,316, a $440 increase over the previous fiscal year. Every Colorado school district will maintain or increase its funding. As a representative for rural Colorado and a teacher, I am proud to say that of this bill's $195 million year-over-year funding increase, the majority will go to schools serving students with the greatest needs, including those in rural communities. We have worked hard over the last few years to get school funding right. This year's School Finance Act is a reflection of that dedication to equity and predictability. Delivering more resources to Colorado students is something we can all be proud of. I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 2623.
Is there any further? Representative Sirota. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to extend my deep gratitude to my co-prime from Steamboat. It has been a delight to work with you on this really important piece of legislation this year. We are deeply committed to investing in our K-12 public schools to improve outcomes for our students and conditions for our educators. Colorado's budgetary shortfall did require many painful decisions, but even in the face of nearly universal declining school enrollment, the 2026 School Finance Act increases per pupil funding by more than $400 and ensures no district relieves less funding than they did prior through a hold harmless principle. We've made substantial progress and have invested record funding in our schools over the last few years. This year's School Finance Act protects our investments in K-12 education and keeps the new student-centered formula in place. I'm very grateful for everyone's intense work on this bill, and I urge your yes vote.
Representative Garcia Sander. And before you get started, members, it's getting to be a little loud in here. Thank you. Go ahead, Rep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate all of the time and work that goes into the School Finance Act every year, but especially this year. It's always something that's super concerning to those of us who work in education about what's going to happen, what cuts need to be made, how much money are we going to get. And really this year, the outcome is that our charter schools were held harmless and they are included in the smoothing factor. Our BOCES are funded. Overall, it's a really good picture. I do really appreciate the conversation that I had with the bill sponsors about an amendment that I'm going to run, and I will move L036 and ask that it be displayed properly. I'm sorry, I take that back.
Can you just say you withdraw the motion?
I withdraw that amendment. I withdraw that amendment, and I'd like to move Amendment L041.
All right.
And ask that it be displayed properly. Oops.
The amendment's displayed, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been hearing a lot from some schools that are really worried about something that happened between last year and this year, and that was the elimination of paper pencil tests for our 3rd and 4th grade students for the state CMAS. We have schools who are intentionally delaying students' time on tech, meaning that they're not introducing students to using technology for school, for writing, and for test taking until the end of 4th grade, early 5th grades, and that's been a long-standing practice in their schools. They are just concerned that we have students who are taking a tech use test, not a test of academic skills. And we've talked about that for years, that we have students who, they just don't have keyboarding skills or they don't have the mouse clicking skills. And while many of our schools have started our students using technology earlier, using mouse and keyboard, instructing them in those skills earlier, there are still some schools that really don't want to do that until much later in their testing years. They want to focus their time on the actual physical writing. And there's a lot of research around the physical task of writing, handwriting. It connects the synapses. And so there are schools that would like to still be able to have the option of paper pencil tests. We still do have students that are on IEPs who have 504s who will be taking paper pencil tests regardless. And so that is already something that CDE and Pearson are aware of. So this is not something that's adding a layer of, oh, now we need to have people who are going to score the tests. CDE is already going to be delivering tests to Pearson because those paper booklets still will be taken by some students. So this amendment actually allows schools who are interested and willing to pay for their own 3rd, 4th grade tests, their paper pencil tests, to still have the option to do so. So I appreciate the bill sponsors for hearing this amendment, and I hope that you will all concur and be a strong aye.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors, for your hard work on this bill. I concur with my colleague. I urge an aye vote on L41. In Colorado, 3rd and 4th grade students take the English CMAS test, the Math CMAS test, and in 4th grade also the Social Studies CMAS test. Grades 3 through 8 take between 8 and 11 hours of testing every year, and studies show that those who take online tests score generally lower than those taking paper tests, especially in English and math. And that add to that the weak broadband, and in some areas there's a variance of student and system readiness for technology. And as my colleague just said, oftentimes, especially in 3rd grade, it's more of a test of technology knowledge than it is of math or science. And so I urge an aye vote on Amendment 41.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, though I don't think it goes far enough. I taught 6th grade at a school that did not have technology at all. We had no technology. And it was the first year of this school, and we had students from all sorts of different learning environments, from traditional public schools, charter public schools, home schools, private schools, etc. And many of the students who first came in had not actually used paper and pencil since 2nd grade, bless you. And by the end of the year, they had not utilized technology at all, and we had seen the impact that taking technology out of the classroom had on their learning. It expanded immensely. They were able to come up to speed in various ways that they had struggled to do over the prior 11 years, or 6 years, I guess I should say. In any case, I want to point to the fact that I believe it's LA's public school, one of the largest districts in the nation, recently came out in having a new policy related to technology and reducing technology in their classrooms because of the impact that technology has on learning, and it's in the negative direction. And so I do support that if schools are wanting to take technology out of their classes and actually teach and have their students learn the old-fashioned way because it's showing greater measures of success, that they should be able to do that and then not be harmed when their students go to take these assessments, because the students aren't being tested on what they know, but on how well they can navigate technology. And so while I do support this amendment, again, I don't think it goes far enough. I think it should include all grades that take these tests.
Representative DeGraff.
Just going to back up my colleague. I think this is a great amendment. Doesn't go far enough. Having taught at the Air Force Academy, I had students that would come to me and say that if they could have their fancy calculator, they would be very happy to give me the correct answer, but could not. One student actually told me, like, well, I wouldn't understand what it means, but I could give you the right answer. And so I was very much an advocate of limiting the technology and making sure that the students understand the physical concepts as opposed to just learning how to manipulate the technology. I think they have enough experience in manipulating technology, and I think like books and paper are probably something that we need to revisit the skill set. So I'm in favor of this amendment. I would like to see more. I think we would probably have a lot less issues with the attention with students if we go more towards paper and pencil and less reliance on the digital everything. So I recommend an aye vote on this.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the conversations we have had with the amendment sponsor. Well, I actually think this would be more appropriate as its own standalone bill. I do agree that it is a worthy policy to consider. Challenge being that just last year or the year before, last year, a bill was passed to actually take everything online, and this is reversing a thing that was done to achieve savings in the state. I do appreciate, though, that I love the idea of our younger kids being kept off of tech as much as possible in those early years. I agree it's not particularly necessary, and they have the rest of their lives to learn it, and they probably learn better without screens in front of their faces. But I wish it were its own bill, but think for now we'll just go with it, and we appreciate the amendment sponsor and would also urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L041. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L41 passes. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in support of this bill. I think the School Finance Act is one of the biggest bills that we vote on, and it is obviously one of the biggest things in my district. So District 6 is one of the largest school districts in the state, and I hear from my district that this is one of the things that there's a priority. When we're facing cuts and when we run other bills to try to fund education, I think this is something that we should obviously have top of mind as a priority when we fund our public school systems. As you know, my district is very pro public schools and higher ed as well. And I think at a time when we want to talk about funding teachers, we want tax dollars funding to flow into the classrooms as well as to the students. I think this is a time where we should also keep in mind how these dollars are being spent. You know, I think my school district has made it very clear that top of mind is funding, and I think everybody's school district is top of mind when it comes to funding our teachers. And, you know, I went to public schools. I think I've said this time and time again well, I'm a product of public schools. I was the at-risk student, you know, and we had programs and funding that actually helped me get to college and propel me to where we are now. And I think that this is something that I'm strongly supportive of. I supported it last year, and I just want to go on the record that I listen to my school district, I listen to my district, and this is something that is obviously very important to them every year. And so I'm not afraid to support the School Finance Act, especially because we are looking at a 2.4 increase. And I appreciate the work of the sponsors and JBC to make sure that we have funding for education. I know a lot of you are teachers and have that background, and I just want to stand with my teachers, and I want to stand with my students in my district, because I think at a time when we're facing cuts, we have to make sure we have the resources for them. And I just always want to emphasize we should be making sure that these tax dollars are spent wisely. And again, I think it also falls on the school districts individually to decide for themselves. You know, we have school boards across the state that decide where this funding goes. I believe in autonomy. I believe in local control. My district believes in that, and I encourage an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, sponsors, so much for all of the discussions. I know we've been starting to move fast. The Senate bill has been amended a lot, and thank you for taking the last amendment. Proud to say that House District 63 has the most school districts in the House of Representatives, with 33 of them. And on behalf of all 33 of them, to make sure we're all following a line with what's happening, I request that Senate Bill 26023 be read at length.
Hearing the motion, the bill will be read at length.
Senate Committees, House Committees, Education Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the financing of public schools, and, in 102 connection therewith, making and reducing in 103 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lege.colorado.gov. The bill increases the statewide base per pupil funding for the 2026-27 budget year by $217.30 to account for inflation. Sets a new statewide base per pupil funding amount for the 2026-27 budget year at $8,909.10, and Senate third reading unamended April 29, 2026. Senate amended second reading April 28, 2026. Senate sponsorship Coker and Kirkmeyer, Amable, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Coleman, Cutter, Doherty, Exum, Frizzle, Gonzalez J., Jode, Kipp, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton R., Roberts, Simpson, Snyder, Wallace, Weissman. House sponsorship Sirota and Lukens. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Sets the total program funding for the 2026-27 budget year at $10,209,589,888. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-54-103.5, add 3, 3b, and 14b, as follows, for 22-54-103.5. District Total Program, Rules, Legislative 5 Declaration, Repeal. 6, 3, Statewide Base Per Pupil Funding. 7, B.I. For the 2026-27 budget year, the statewide base PR8 pupil funding is $8,900.49, $8,900.40, which is an amount equal to $8,691.80, $8,691.80. 11 supplemented by $208.60, 12, $208.60, TO account for inflation. 13, 2, this subsection, 3, B, IS repealed, effective July 1, 2032. 14, total program funding. 15, B.I. For the 2026-27 budget year, the Department of 16 Education and the staff of the Legislative Council shall 17 determine, based on budget projections, the amount TO ensure 18 that for the 2026-27 budget year, the sum of total program. 19 funding for all districts, including funding for institute. 20 charter schools, is at least $10,189,21,918,642.22, $10,189,918,642. Except that the Department of 23 Education and the staff of the Legislative Council shall make 24 mid-year revisions to replace projections with actual figures, 25 including actual pupil enrollment, assessed valuations, and -2023. 1 specific ownership tax revenue from the prior year to determine 2 any necessary changes in the amount to maintain total program 3 funding for the applicable budget year. 4, 2, this subsection, 14, B, IS repealed, effective July 1, 5, 2032. 6 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-13-103, amend 7, 1, C, introductory portion, and add, 1, C.5, as follows, 822-13-103. School Transformation Grant Program, created, 9 rules, repeal. 10, 1, there is created in the department the School Transformation 11 Grant Program to provide funding to, 12, C, for grants issued on or before June 30, 2026, assist 13 school districts, the Institute, and charter schools that are implementing 14 priority improvement or turnaround plans in planning for and 15 implementing one or more of the following rigorous school redesign 16 strategies, 17, C.5, for grants issued on or after July 1, 2026, assist 18 school districts, the Institute, and charter schools that are 19 implementing priority improvement or turnaround plans in 20 planning for and implementing one or more of the rigorous 21 redesign strategies described in Section 22-11-209, 2a, or 22 Section 22-11-210, 5a, 23 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-13-105, amend 24:1, introductory portion and 6b, and add 1.5, as follows, 2522-13-105. School Transformation Grants, Application, 26 Awards, Report. 27:1, for grants issued on or before June 30, 2026, the state. -3023. 1 board, subject to available appropriations, shall award School 2 transformation grants to 1 or more school districts or charter schools or 3 to the institute to use in 1.5, for grants issued on or after July 1, 2026. The State 5 board, subject to available appropriations, shall award School 6 transformation grants to 1 or more school districts or 7 charter schools or to the institute TOUs for the purposes 8 described in Section 22-13-103(1). 9.6b, of the money annually appropriated for School 10 transformation grants, the department may expend an amount that is 11 necessary to enter into 1 or more contracts with a public or private 12 entity to provide the uses described in subsection 1 or 1.5 of this 13 section to multiple school districts or charter schools that are eligible for 14 a school transformation grant. The entity shall use research-based 15 strategies and have a proven record of success working with schools. 16 under similar circumstances. 17 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-44-105, amend 18(6)(d)(2), as follows, 1922-44-105. Budget, contents, mandatory, repeal. 26(d)(2), this subsection, 6, is subsections 6a, 6b, and 21(6)(d) of this section are repealed, effective July 1, 2026. 22 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-54-103.3, amend 23(3)(b), as follows, 2422-54-103.3. District Total Program, 2025 to 26 through 2030 to 31-25 budget years, definitions, repeal. 26(3)(b)(i), for the 2026 to 27 budget year, a district's total program 27 is the greater of the district's total program determination for the 2024 to 25. -4023. 1 budget year or the amount calculated pursuant to Section 22-54-104 plus 2 an amount equal to 30% of the difference between the district's 3 total program calculation pursuant to Section 22-54-103.5 and the 4 districts' total program calculation pursuant to Section 22-54-104. 5.2. When determining a district's total program pursuant 6.2 subsection 3(b)(i) of this section, if the district's total 7 program calculation pursuant to Section 22-54-103.5 is less than 8 the district's total program calculation pursuant to Section 922-54-104, then notwithstanding subsection 3(b)(i) of this 10 section, the district's total program is the greater of the 11 district's total program determination for the 2024 to 25 budget 12 year or the amount calculated pursuant to Section 22-54-104. 13 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-54-117, amend 14(1)(a), introductory portion and 1(a)(9), as follows, 1522-54-117. Contingency Reserve, Fund, repeal. 16(1)(a), for the 2007 to 2008 fiscal year and fiscal years thereafter the 17 General Assembly shall annually determine the amount to appropriate to 18 the Contingency Reserve Fund, which is created in the State Treasury. In 19 deciding the amount to appropriate to the Contingency Reserve Fund, the 20 General Assembly may take into consideration any recommendations made 21 by the Department of Education, but nothing in this section obligates the 22 General Assembly to provide supplemental assistance to all districts that 23 are found to be in need or to fully fund the total amount of such need. The 24 State Board may approve and order payments from the Contingency 25 Reserve Fund for supplemental assistance to districts determined to be in 26 need as the result of any or all of the following circumstances, 27(9)(a), for the 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23, and 2023 to 24 budget years. -5023. 1 unusual financial burden caused by the withholding of local property 2 taxes pursuant to Section 29-1-606(5) for a rural or small rural school 3 district, as defined in Section July 22, 2011, 4. Because of a delay in filing for the audit report due to extraordinary problems that could not have been 5 reasonably foreseen or prevented by the rural or small rural school 6 district. 7b. This subsection 1(a)(9) is repealed, effective July 1, 2026. 8 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-54-205, amend 9(2)(a), 2(b)(i), 2(c)(i), 2(c), 2(4)(c), and 4(d), as follows, 1022-54-205. Sustain funding, rules, repeal. 11(2)(a), a local education provider is eligible to receive 12 reimbursement sustained funding for students who, in the preceding 13 budget year, successfully satisfied post-secondary credit, received in 14 industry-recognized credential, or satisfied work-based learning 15 requirements as specified by state board rule. A local education provider. 16 is eligible to receive multiple reimbursement sustained funding. 17 distributions for 1 student. A local education provider is eligible for 18 reimbursement TO receive sustained funding for students who are 19 enrolled in a P-TECH school or participating in a TREP program. 20. B.I. For the 2026 to 27 budget year, the department shall divide 21 the total amount of sustained funding for reimbursement distribution into 22 the following categories. 23. A. 20% of the total amount of sustained funding for 24 reimbursement distribution for post-secondary credit attainment. 25. B. 40% of the total amount of sustained funding for 26 reimbursement distribution for industry-recognized credentials earned. 27. C. 37% of the total amount of -6, 023. 1. Sustained funding for reimbursement distribution for work-based 2 learning, and 3. D. 3% of the total amount of sustained funding to 4. Offset the direct and indirect costs incurred in administering the sustained 5 funding. 6. C. I. For the 2027 to 28 budget year, and each budget year 7 thereafter, the State Board shall determine the percentages of the total 8 amount of sustained funding for reimbursement distribution assigned to 9 the post-secondary credit attainment, industry-recognized credentials, and 10 work-based learning categories, except that the 3% of the 11 total amount of sustained funding to offset the direct and indirect costs 12 incurred in administering the sustained funding must not be changed. The 13 percentages for each category are determined by State Board Rule 14.2, in determining the percentages of the total amount of sustained 15 funding for reimbursement distribution assigned to each category. 16. Pursuant to subsection 2, C, I, of this section, the State Board shall 17. Consider the availability of post-secondary and workforce readiness. 18. Opportunities offered by local education providers, student participation. 19. And evidence of student outcomes. 24. The State Board shall adopt rules governing. 21. C. Reimbursement eligibility and rates, including limits on a local 22 education provider's annual total reimbursement and annual 23 reimbursement from one or multiple categories, based on 24 local education provider specific features or other features. Sustained 25 funding eligibility requirements, including limits on the total 26 amount of sustained funding received by a local education 27 provider from one or multiple categories, based on the local -7, 023. 1. Education provider's features. 2. D. Requirements of a local education provider that receives 3 sustained funding pursuant to this section, and 4. Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-51-1101, Amend 5, 1.9, A, I, 1.9, A, 2, B, 1.9, A, 2, C, and 1.9, H, as follows. 624-51-1101. Employment after service retirement, report, 7 definitions, repeal. 8. 1.9, A, I, subject to subsection 1.9, H, of this section, a Service 9 retiree who is a superintendent, an assistant superintendent, a 10 principal, a vice principal or assistant principal, a teacher, a School 11 bus driver, a school food services cook, a school nurse, or a 12 paraprofessional, as defined in section 22-60.3-201, and is hired pursuant 13 to subsection 1.9, B, of this section by an employer in the School Division 14 of the association that satisfies the criteria specified in subsection 15, 1.9, A, 2, of this section may receive salary without reduction in benefits. 16. For any length of employment in a calendar year if the service retiree has 17. Not worked for an employer, as defined in section 24-51-101, 20, during 18 the month of the effective date of retirement. A service retiree described 19 in this subsection, 1.9, A, who works for an employer, as defined in section 24-51-101, 20, during the month of the effective date of 21 retirement is subject to a reduction in benefits as provided in section 22-24-51-1102, 2. 23. 2. The provisions of this subsection, 1.9, apply only if, 24, B, the school district, Board of Cooperative Services, or Charter 25 school hires the service retiree for the purpose of providing classroom 26 instruction or school bus transportation to students enrolled by the district. 27. Enrolled by one or more of the districts served by the Board of Cooperative. -8, 023. 1. Services, or enrolled by the charter school, or for the purpose of being a 2 superintendent, an assistant superintendent, a principal, a vice 3 principal or assistant principal, a school food services cook, a school 4 nurse, or a paraprofessional, as defined in section 22-60.3-201, and 5. C. The school district, Board of Cooperative Services, or Charter 6 school determines that there is a critical shortage of qualified 7 superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, vice 8. Principals or assistant principals, teachers, school bus drivers, 9 school food services cooks, school nurses, or paraprofessionals, as 10 defined in section 22-60.3-201, as applicable, and that the service retiree 11 has specific experience, skills, or qualifications that would benefit the 12 district, Board of Cooperative Services, or charter school. 13. H. A teacher, school bus driver, school food services cook, school 14 nurse, superintendent, assistant superintendent, principal, vice. 15. Principal or assistant principal, or qualified paraprofessional who 16 retires before he or she has they have met the age and service credit. 17 requirements for full service retirement benefits pursuant to section 1824-51-602 shall not be employed after retirement pursuant to this 19 subsection 1.9 by the employer in the school division that was the 20 teachers, school bus drivers, school food services cooks, school nurses, 21 superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, vice 22 principals or assistant principals, or qualified paraprofessionals. Last 23 employer until 2 years after the teachers, school bus drivers, school 24 food services cooks, school nurses, superintendents, assistant 25 superintendents, principals, vice principals or assistant 26 principals.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, I withdraw my request to have the bill read at length.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So school finance, roughly $10 billion. Let's see if I can pull up the exact amount. So we're looking at $10,189,918,642. No small amount, for sure. In order to fund schools that are charged with educating the next generation. What's curious about this whole conversation year over year is, do we actually fund education? The teaching of our kids to learn or to read, to write, to think, to explore, to be curious. My husband and I met while teaching, and his heart's passion is to pour into the next generation. And we have done, over the last year and a half especially, a lot of research into different teaching models. And we have discovered that the teaching models that we employ in most of our traditional public schools are some of the worst models by way of actually having an educated populace, which is borne out by the testing scores of our students. And so then it begs the question, what are we actually funding? Are we funding education? Are we funding the teaching of our kids?
I'm sorry. Members, we are back to debate. And Representative Luck, thank you. I would invite you, though, if you could make a connection to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're being asked to spend $10 billion on a school system that, for all intents and purposes, is inherently broken. $10 billion on a school system that does not actually, for at least half of our kids, educate. I mentioned earlier in this conversation how when I started teaching, the class that I taught was a class of 6th graders. Most all of them tested initially at a 2nd or 3rd grade level. They came into 6th grade at a 2nd or 3rd grade reading level, writing level, math level. And in 1 year, we employed a different way of teaching, and by the end of that school year, they were all, including the students with IEPs and 504s, at or above grade level. In 1 year, they went from 2nd or 3rd grade to 6th or higher by employing a different way of teaching. And so I'm bringing that to this bill because when we're talking about funding schools and funding education, we have to look at what is the return on investment. And is the model that we continue to employ year over year the right model? We heard from bill sponsors just today related to charter schools and homeschool enrichment programs, that it is their view in looking at those programs that it is not the right model and not the right place to spend Colorado taxpayer dollars. Do we do that same sort of analysis as we consider spending this kind of money, again, year over year, to schools that are underperforming in drastic ways? Do we take time to consider, is the way that we are doing education the way that we should continue doing education in this generation? Or are there other models that we should pursue? I have had a chance to look over this 6-page amendment that was run today related to the part-time programs. And there are questions that are raised by it. I think I'm going to save those questions just in light of the dynamics in the room, but needless to say, continuing to wonder year over year whether or not our money is actually benefiting these students, or whether it's benefiting, again, a bureaucracy and a way of doing school that actually puts them at a disadvantage.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 23. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Senate Bill 23 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the Senate Bill 103.
Senate Bill 103 by Senators Colker and Marchman, also Representatives Bacon and Lukens, concerning public schools and in connection therewith creating a specialized school policy for at-risk students.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 103.
To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 103 requires every district and charter school to adopt an access policy that directs support to at-risk students. And that's it. That's the bill. We ask for your yes vote.
Further discussion. AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the right notes. I'm sorry. I don't have the right notes. I'm sorry.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23? Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in education, and I am going to move L006 and ask that it be displayed properly.
Just 1 minute. All right, it is before us.
Okay, so as you've heard me say before, a saying that I used a lot in my work as a principal was to frighten a child, do to and not with, to enlighten a child, do with and not to. And so I like permissiveness. So this amendment simply makes this bill permissive and substitutes substitutes may instead of shall in the bill. And I urge an aye vote to make this bill permissive.
Further discussion on the amendment, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think this is a good amendment. There isn't a school out there that wants to provide the best for the students that are enrolled. And the resourcing is tight for all schools, and we know that. So allowing a local decision to be made by a local board to determine whether there is actual value to those that they serve in doing this, I think is absolutely wise. This is a good way to kind of point them in the right direction, but still allow them to make the local decisions that they're empowered to make. I would urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. We ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is a great amendment to, I don't know, do something constitutional like that to secure these rights. Governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Going to a may puts us more in line with the consent of the governed. That makes it, aligns it better with our Declaration of Independence and our stated values to which we swore an oath in this room. I recommend an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is passage of L006 to Senate Bill 103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as long as we're determined that local districts must do things, I think we need to be a little bit more targeted in what we direct them to do. So I move L013 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, give us a moment while it's displayed. All right, continue, Representative Richardson.
Thank you. So we have about 178, I believe was the number, school districts in this state. About 10% of them actually have less than 100 students enrolled. That's the entire district, not just schools within our district, but 5 of those districts sit within House District 56, and I can tell you that the folks that are doing this or would wind up having to do what is in this bill are the same individuals that are doing about 5 or 6 other jobs. We got superintendents that are also principals, that are also teachers, that are sometimes driving school buses. The kids in those districts are almost entirely at risk because of just the nature of the communities they serve, and that is the entire focus of those districts. I think that if we carve out those that are under 100 students, we're not taking anything away from this bill, but we're certainly giving back something to them, which is time for those individuals that actually are supporting those kiddos on the ground to put their focus on those kids and not on administration and paperwork and a new web page that very few are going to look at. In those areas, if there is a problem or a question, parents pick up the phone.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Having worked in a small rural district, and my husband who has worked in one of these very small school districts, 110 kids, K-12 in one building under one roof, the programs that we're talking about are being tracked. There is no way to let kids fall through the cracks. Everybody has eyes on them, from the K to the 12 teachers. And so for this, I guess this is just not necessary for the small schools because they're already doing this. They're already tracking Title I, Title II, Title III, Title V, Title VII, Title IX. They've got eyes and ears on all of the kids for all the programs. So this actually is not necessary for some of our small rural districts, and I urge an aye.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. I will talk about it a little bit. Ultimately, what this bill does, it says that schools that have students that are at risk, especially those that qualify for receiving dollars through funding, school districts have to articulate what they are doing for at-risk students. And so for us, this is a measure of accountability and transparency. We worked on this with schools. School districts did not push back because we said that the other plans that they have that articulate some of these things can also count, including the school's UIPs, or because we passed another law, the district's UIP that would count for the school. And so if we're going to give school districts dollars, regardless of your size, for at-risk students, we would like communities to understand not only what are the strategies that are going to be used to support them, but also help us identify how they're using the investments. And so regardless of your size, we believe that's important. People do want to know who come in and out of the district, perhaps, and with that, we're going to ask for a no vote.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to I heard from two of my rural school districts that said that a lot of this reporting is going to be duplicative. And so, yes, we want to track that, but it's already being tracked. I've spoken on the mic before about how in my job, I report to federal government, I report to state government, the same things 2 or 3 times a year. It's asked for over and over again. It's duplicative, and small rural districts don't necessarily have the personnel to go back and re-report multiple times a year. And so this is already tracked. It's already assessed, so I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is passage of L013 to Senate Bill 103. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 103. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 103 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 191.
Senate Bill 191 by Senators Mobley and Frizzell, also Representative McCormick, concerning the use of gift grants and donations made by the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for the purpose of enhanced reimbursement for nursing facilities that serve residents with behavioral health needs.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 26191.
All right, so moved. Tell us about the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill will allow a financing mechanism through healthcare policy and financing for helping nursing home facilities that serve some of our most vulnerable residents across the state. We have residents that have behaviorally complex needs that from schizophrenia, dementia, and other serious behavioral health conditions. And they need a higher level of supervision. They need specialized staffing, behavioral supports. And too often, they don't have what they need to take care of these patients. So this bill does open up an opportunity for some of our partners across the state to fund higher staffing levels and specialized workforce training to prepare for the future, and it'll help stabilize many of these residents that are in place. Often these folks get stuck in hospitals, which is the most expensive place for them to be, and the more patients that we can get into long-term care and nursing facilities with these incredibly complex needs, the better. And I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 191.
Further discussion on the bill. Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 191. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 191 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 002.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Skip and Exum, also Representative Wilford, concerning energy affordability and in connection therewith establishing a percentage of income payment plan program for income-qualified utility customers.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2.
All right, so move to the bill.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is Sorry, had to take a little pause there. So the bill requires an investor-owned utility to establish a percentage of income payment plan program for residential income-qualified utility customers. Under a PIP program, a customer's utility bill cannot exceed an affordable percentage of the customer's income, and customers must submit a program application and meet certain eligibility requirements, and the utility must approve or deny an application within 30 days. Customers are qualified for a PIP program for 2 years after being accepted. And the bill establishes how an investor-owned utility must calculate the affordable percentage of the income payment, which is dependent on the size of the utility as well as the customer's heating source. This bill does not create a new program. It simply reestablishes the program with some added efficiency measures and is frankly good for Colorado. Madam Chair, I do have one amendment, and so I move Amendment L12 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
All right, give us just a minute. That is displayed. Continue, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment does two things. It's a compromise consensus amendment between the Department of Health, the Colorado Propane Gas Association, the National Appliance Manufacturers, and members of the environmental community that recognize that in a bill passed a couple of sessions ago that the testing technology that was anticipated does not exist to test the emissions of propane appliances like gas heaters and water tanks. This amendment recognizes that development puts out the implementation of the propane testing requirements for 5 years, or at least until a test is developed. Additionally, the IIJA cash fund that was established to maximize Colorado's share of the historic infrastructure and clean energy fund funding opportunities, since it has been established, it supported efforts to draw down federal funds across numerous programs, and these programs provide modern physical and digital infrastructure necessary to reduce the high operational and emergency costs that typically drive up utility rates for families. And this cash fund provides essential state matching that's required for the state to continue pursuing and strengthening federal resources for investments across Colorado. And so I bring this up because the amendment also does touch that cash fund and makes some minor adjustments to ensure that we can continue to utilize those funds. And with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the description and inclusion of propane products, propane fueled products, I request a ruling on title.
All right. There has been a title ruling requested. We will take a short recess while we meet with those parties. All right, we'll come back to order. Chair rules, it does fit under the title. We are on Amendment L012. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 2. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Now we're to the bill. Representative DeGraff.
All right. To the bill. I thought we were going to talk about the amendment and how gas, propane water heaters are somehow related to electric. And this percentage of income payment. It is interesting that the sponsors are at least acknowledging on some level that the implications of the energy policy of the governor has an outsized effect on the citizens, the poorest in Colorado. Those who have the highest energy per income ratio. And so what this is, citizens of Colorado who are looking for some relief, is this is buying your vote. This is buying your vote so that you will continue to vote for the energy policies that are cutting your throat. And the idea here is another idea in creating basically a progressive income tax where certain people pay so much and then other people pay less. And the purpose of a progressive income tax, of course, is to keep the poorest poor and then make the middle class poor. That's socialism. That's what the purpose of a progressive income tax is. It's right after the abolition of private property, another goal of the chamber. And what I see in here, the percentage of income tax payments, is that this falls after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, after which you can get to from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. And we have this idea when we're talking about energy costs. It's interesting because there's always this idea that we are paying less in energy. And Colorado is actually one of the higher in energy when you take out the blue wackadoo states like California and then some on the East Coast that have even higher costs. And so the solution here of the sponsors is just to pull more money, essentially from the middle class, the middle caste, I guess would be the more accurate way to put it in the terms, the middle caste, to help make the middle caste more poor and assuage the discomfort of the poor. But it at least recognizes that the policies of this administration have destroyed the energy infrastructure and availability of Colorado, and it's had an outsized impact on those with the least means. So this, again, just wealth redistribution, packaged up in compassion, trying to hide the impacts of poor legislation, of malevolent, malicious legislation, and the way of doing this to combat to go after bad legislation is just more. And this is more bad legislation to follow. What you could do is you could release, now we're going to have another bill later on, one of the governor's last efforts to just completely gut the energy sector of Colorado, to have an even greater outsized effect on the citizens of Colorado. So this is just a way to kind of assuage. So citizens of Colorado, if you're looking normally, is this going to do what it says it's going to do? I doubt it. You've got to go with hat in hand. You've got to ask, please, sir, may I have some more? May I have some more handouts? May I have some more of somebody else's money? Because the idea is to always keep you dependent. And so if you're happy for relief, yes, I'm happy for you. But that relief, just know, is coming at the expense of your neighbors. And the purpose is to buy your vote.
Representative DeGraff, buying votes is illegal. You know that, I know that, so please don't construe motives here.
Oh, I know buying votes is illegal, but giving subsidies for votes is not. I ask for a no vote.
For Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess it's no surprise that I am up here in definitely in opposed position to this bill. You know, while the title says energy affordability, the reality is that this bill shifts costs from one group of Coloradans directly to another. It's socialism at its unfair very core. Everyone in this chamber wants families to be able to afford utility bills. We all understand that energy prices are hurting working people. But this bill does not solve the root cause of rising energy costs. Instead, it creates another government managed socialist subsidy program funded by mandatory charges placed on the bills of ratepayers to pay for others, non-ratepayers. My constituents are struggling
Kelty, could you hold on just a moment? Members, it's
to
getting
pay
loud
their
in
own
here.
bills.
Representative Kelty, hold on just a moment. Members, chill. Continue, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My constituents are struggling to pay their own bills, and now you're mandating them to pay for others? Give me a break. That means a single mom already struggling to pay her own electric bill, the senior citizen on a fixed income, and the small business owner barely is surviving inflation and the thousands of fees and mandates this body has forced onto them over the years. They will now be forced to subsidize the bills of others through the new PIPP charge added to utility bills statewide. And once again, government is treating the symptom instead of the disease. Why are utility costs exploding in Colorado in the first place? Because for years, this legislature has passed mandates, regulations, fees, and energy policies that have driven up costs on families and businesses. Now, instead of admitting those policies have consequences, we are layering yet another program on top of the problem. This bill also creates long-term dependency and expands insane state control over utilities and ratepayers. Utilities will have to administer new income verification systems, application systems, annual reporting requirements, debt forgiveness programs, which we're not going to have, we have to pay for, and subsidy calculations. That administrative burden will not disappear into thin air. It will be passed on to the consumers. And where does it stop? Every year, we are told a new fee is small, a new surcharge is minor, a new mandate is temporary. But the people of Colorado are drowning in small increases. They add up big time. Groceries are up, insurance is up, housing is up, utilities is up. And this legislature keeps adding more costs while calling it compassion. People have no heartstrings left to pull. Real affordability means lowering energy prices for everyone, not redistributing bills between neighbors. Real affordability means reliable energy, responsible budgeting, and policies that reduce costs instead of hiding them inside complicated government programs. Colorado families do not need another billing scheme. They need relief. Relief from what this body is forcing onto them year after year, bill after bill, law after law, fee after fee. For these reasons and so many more, I vehemently urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It seems like there could be, it seems like this might be a good opportunity to clarify what the bill is and what it does and who it applies to. So there's some misunderstandings here. Number one, the bill only applies to investor-owned utilities that are regulated by the Public Utilities Commission. This includes Excel, Black Hills, Atmos, and Colorado Natural Gas. It does not apply to municipally owned utilities like Colorado Springs Utility or rural electric cooperatives at all. The percent of income payment plan has been in place for 15 years. This is not a new program. We are not changing the charge. We are simply saying that they have to establish what the criteria is and they have to put it online so that somebody can see it. We're also saying that you don't have to, that we're no longer forcing people to apply through the Low-Income Energy Assistance Program in order to access this program. People can apply directly to this program. And we're saying that you have to tell customers how long it will take for their application to be processed and what their benefits are once they're accepted. That's it. We're not creating a new program. And the money that is already paid by utility customers is paid via a surcharge that currently ranges between $1 and $1.50. And that money can only be used by the utility for the utility's customers. And so ratepayers in Black Hills will never pay to subsidize the energy bill of a customer in the Excel territory. That just will never happen. This is an old program. We're simply adding efficiencies to it, as well as ensuring, in addition to the amendment that we recently passed, that people are able to have access to propane water heaters that are, simply water heaters, as well as the tankless propane water heaters, so that they're not having to drive out of state anymore. So again, not a new program. We are simply making it more efficient.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Richardson or Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make this pretty brief. I think, instead of finding a solution that actually lowers the cost of utilities for Coloradans, like my good colleague over here from Weld County and I did, and it died in committee, I think that this ultimately is sort of, kind of as my colleague from El Paso County said, we are sort of, to some degree, robbing from Peter to give to Paul. I wasn't aware that the utility companies, that there are a lot of utility companies out there that are already collecting fees. I looked at Excel, somebody gave me their bill, and there are charges for just this bill that I have right here in front of me. So there's 11 different charges or 11 fees that they're taking out. Service and facility, secondary general, electric commodity adjustments, distribution demand, gen and trans demand, trans cost adjustment, demand side management cost, purchase cap cost adjustment, CACJA, renewable energy STD adjustment, and GRSA. That's a lot of fees that they're already taking out. But in addition to that, I'm questioning why we have why we're creating a completely separate entity when there's clearly already organizations that are willing to help, and there are people within the company that are willing to help. So there's a lot of different assistant programs. So for example, Low Income Energy Assistant Program, Energy Outreach Colorado, Colorado's Affordable Residential Energy Program. There's also an entire list of assistant programs that people can apply to. So I'm just kind of curious, why do we really need this bill when this seems like this is already happening? And if anything, it just seems like a way to take from the from people who are paying their utilities bill, create a different organization, and then somehow, I don't know, maybe it's weird. It's like, if this is already working, why do we need it? And I will be a no on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to level set while we're having this discussion regarding energy and energy suppliers. One of the programs that I have had the benefit of and been a part of is something called the Red Truck Program. Trucks have come from XL to my district, 36, Representative Phillips' district, Representative Rick's district, and Representative Lindsay's district. And what they do is we do town halls, and we call anyone who XL has identified that has a late payment. And what these energy companies will do, they'll sit down with these individuals when they come, they'll work out a payment plan to keep them with their lights on. This is one of the milder winters we've had, but during the first time we ever did it was 2 years ago, I believe, and it was right before one of the colder winters in Colorado. And I just want to make sure we level set and we understand that there are some good programs that are already being done. One of them specifically has helped out my district, and I'm going to be a yes vote.
Representative Perron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to come up here and go ahead and speak on this because I feel that there have been some legislation, just like my colleague over here, who was before me from El Paso County. We ran a bill earlier this session that would actually lower the cost of natural gas in the state of Colorado. Surprise, surprise, 2 Republicans on it. It died in committee. But this now we're regulating this industry at a state level when Black Hills, Excel, they already do this. Of course, raising the rates, we have different opinions on it, but they already do this. Now we're making it statewide. The good representative from El Paso and myself already ran a bill that would have lowered the cost, because when you regulate an industry, that's where the rate increases go. They come from the regulation. Now, if we got out of the way and stopped regulating these utilities to push green energy, install more solar, install more wind at the same time, that costs money to do so. Of course, we want to upgrade the transmission lines, but when you regulate it to a certain point to where you have to do it by here, by then, by 2035, by 2030, by 2040, when you push it to a point where they're now having to spend a lot more money to do it faster, those rates will go up. We got to remember, it's still a business. Business ain't going to eat overhead costs as easy as somebody that's invested in another company, like in the investor-owned companies that have, like United Power has, their investors are their members. Because at the same time, the members will pay more. So if we truly want to lower the cost of energy, get rid of the regulation. Let energy work for us, not us work for energy. So I urge a no vote on this simply because of the fact this is already being done. We don't need to expand on this program. Let's just get rid of regulation. Let's get rid of this. Like I said before, us here as a governmental body are here to protect your rights. Everything else is extra. We should not be expanding government. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Richardson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. There's been some interesting developments as you look at this bill since it was first introduced. It's It's a fascinating journey it's been on that leaves me a little perplexed. I accept that we added an amendment that apparently confirms that our drive to electrification makes things more expensive for our
Just a moment,
citizens.
Representative Richardson. Members, thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said, fascinating day, and I'm left perplexed. We've added an amendment to this bill that validates that our drive to electrification has made it more expensive for our citizens, expensive, in fact, that they're voting with their feet and leaving the state to buy appliances elsewhere and bring them back so they can stay on propane. We've recognized that, and we're going to allow it for another 5 years. The title talks about energy affordability and establishing a first allotment residential electricity service program, or a FAIR program. That is addressed in the first fiscal note from back in February, but by the time you get to March, it's become a percentage of income payment plan service program that is not mentioned anywhere in the bill. The bill talks only to a FAIR program, so I'm not sure what the fiscal note's actually referring to. But it does put it all on the PUC that's responsible for providing reliable and affordable energy. But this wasn't part of the PUC reauthorization. It's now something separate. We should have been already tasking that entity to do something like this if it was necessary in their reauthorization. And finally, if you look at the declaration, it covers several times that this is in the public interest, and we're tasking it to the PUC to carry it out. But we amended the PUC reauthorization bill to state that nothing the public says in a hearing should be considered when they make a decision. So we're all over the map today, folks. We all agree that everything's too expensive, but then we pass bills that are making things more expensive and that seem to contradict bills that we've passed just hours before. I'm a no vote on this. I urge everybody else to be as well.
Further discussion on the bill. Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 006. As amended, all those in favor say aye. What did I say, 6? Pardon me. The question before us is passage of Senate Bill 002. As amended, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 002 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 184.
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Rodriguez and Ball, also Representatives Carter and Mabry, concerning benefits for firefighters who contract certain conditions.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 184.
All right. Moved. Continue to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I think all of us would agree that firefighting is one of the most dangerous jobs out there. But occupational cancer is now the leading cause of line of duty deaths among firefighters. There's overwhelming scientific evidence linking elevated cancer risk to firefighting. Firefighters are routinely exposed to carcinogens through smoke inhalation, diesel exhaust, asbestos, burning plastic, PFAS, forever chemicals in turnout gear and firefighting foam, heavy metals, toxic combustion byproducts. These toxins into their bodies through their lungs, through skin absorption, and through contaminated gear. And modern fires are becoming more dangerous. Homes and buildings today contain more synthetic materials than they did decades ago, producing highly carcinogenic smoke when they burn. The largest firefighter cancer study ever conducted, a long-term NIOSH study of nearly 30,000 firefighters, found a 9% increase in cancer diagnosis and a 14% increase in cancer deaths compared to the general population. Research consistently shows elevated risk of mesothelioma, lung cancer, melanoma, kidney cancer, leukemia, lymphoma, and multiple other cancers. Firefighters have substantially elevated mortality rates from skin cancer and kidney cancers. And in some recent years, more than 70% of online fire death line of duty deaths have been tied to occupational cancer rather than to traumatic injury. That is the reality this bill is responding to. Senate Bill 184 expands and strengthens Colorado's firefighter presumptive cancer protections. The bill expands the list of cancers presumed to be occupational diseases, and critically, the bill changes the legal standard required to rebut those claims. Right now, firefighters with cancer are struggling to access workman's comp benefits because cancer is extraordinarily difficult to attribute to one source. Under the current system, these firefighters are asked to prove with precision that years of toxic exposure caused their illness, and that is an incredibly difficult burden. So I also just want to preview some of the debate here. I know folks are going to bring up this Firefighter Cancer Trust. And the Firefighter Cancer Trust is a great program. But right now we have 126 fire departments participating in the Cancer Trust, while more than 200 are not in the trust at all. That means over 2/3 of firefighters in Colorado are relying solely on workman's comp. And one thing became very clear in testimony. There's a fundamental misunderstanding about what the Firefighter Cancer Trust is designed to do. The Firefighter Cancer Trust and workman's comp are not interchangeable, they're not duplicative, and they were never intended to replace one another. The trust was designed to provide fast, immediate support after diagnosis, a streamlined benefit for firefighters that they can access without prolonged litigation or procedural huddles. When someone is diagnosed with cancer, that's helpful, but the average payout from the trust is $21,000. And in the context of a cancer diagnosis, $21,000 is not a meaningful long-term protection. Cancer treatment can easily run into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So when we hear arguments that the trust was intended to replace workman's comp, I have to respectfully say, does anybody believe $21,000 can cover the cost of cancer? No serious person could look at the cost of cancer in America and conclude that a modest lump sum payment was intended to substitute for comprehensive coverage. Workman's comp includes ongoing wage replacement for months or years of treatment, full uncapped medical coverage that includes surgery, chemo, immunotherapy, and long-term disability coverage. Now, we are bringing amendments to the bill today to clarify that nothing we are doing impacts how the current trust offset works. Colorado law already contains an offset mechanism to prevent double recovery. Firefighters cannot double dip and collect twice for the same expense. But again, a $21,000 one-time payment is not the same type of benefit you get from workman's comp. This bill says when a firefighter develops one of these devastating diseases after years of service, we should start from a place of trust and recognition of the sacrifices they made. Go ahead.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want you to understand why I'm on this bill and why I support this bill. It's fundamentally about fairness, accountability, and honoring the sacrifices of our firefighters. It's about those sacrifices they make every single day to protect our communities. When firefighters respond to emergencies, they don't ask whether the smoke they inhale is toxic, whether the chemicals they encounter are carcinogenic, or whether the exposure they face today will impact them years down the line. They run toward the danger because the people of Colorado depend on them to do so. But long after those fires are extinguished, many firefighters continue fighting a battle, a completely different one against cancer, neurological illnesses directly connected to the dangerous conditions of their work. Currently, Colorado law already recognizes that reality by presuming certain cancers contracted by firefighters are occupational diseases. All this bill does is update and reflect modern medical understanding and the risks our firefighters are still facing. This bill will expand the list of covered cancers and strengthen the standard of proof so that firefighters are not forced to wage lengthy and exhausting battles just to receive the benefits they've earned through their service. I just want to be clear, we're not trying to create any kind of loophole. We're not trying to provide any type of unfair advantage. The presumption is still rebuttable. Employers and insurers will still have the opportunity to present evidence. When this bill says is that when a firefighter spends years exposed to smokes, toxins, and carcinogens, and other hazardous material in the line of duty, we should not place the burden on them to prove the obvious. They already carry the burden of protecting our lives, our homes, and our communities. They should not also have to carry the burden of fighting alone for basic worker compensation after becoming seriously ill from a job we asked them to do. This legislation is about keeping that promise to the men and women who put their health and safety on the line every day. It tells firefighters across the country and across Colorado that we see their sacrifice, we value their service, and will stand by them when the job performed for all of us causes lasting harm. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have a few amendments we're going to run. I move L11 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. Continue, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in committee and stakeholding, we heard concerns that the bill as drafted impacted the offset provisions under the trust. This amendment clarifies that nothing in this bill changes existing law regarding how the offset works between the trust and workman's comp. I'll explain a little bit more about this. Again, the trust gives you a lump sum payment up front. Current law talks about if you're later than awarded workman's comp, there's an offset in your workman's comp benefit to reflect the fact that you've gotten the $21,000. That's the average payment. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. And this clarifies that by increasing the presumption and adding the new list of cancers, we are not impacting that offset. And we ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Luck. Oh, all right. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L13 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, just a moment. To the amendment, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This also came from stakeholding. We have an accompanying amendment with it, but we've slightly reduced the number of covered cancers within the elevated presumption to really reflect the ones that the long-term studies show have that higher increased risk and higher increased fatality rate. And we ask for a yes vote on L13.
Further discussion on this amendment? All right, seeing none, the question before us is passage of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L013 passes. Representative Mabry to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L14 and ask that it be properly displayed.
To the amendment, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this also came from stakeholding. The initial draft of the bill included Parkinson's disease in with the elevated presumption, and through stakeholding, we got some feedback that a lot of parties want us to take that out, and we agreed to take that out, and we asked for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on this amendment? All right, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to ask the bill sponsors, you said that a lot of parties asked you to take out the neurological or whatever areas on this. What parties were those, if you could explain?
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was the workman's comp. It was the workman's comp providers, and the firefighters agreed that we can take this out because the main crux of the bill, the reason why we're bringing it forward, is related to the cancer benefits. And if it was something that was going to be a huge hang-up, slow down the process, we wanted to focus on the cancer benefits because that was the original goal of the bill in the first place.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of L014. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L1014 passes. To the bill, Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us a moment. And Representative DeGraff, you are very tall and I am very short. When you stand there, I cannot see half of your caucus. Thank you. All right, to your amendment, Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is in the bill, substantively, firefighters were defined to no longer include state employees. However, the bill also defines covered individuals by virtue of the time that they have served. So that if an individual has served 5 years as a firefighter and they are no longer working for the state, they should get earned time credit for those times if some of that time was in state employment. Because state employees are exempt, the way the bill was written, they would not get credit if they moved into a covered entity. They wouldn't get credit for their prior experience. So what this bill does is clarify that should some of the 5-year credit time have been served under the state, they would get credit for that time in terms of qualifying for the workers' compensation because the entity they are working for at the time is a covered entity. So we'd ask for support of this amendment.
Further discussion on this amendment, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so that I can restate and make sure that I understand what we're doing here. So we're not actually making it available to state employees as such. We are saying through this amendment that individuals who are working for a covered entity who happen to have gained time by being a state firefighter can apply those hours even though they haven't actually spent it within that entity. But if that's actually the case, then what kind of fiscal impact would that have if somebody retires out of the state system and goes to be a volunteer in the local district and gets a diagnosis in that first year, then does that entity have the financial support necessary to cover those particular claims?
Representative Espinoza.
That is a structural issue with the bill that I'm not attempting to address by this amendment. What I'm attempting to address by this amendment is a clarity in terms of coverage. I think the point you raised is something that I do have problems with the bill vis-a-vis the trust and the worker compensation process, but I'm just trying to ensure that if someone did accumulate those 5 years, some of that 5 years being while they were working for the state, that should not bar them from eligibility if they've moved into a covered entity. Yes, there may be other financial issues, and I do agree that those issues exist with the bill, but I just felt that the way the bill was structured, defining firefighter outside of that, because we struck the state from the protection, was not a fair situation, because if you're a person who's worked more than 5 years as a firefighter, under the intent of the law, I believe it is that you would be covered by the workers' compensation. So that's all I'm trying to address by this amendment.
Representative Carter.
I want to say thank you to Representative Espinoza. This is also part of the stakeholding, and we ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is passage of L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L018 is passed. To the bill, Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L017 to Senate Bill 184 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, give us a moment. Continue, Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reuben Lewis Sims Jr. served as a firefighter and became known for his dedication and bravery in the line of duty. Sims was a firefighter who dedicated his life to serving his community, often facing dangerous situations, to protect lives and property. He served for many years, making significant impacts in his role. And I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Okay, further discussion on this amendment? Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, never forget. Never forget is a phrase we use to honor the sacrifice of those lost on September 11th, 2001, when terrorists attacked the United States on that day. 343 firefighters gave their lives saving citizens and visitors in New York City. But the tragedy did not end that day. Since then, more than 400 firefighters who responded to the attacks have died from cancer, the occupational disease that continues to plague the fire service across the United States. Cancer is now the leading cause of death among firefighters, and it is a workplace injury. Reuben Sims Jr. was the first Black firefighter in the city of Aurora. He proudly served his community from 1977 to 1997. In 2003, Reuben was diagnosed with cancer. An occupational disease, no doubt, was tied to his service. The bill before you today would have helped to take care of Reuben and his family. Reuben Sims Jr. ultimately lost his battle with cancer and passed away on September 11th, 2006. Never forget. I respectfully urge an aye vote.
Okay. Representative Carter.
I am requesting that this amendment be accepted. It changes a portion of the bill to reflect that it is named after Reuben Sims Jr.
Right, further discussion on this amendment? All right, seeing none, the question before us is passage of L17 to Senate Bill 184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 passes. To the bill, Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 184's fiscal note acknowledges uncertainty and indicates that cost estimates are preliminary, raising concerns that lawmakers do not yet understand the full long-term financial exposure. Colorado should not impose new statewide mandates on local governments without full actuarial analysis, sustainable funding mechanisms, and input from municipalities, counties, and fire districts. Local governments are already struggling with inflation, public safety staffing shortages, pension obligations, and Tabor revenue limits. Senate Bill 26-184 adds another permanent spending pressure without providing state funding assistance. Increased workers' compensation liabilities will likely translate into higher insurance premiums for municipalities and fire districts, increased litigation and administrative costs, pressure to raise local taxes and fees, or cuts to other public services such as roads, parks, and law enforcement. Rural fire districts and small municipalities will be hit hardest because they have smaller tax bases and fewer reserves to absorb large workers' compensation claims. This bill effectively shifts costs from the state level onto local governments while exempting state-employed firefighters from the expanded provisions. Colorado firefighters deserve support, but Senate Bill 26-184 shifts potentially unlimited long-term liabilities onto local taxpayers without a sustainable funding plan. That is not responsible budgeting, especially during a time of growing fiscal pressure on cities, counties, and fire districts. So with that, I move L016 to Senate Bill 184 and ask it to be displayed.
Okay, give us a minute or moment. You want Continue, Representative Woog, on L016.
L016. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does is, number one, it recognizes that local fire agencies are already operating under significant fiscal pressure and that unfunded state benefit expansions may negatively impact staffing levels, equipment replacement schedules, training investments, and frontline emergency response capacity. Number two, it ensures the state shares in the financial responsibility associated with expanded occupational disease presumptions and benefit obligations created through state statute, rather than placing the full fiscal burden on local taxpayers and fire entities. 3, it helps preserve the long-term sustainability of Colorado's firefighter cancer trust and related benefit systems by mitigating destabilizing cost increases that could otherwise result in higher premiums, reduced participation incentives, or pressure on local fire service budgets. Members, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's be clear, when we're talking about increased exposure and risk, what we're talking about is benefits going to firefighters who are dying of cancer. I think we can all agree that that is something they deserve. What this bill aims to do is to reduce bureaucracy. People already, when they get cancer, have to go through the workman's comp system. This makes it easier for them to access their benefits, and I believe that's a good thing. This amendment would kill the bill. This amendment would increase the fiscal note on this bill and mean that we were not able to provide meaningful relief to firefighters this year. In committee, we talked about state firefighters not being included. We talked about the fiscal impact of this bill, and I want to continue working on this issue, make sure that state firefighters are included too, but we ask for a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the amendment.
Totally understand that this amendment would add a fiscal note. And I totally understand that the sponsors think we should be helping firefighters. But we are not helping firefighters. At best, we're directing municipalities and local governments to help firefighters. If you look at the fiscal note, it's very clear. The bill increases workers' comp costs for cities, special districts, and other local governments that employ firefighters. For local governments that self-insure currently rely on multi-employer trusts for coverage, adding an immediate presumption of occupational diseases and extending the duration of coverage will result in higher premiums and may result in stricter underwriting for policies. Increasing the number of complex claims will also increase local government costs for legal services to navigate cases and resolve disputes. These costs are assumed to be about $1 million per claim, including benefits and medical expenses. So if we want to do something nice for people, we should not offload the cost of doing something nice for people. We should, excuse the term, man up as a legislature and pay for it. Don't just tell other people to do nice things with other people's money. That is wrong. Accept this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Okay, I'm in favor of this amendment because I think this is good governance, and I think this is what we should be doing. This was a difficult bill to track on Saturday, and the reason I voted no on it because the state was exempted basically from the fiscal note, and it was less than 200 firefighters, which would have cost $2 million. And this would be 12,000, so 12,000 firefighters that are covered would be about $120 million on average. That'd be about $600,000 per. And if you break that down to the size of a typical budget, you get about $6 out of $1,000 versus $6 for the state out of $138,000. So for the state to say, well, we can't handle this because of this $138,000 that has a budget basically 138,000 times larger, 138 times larger than what these firefighting districts have, then I don't see, I mean, we have to be fiscally responsible for those entities as well. Now, I do understand that this would send some of the budgeting stuff back to the drawing board, but we've already identified that my amendment was not prepared on time, but we already know that the governor has all kinds of grift that he has prioritized in his budget. There's all kinds of places. Now that the governor wanted this killed, I think is my understanding, that the governor wanted it killed is pretty sad. And this to me is something that should have come forward. And that's not on the sponsors. The sponsors are responding to this in a timely manner as it's brought. There's a lot of conflict here. One thing I was wondering on Saturday is where was, because this was also about workman's comp. You know, the tie-in between workman's comp, when somebody was talking about the trust fund, somebody was talking about workman's comp, it got very confusing. And then, so trust fund leads into workman's comp, but CDLE was not here. CDLE did not even show up to explain this, to what the issues were. And they're the ones that, my understanding, handle the workman's comp. So what is the deal where the workman's comp is so difficult for these firefighters to work their way through? Why are the firefighters having to prove them? Why are the firefighters having to jump through all kinds of hoops to prove the cancers that they were? What are the effects of assuming that all of these are related directly to firefighting? So I have a difficult time voting for this bill because the state is exempted.
Representative Graff, we're on the amendment.
Absolutely. I was just explaining why on the amendment that this is important. The state needs to pony up. This is a good governance bill. It's something that the state has done and said that, and so the state needs to fund it. The state needs to fund it because we're saying these fire districts are unfunded, and yet we fund the cuckoo choo-choo, we fund carbon dioxide, we fund electric buses, we fund everything except the priorities like this. And we should not be leaving the firefighters to be fighting for scraps in the final days. So I think this is a good amendment because it should cover everybody, and it should also be coming out of the state budget, not forcing this down into, because now we feel good, but because these districts don't have the money for it. So this is something that we should go back. Appropriations should look at the bill, and they should go and they should say, all right, we're going to take, just like we wanted the ballot initiatives to do. We wanted those individuals to find. If you have a ballot initiative, you need to identify where that money comes from. There's lots of places that we can identify where this money comes from and be done. This is a good amendment. Needs to go to appropriations. Appropriations needs to find the money. And we need to take care of these people. We need to not leave these firefighters, these men and women who risk everything, who are on the front line. We cannot be leaving them to fight for scraps. I ask for an aye vote. I do understand that creates challenges, and I challenge the Appropriations Committee to go stand up to the governor and take some of his slush fund.
Representative Kelty, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am up here asking for aye vote on this amendment as well. You know, we're picking winners and losers in our fire departments, and for me, that's just wrong. If you're going to cover firefighters, then you cover all the firefighters. You can't say, well, it's going to cost a fiscal note if we do the state, but we'll just carve them out. Sucks to be them, but we'll do everybody else, so that'll have to be good enough. I disagree with that. You know, this amendment makes this bill digestible. If you look and see who's actually supporting this bill, and look who's not, that should tell you whether this is a good bill or not. And you can see fire chief after fire chief after fire chief, they are all saying, no, they do not support this because they can't afford it. You're now shoving all this cost onto the local fire chiefs to have to figure it out. Again, it's good for thee, but not for me. And so by causing this undue burden on your local fire departments, think about what that's going to do for public safety. Think about what that's going to do for them to be able to get the equipment they need, to be able to cover the fires that they need, to be able to have the services that keep us safe. It's going to cut and carve into that. We most definitely, absolutely need to cover and protect our firefighters because they are our local heroes, 1,000%. But going about it in this bill, causing the burden on local fire stations, that's not the way to do it. That is the wrong way to do it. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment because at least it will make sure that those who need to be covered are covered, and the costs and the burdens are not going to fall directly on our local fire departments, making everyone in Colorado less safe.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of L16 to Senate Bill 184. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we continue this spirited discussion on SB 184, I think it's important for people to understand how the workers' compensation system was not working for firefighters in 2007 and why SB 184 will inevitably result in reversing the progress Colorado's made in ensuring that all firefighters have access to benefits. Before the trust, a 2007 law created a presumption that cancer in firefighters was work-related. Employers and insurers frequently challenged this, leading to grueling legal battles. The turning point occurred in 2016 when the Colorado Supreme Court issued a joint ruling on 3 specific cases where lower court decisions were reversed. The ruling was that the court determined that the presumption could be overcome if an employer provided even limited evidence of other potential causes like genetics or lifestyle. The result, this made it much harder for firefighters to win workers' compensation claims, prompting labor groups and fire chiefs to collaborate on a new non-adversarial solution, the trust. In 2017, after several court cases, the professional firefighters, the state fire chiefs, the Special District Association, and the Colorado Municipal League worked with the Colorado General Assembly to pass SB 17214. That created the Colorado Firefighter Trust, a dedicated specialized program designed to address firefighter cancer claims outside of traditional workers' compensation. Built around the unique risks firefighters face, the trust offers a streamlined benefit structure designed for this workforce. Since its inception, the program has demonstrated strong adoption and stability, with 130 member districts and departments currently participating. The trust continues to add members. The Cancer Trust delivers fast, reliable benefits to firefighters diagnosed with cancer, ensuring they can focus on recovery rather than navigating a lengthy claims process. At the same time, the Trust's streamlined structure helps public employers funded by taxpayer dollars manage costs responsibly and predictably, protecting both the firefighters they employ and the communities they serve. Membership on the Trust Board includes representation from the Professional Firefighters Union, the fire chiefs, municipal fire departments, fire marshals, and the State Division of Fire Control and Prevention. The Trust Board works together to make decisions on behalf of firefighters and has had labor representation since the inception of the Trust. The Colorado Firefighter Heart, Cancer, and Behavioral Health Benefits Trust Board typically meets 5 times per year on roughly a quarterly schedule, and these are open meetings. SB 184 was not brought before the Trust Board, nor were there any discussions with the Trust Board about the purpose of the bill or concerns that the bill addresses. It's important to understand that the Trust may need to add the new cancers identified in the bill along with neurological disorders to the list of coverages. The cost to add this coverage has not been determined or considered. It is likely to be a significant cost to fire districts and departments that participate in the Trust. This equals a significant cost to taxpayers. There has been no time for local governments to plan for this government budget increase. No time to decide what existing benefits will be cut to cover this increase. As my good colleague from Elbert County mentioned before, the fiscal note is interestingly 0, but the state expenditures are a potential increase. And the reason for these potential increases are potentially costs for legal services and workers' compensation benefits in the State Office of Risk Management in the Department of Personnel and Administration. More lawsuits. That's more lawsuits, Colorado. That's more of your tax dollars going to lawsuits. If litigation occurs and the courts determine that the conditions outlined as occupational diseases for firefighters should also apply to state firefighters, or if the presumption for other firefighters result in state firefighters being more likely to prevail in their workers' compensation claims, state costs will increase for additional workers' compensation claims and benefits. If the bill is determined to apply to state firefighters, costs are estimated to increase by up to $1 million per year claim. The state employs 160 firefighters in the Department of Public Safety. This bill increases workers' compensation costs for cities, special districts, and other local governments that employ firefighters. For local governments that self-insure or currently rely on multi-employer trusts for coverage, adding an immediate presumption of occupational diseases and extending the duration of coverage will result in higher premiums and may result in stricter underwriting for policies. Increasing the number of complex claims will also increase local government costs for legal services to navigate cases and resolve disputes. These costs are assumed to be about $1 million per claim, including benefits and medical expenses. So although this has a $0 fiscal note to the state, it is going to cost our local governments more money, and that's undetermined. But I think going back to one of my initial statements, this bill was not brought before the trust board, nor were there any discussions with the trust board about the purpose of the bill or concerns that the bill addressed, and that is concerning. I urge a no vote.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're coming up here time and time again saying, cost of local governments. I mean, look who was all against this bill. Fire chief after fire chief. Aren't those the ones that really want to help out the firefighters? So that should tell you something. This is not going to help out the firefighters. It's actually going to hurt, because now they're going to have to pay more, less training, less equipment, less safe, less help to the people of their municipalities, of their districts. This bill actually costs more, creates more government, and actually delivers worse outcomes for firefighters. SB 26-184 erodes the purpose of the Cancer Trust by reversing these savings and increasing workers' compensation exposure, effectively eliminating the financial benefit the trust was designed to create. For local governments that self-insure or currently rely on multi-employee trusts for coverage, adding an immediate presumption to occupational disease and extending the duration of coverage will result in a higher premiums and may result in stricter underwriting for policies. Increasing the number of complex claims will also increase local government costs for legal services to navigate cases and resolve disputes. These costs are assumed to be about $1 million per claim, including benefits and medical expenses. Local governments are facing the same fiscal challenges the state is and cannot absorb these costs, either which is why the trust was created. I mean, just think about that. We did not create a fiscal note on this bill because we cannot absorb this cost, but we're expecting these local governments to, when they're also hurting from the regulation that we're coming out of this building. I mean, we trample on local control all the time in this room, in this building. And now we're telling them, hey, you have to pay for this too? It's ridiculous. Make that make sense. If we can't absorb that cost, why are we forcing them to? I mean, we can be up here all day, all night, and talk about the same exact thing over and over and over again until the people of Colorado listen to what's going on here and see who's against all this and how these bills are passed. I mean, you could see the green names and the red names up on that board, on TV, on YouTube. Make it make sense. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to read from a letter most of us probably received from the Pikes Peak Fire Chiefs Council. That would be Fire Chief Andrew York. And the first paragraph of this letter says, the Pikes Peak Fire Chiefs Council is a coalition representing all 27 fire districts in El Paso County, Colorado.
Members, quiet down just a little bit, please. Thank you. Continue, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. We represent and support 18 fire districts, 4 municipal fire departments, and 5 military fire departments. The Pikes Peak Fire Chiefs Council stands with Colorado State Fire Chiefs Association and the Colorado Special Districts Association in opposing Senate Bill 184. One of the things they said about this bill, that if it were passed, expanding eligibility creates a longer window for claims, making it more difficult for districts to predict and manage long-term liabilities. Rural and volunteer-based departments may face greater financial strain, potentially widening disparity in service capacity across the state. The bill removes the firefighters employed by the state of Colorado from this same coverage. The question asked is, why are we saying some firefighters are more important than others? I stand with the fire chief of the Pikes Peak Fire Chiefs Council and recommend a no vote on this bill.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was a firefighter for 12 and a half years, and I talked to my fire chief about this. What's ironic is it's a special district, so you get your tax bill every year, and part of it goes to your to the fire department. The fire department that I worked for was Louis Ariola, and we used to be pretty flush with cash when we had the largest CO2 field, and then when the state started putting all the mandates on oil and gas, our revenue dropped, and there's no way that if this bill goes forward, that our fire department, and I think there's 5 or 6 in this county that I live, are going to be able to fund this. And the county itself is not going to be able to fund it either. So the trust fund that we already have is what we need to continue. This bill will actually, if your fire chief doesn't want it, then that means that they think it's going to be bad for them. That's why I would suggest a no vote on the bill and maybe be a little bit less stringent on our oil and gas so that our revenue will come up for the main funding of our fire station, and we can go out there and keep fighting fires and try to keep people safe. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don't have a lot more to add that my members of our caucus talked about. I was in committee listening, and we asked a lot of different questions about the trust versus workers' comp. I took a lot of notes. The trust seems like it's operating pretty well. I don't know why we passed a law in 2024 and certain fire districts are still not participating. I think that needs to be looked at as to why they're not participating if it's part of the law. So I asked a lot of questions about the trust versus workman's comp. I will tell you, work comp, being a PT for 26 years, workman's comp is hard. It's litigious. It takes a very long time, and I don't know if the bill sponsors understand how hard this is and will be for the firefighters to get through versus a trust that immediately starts paying. Trust benefits kick in upon a firefighter's diagnosis. The payments are dispensed to the firefighter's bank account within 10 days of receipt. I assure you, with work comp, a firefighter is not even being seen in that amount of time. 10 days of receipt of completed documentation, no waiting for inquiries or investigations, no more court battles. My patients that have to go through the work comps jump through hoops. It is a horrible game that they have to play. Firefighters receive payments based on the type and stage of their cancer, not based on court rulings through the trust. Under this program, cancer is considered a line of duty condition. They've even expanded it to include, in the last couple of years, thyroid, lung, and breast cancers just by talking and new medical diagnoses. Except rehabilitation payments, awards in the cancer program are not taxable. The Cancer Trust has successfully operated for nearly 9 years, and the trust has accepted 99% of claims without any invasive investigation, paying within 10 days of receiving completed forms and medical reports. I assure you, work comp is not even close to that. This is compared to the workers' compensation process, which does involve investigation delaying access to benefits. So the difference between the trust is that 99% of claims are without any investigation. Workers' comp does involve investigation delaying access to benefits. When a firefighter is waiting for benefits, time is important, which is one of the reasons the Cancer Trust was created and continues to expand beyond what it was initially intended for. The CSD pool has 55 fire districts, which provides work comp for over 3,000 firefighters. An additional $1.87 million per year in work comp claims cost is estimated for these fire districts, and they just do not have the sustenance to do that. I think the session should be the rules for thee, or the rules for me and not for thee. We're going to take out the state employee firefighters because it drives a fiscal note. But we're going to say to the local districts, you got to cover it. You are not exempt from this bill. We continue to pass legislation that carves out certain people and does it in these local districts. I don't even know how they're going to operate. Carriers will likely eliminate discounts on workers' compensation policies that currently incentivize joining the trust, which we heard from so many people testifying that this is such a bad thing. If the trust is accepted 99% of claims without any invasive investigation and has paid these firefighters within 10 days without making them jump through hoops to get payment for their cancer diagnosis, for them running into buildings when everyone is running away from them, why are we going to take that away from them? And then carriers are going to eliminate discounts on compensation policies that currently incentivize joining the trust. Self-insured agencies will experience higher excess carrier costs and self-insured retentions, as seen with the 2007 presumption. These are the unintended consequences of trying to take care of a few firefighters. They definitely need our help, but this is kicking the can down the road. It's exempting the state employee firefighters. And until we can do better, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also heard this bill in committee Saturday evening, actually, and just a couple of things that I want to put on the record. One, I agree with the idea that if an employee gets harmed in the way or during the course of employment, that the employer has a burden, a responsibility to help take care of that harm. I agree. I also agree that there are challenges within the current system that need to be addressed. For instance, there is this trust that everybody has been talking about, and a third or 2/3 of our fire districts don't seem to be participating even though it's mandatory. They're not participating even though it's mandatory. And we've been told that, well, there is a cost burden and they can't absorb that cost burden. But that's a curious thing to say because the way that the system is set up, the fire districts do pay the initial invoice into this program of the trust, but then they can send their receipt to another entity at the state level, and that entity reimburses them for those costs, so it's a wash. They don't actually end up having to pay. So the notion that the hindrance of their participation is somehow linked to cost doesn't seem to hold water, because there is no cost ultimately. There will, however, be a cost to this program, this structure, because by adding to the amount of conditions that is covered through workman's comp, and by reducing the threshold that, well, I should say increasing the threshold that the employer has to meet in order to not pay those workman's comp claims, that will increase and generate costs. I have here a note that says that without our trust, over the past 9 years, 55 fire districts, which represent 2,600 firefighters, would have had to absorb $16.8 million in cancer claims. So if we didn't have the trust system, our local districts would have an additional $16.8 million impact for workman's comp. How much more is that impact going to be when we add in a slew of new conditions, when we change the burden, and when we shift from the trust over into workman's comp for a number of these things? I asked those who control the trust, have these different conditions been requested of you? Have people come to you and said, we want to add to the list of conditions that you all cover? And I was told no. I was also told that the head of the Firemen's Union actually sits on the trust board and could have brought these things forward at any time during their meetings and hasn't. Why aren't we going through that process? Why aren't we adding these conditions through the trust? Is it because it requires an actuarial analysis and some of these things may not actually trigger and be included because they don't have enough substantive evidence to support being added to the list of conditions that are outright adopted as worker harm? Or is there some other reason? I've also been told that this particular policy is being advanced nationwide in other states, but only Missouri has a trust system similar to ours. None of the other states have that. They have workman's comp. So are we applying a national standard, a national blueprint to Colorado reality that is unique? We have a unique system. Should this policy be adjusted to comport with that uniqueness? I do have concerns about the equal protection argument. There is the legal argument, there's also just the fairness argument of us mandating on others what we're not willing to adopt ourselves. But ultimately, as a representative of House District 60, I'm concerned about my fire district's solvency. As we add more and more burdens on them, will they be able to stay afloat? I have special district fire districts that have had recently to ask for mill levy increases just to be able to cover their costs. We talk about healthcare costs all the time in here, increases in all of these costs all the time in here, and they're having to ask the taxpayers for more. If we impose this on them, how much more are they going to have to ask? And do we not care about that because it's not us asking? In some ways, it feels like we're saying, we see this as an issue, we want this issue to be solved. I'm fine with both of those realities, but we're going to drop the solving on the heads of others. We're going to mandate that other people figure it out and then feel good about it. That concerns me. It concerns me that self-insured agencies will face higher excess carrier costs and higher self-insurance retentions. It concerns me that workers' compensation carriers are likely to eliminate discounts that currently incentivize trust participation. It concerns me that all fire agencies will see increased costs for these presumptive cancer claims. It's not a question of should we help think all of us say, yes, these are our employees, these are employees of the state or state-created entities like special districts and counties and cities. But if we cannot cover these costs as a multi-billion-dollar entity, forcing them on entities that only receive a couple $100,000 a year is not just. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Richardson. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Ditto.
I'm going to level set for a moment. And I want to read something to you that I think we all need to pay attention to. The Department of Personnel estimates the bill requires a $2 million general fund appropriation for 26-27, based on the assumption that the state's risk management fund cannot absorb any litigation costs in the upcoming fiscal year. And then I'll read you the last phrase. If they materialize, will be addressed through the annual budget process, and no additional appropriation is required in this bill. Give me a break. The department's saying we need $2 million. It's not in the appropriation. And they say no additional is required in this bill. This body has a responsibility of a balanced budget. And what we are doing by way of this is saying it's okay that $2 million of supplemental bills can come to us. It's acknowledging that right now. As a JBC member, I can't sign off on this under any circumstances because it throws our budget out of balance. And I don't know how anybody on either side of the aisle that is charged with the responsibility of giving a balanced budget to the governor, which we did, and he signed off on already, that we can do this knowing full well it's going to cost at least $2 million to our budget in 26-27. That is irresponsible on our parts. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So just springboarding off of what my colleague just mentioned, I will also note that if it is found that this particular construction of statute and the way that it applies to locals versus the state, if it's found to be contrary to equal protection laws, then it is is possible that costs will be increased by up to $1 million per year claim for the state firefighters. There are roughly 163 of them. So it may actually even be beyond the $2 million in litigation costs. It may actually accrue $1 million per claim if the litigation is found in favor of the state firefighters. And depending on how many of those have claims under this particular provision, you may be looking at multiple millions of dollars under this bill.
Representative Richardson.
And thank you. Just to level set, the last two speakers were addressing the most recent fiscal note of May 8th. So we've spent a lot of time on this. We've had a lot of time today, had chances to reach out and talk to people. And from what I have heard, I may have talked to more than the sponsors did. The way this seems to line out as I chat with folks is that proponents began drafting this bill in January. Not with stakeholders, not with employers, not with fire districts, not with municipalities, just one group at the table. writing a law that affected every firefighter in Colorado. And then things are kind of dormant. Nobody really knew what was going on until April 29th, when the bill was introduced in the Senate. It's interesting, but I won't suppose a reason that a very prominent firefighter in the Senate is not a co-sponsor on this bill. But that point, when it was introduced, the people who actually will bear the cost and the legal burden of this legislation got to see it after having virtually no voice in its creation. That is not good or robust stakeholding, or however we pronounce it today. Senate sponsor held one meeting that I can identify with only 2 stakeholders engaging on the bill. The House sponsors held one meeting with those in opposition. Stakeholder amendments were not accepted in the Senate, but the sponsor did run one amendment while it was there, and as had been mentioned, that was to exempt our own state firefighters. Now, we all care about our firefighters. We all care deeply. I care about my citizens that are protected by our firefighters and won't be if our fire districts can't afford to operate. I care about our firefighters and appreciate the risk that they put themselves to. I care about and deeply trust our fire chiefs who are against this. We have not had a collaborative process that comes out with something that works for everybody. Now we're on second reading, and sponsors have brought forth other amendments, changes that could have been worked out and vetted months ago with everyone at the table, but now it's just in front of us who have just really seen it amongst a flurry of other bills. Now, I sit on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. We know how to work through insurance and workers' comp changes. We've done it before. It's taken months to do substantial things. Sometimes it takes years to work with everyone before we even get something into the building on paper. There should be actuarial analysis. We should, at this point, have fiscal notes that don't just say there's a potential of some costs in the next year, but we'll bury what those could be further in the note. And that's not a hit on the fiscal analysts. They can only work with what they're given in a very short period of time. We should not be making major permanent changes to workers' comp law and other issues that affect all firefighters. We shouldn't be up here saying we care about all firefighters, but carve out our state employees once again just because we know that comes with a cost to the state. This isn't how we make good law. This is probably a good idea. There are seeds of things that could be useful to all, that could demonstrate that we care about our firefighters greatly and the people they serve and our citizens and their cost of living and their protection in a way that's not mutually exclusive. But I think right now we're setting ourselves on a path that will bankrupt our fire districts. And we'll be back here with another emergency on our hands next year or during a special session. So I think we should vote no on this now, send it back to a big room with lots of stakeholders, and figure out how to do this right. Vote no.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to point out something that my colleague just mentioned. You know, we're carving out provisions for state firefighters in this bill. And the reason why, because it comes with a huge fiscal note, a huge financial responsibility. And so the state has the opportunity to say, yeah, you know what, we're going to take that out so we don't have to then pay for that. But then on the same hand, you're now saying that you're going to put this financial burden on the local fire departments to have to handle. So you're saying it's far too much of a financial burden for the state to be able to cover the costs for this. But we're just going to go ahead and still put that same financial burden that the state is refusing to pay for, and you're putting that financial burden on the local fire stations and the fire chiefs to have to handle. Please explain to me how that's fair. How you understand on one side that it's a huge financial burden, but then you're saying you don't really care when it comes to being able to push that financial burden off on the local fire stations. That's not fair across the board. It's not covering or taking care of our firefighters at all. It's making life extremely hard for them to exist. It's making it very hard for them to be able to keep the public safe. So I want you to think about that. You're saying we understand it's a huge financial burden, but we're still going to force that financial burden on local fire stations. That's not fair. That's not just. That's not good law. I'm asking for a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 184 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 184 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 152.
Senate Bill 152 by Senators Ball and Pelton B, also Representatives Wilford and Barone, concerning changes to the usage of automated vehicle identification systems.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 152 and the Transportation and Housing and Local Government Committee report.
All right, to the committee report.
In the committee, we made a number of, we passed 3 amendments and asked for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the committee report to Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye.
I'm going to talk about it for a minute.
All those in favor say, there we go. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bedron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm bringing forward this bill, well, my co-prime and myself are bringing forward this bill to address issues that have been happening in specifically my district, Hudson and Kersey area. And we're trying to fix and clarify some information from a previous bill that was passed through here, SB 23-200. 152, the difference between 200 and 152. The big picture is in 200, it established and expanded AVIS enforcement. Now in this bill, it maintains AVIS framework. In 200, it focused on enabling use. And this one is going to improve fairness, clarity, and trust. So this is going to help out with creating, well, not helping create revenue-enhancing programs for municipalities to use speed cameras. Now, speed cameras are being used, and especially in my district, they were used to upcharge people for speeding tickets over 25 miles an hour. We understand over 25 miles an hour is a lot of speed to go over the speed limit, but there was no state framework for a fee over 25 miles an hour. So these municipalities were using that and well, not using that, they were misreading the law to charge whatever they wanted. Like if there was a police officer catching you, these are cameras. There was no person there to see it. It was a camera. So we want to establish a cap on fees over 25 miles an hour. And now we also change the fees for speeding from 1 to 5 miles an hour. There's going to be no fee. There's going to be no charge if you go over 5. From 6 to 10 is $40. And then from 11 to 25 is going to be $80. Over 25 is going to be capped in 2031, I believe, to $150 straight cap. So we're going to try to prevent these cameras from being used as revenue enhancing, and of course provide safety and being able to provide more clarity for these municipalities to use these cameras properly, and CDOT as well. CML has been brought up on board with some amendments, and I'll let my co-prime talk about those.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L019 and ask that it be properly displayed.
In just a moment. continue with the amendment. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment is a technical cleanup that removes duplicative language in the liability section. It does not change who or who is not or who isn't responsible. It simply makes the process clearer for implementation and helps ensure consistency for both drivers and local governments, and we ask for an aye vote.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Veron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L020 to SB 152 and have it properly displayed, please.
Okay, just a moment. Tell us about the amendment, Representative Veron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment comes from CML, the Colorado Municipal League, of which we have been working with to try to clarify some things. This amendment reorganizes and clarifies notice requirements for new AVIS systems, ensures clear signage requirements remain in place, written warnings are issued during the initial 30-day period, adds flexibility to allowing jurisdictions to conduct additional outreach, post additional signage beyond minimum requirements, and it also removes duplicative and conflicting language to make implementation more straightforward. Maintain strong transparency requirements while making them clear and more workable. I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L20 to Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L023 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right. Just
No, so 2123 replaces 21.
all right. To the amendment, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment defines mobile AVIS systems so there is clarity in how they're used. It ensures flexibility for temporary safety needs while maintaining appropriate guardrails, and it also prevents unnecessary administrative burdens when systems are moved within an already established corridor, and we do ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L23 to Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for bill sponsors. So I am just curious because on one of the county roads that a good representative for Adams mentioned before, my husband has sent me some bills in the mail that say, now you owe the town of Hudson this much, or now you owe the town of Kersey this much, and I'm glad to see this is being addressed. But I am curious, now I lost my question. Will this, hold on, I started typing myself. So we talked about the distance of notification. We talked about, I lost my question. I'm gonna let it go. It'll come to me as soon as I walk away, and then I'll ask.
All right, Representative Perron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to come up here. I kind of figured what the good representative from Larimer and Weld County is trying to ask here. The signage, we also just moved the size of the signage that notifies drivers there's going to be a AVIS camera system 300 feet away from 2.5 inches to 3 inches at lettering, so that way it could be seen more clear by the drivers, and of course not make it a safety hazard. So yes, the signage needs to be put in a corridor that's been pre-approved by CDOT, that corridor is a problematic corridor, 300 feet before the camera itself. And some of the amendments that we ran also provides clarity for the municipalities that if they have a mobile camera system, they can move it from one approved corridor to another approved corridor. So it keeps, the guessing, there's no guessing game involved. We just want to be able to create safety in problematic corridors, so people can get that in their mind that, you know what, I'm probably speeding here all the time. They'll physically see it. And of course, there is a warning period whenever a new corridor is established for 30 days. Those people need to receive, what this bill is now clarifying and is requiring that the municipalities in the AVA system let the people know, this is your warning, you were speeding in this area, please don't do it again, for 30 days. After the 30-day period, you can now, you will now receive a ticket if you continue to do so. We just urge an aye vote on this.
Okay, further, Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember exactly how I had the question in my head, but what is the burden of proof for the driver? And I'm finding now that every time I drive past one of these places, I'm having to, unfortunately, put my phone up and record my speedometer as I drive by these speed signs, because I know that since I started receiving these friendly letters that I've been really monitoring my speed and not speeding, but now I'm still getting these letters that say I'm not, that I'm speeding and I'm not. So what is the recourse? Because now these letters, they say, if you don't pay within 2 weeks, it'll be sent to collections at 18%. So of course I pay, but how do I fight that? And what's the recourse for drivers in this?
Representative Perron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, good representative from Larimer and Weld. That question would have to be down to the municipalities. If that does happen, you can always go to your city hall, your city police, and say, hey, I don't believe I was speeding. Can I fight this in court? I believe you can do that in a municipality court. You can always fight a speeding ticket, even if it's a camera system, or if it's an officer that's pulled you over and gave you a speeding ticket. They always tell you, this is your court date, you can come and fight this, so you're always welcome to defend yourself in any circumstance. Yeah.
Further discussion on the bill? All right, seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 152 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 152 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 188.
Senate Bill 188 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Brown and Taggart, concerning the transition of residential treatment programs to the statewide managed care system for Medicaid members who are in the custody of County Department of Human or Social Services.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 188.
All right, move to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, in a nutshell, delays the transition to capitation for 1 year for certain services that are within healthcare policy and financing. Specifically, by July 1st of 2027, the bill requires HCPF to initiate the transition of services currently provided under the Qualified Residential Treatment Programs and psychiatric residential treatment facilities into the managed care system for Medicaid members who are in the care and custody of a county department of human services. The bill also creates a steering committee effective July 1st, 2026 to support this transition and subjects HCPF to reporting requirements. We ask for an aye vote.
All right, further discussion on the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say the young people that are involved in these two residential programs are some of the most vulnerable mentally ill children in the state. And having a good transition to a coordinated managed care system is absolutely critical. We cannot leave these kids behind. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the bill? All right, seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 188. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 188 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 78.
Senate Bill 78 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Smith and Taggart, concerning modifications to certain statutes relating to institutions of higher education and in connection therewith, changing procedures relating to information sharing, data, and capital construction projects.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 078 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Education report.
All right, to the Appropriations report, Representative Smith.
Thank you. We had two amendments in appropriations. The first one clarifies that data sharing in Section 8 will not impact the statewide longitudinal data system, which is already prescribed by state statute. The other amendment addresses future costs of Section 8, which covers data sharing between the Department of Higher Education, institutions, and CCHE. The department requires 0.5 FTE to implement, and with this amendment, this section will not go into effect until there is a sufficient appropriation to cover the fiscal estimate in future years. And I ask for your aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report to Senate Bill 78. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Education report, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L013 to Senate Bill 78 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, give us a moment.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, let me clarify my motion. I move L013 to the Education Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that is displayed. Tell us about it.
Thank you. You know, we do our best in the Appropriations Committee to get everything right, and every once in a while we miss something, and this was one of those things. So this is an amendment that should have been added in the Appropriations Committee, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on this amendment, Representative Smith?
I also urge an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L13 to the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Back to the Education report. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had one amendment with three different sections. First, it directs the CCHE to develop policy and procedures for advisory work with the existing data advisory group. This enables institutions to access de-identified student-level data to conduct analyses that support enrollment, retention, and graduation efforts. The amendment clarifies that CCHE retains leadership and final authority over data policy, while the data advisory group serves strictly as an advisory role. Second, it changes to the process in which fiscal note responses are shared between the department and institutions of higher ed as requested by CDHE. And then finally, it provides an on-off provision to align with the outcome of HB 26-1029 as it related to the advisory committee members to the CCHE, and I urge an aye vote.
Okay, further discussion on the Education report. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Education Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill has several sections, and I'll try to give you just quick highlights of the sections. The first one is, Section 1 is all about fiscal transparency. And we think it's responsible that the department, when they know that there's a fiscal note associated with a particular legislation that's coming up, that they share information with our institutions of higher education at certain time periods that are spelled out in the bill. I won't take you through those, so that they have the opportunity, A, to provide that data, and then B, see what the department is going to be presenting to us in the JBC. And that's very, very important. The second part of the bill has to do with inspection authority at CU Denver and CU Anschutz. CU in Denver and CU Anschutz already have the expertise to perform electric and plumbing inspections on their own buildings. We need to clarify that that falls under their authority, and we don't need another group having to do that. Saves us money, saves time to CU. Second, the next portion is just about adding a data advisory group member to the advisory structure that's already in place. The next one has to do with Capital Development Committee and cash-funded projects. We have had a threshold of $2 million since 1992 on these types of 100% cash funded by our institutions. And I stress that. These are 100% funded by cash from our institution. We are strictly asking that go from $2 million to $5 million. There's another one has to do with revitalization of buildings, taking that up to $10 million. Projects that exceed $5 million or exceed $10 million will still need to go through the CDC. And last but not least, in this particular section are bonding provisions, bonding and debt provisions. In particular, in past legislation, CU had very specific ones as compared to the rest of our institutions of higher education. Those are not needed. They are stripped out of this bill. CU already operates under a Board of Regents debt policies, which are more conservative than our policies at the state level. So let's CU do what they do very, very well. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Smith.
Members, as a former CU regent, I am so pleased that this bill has come forward because I personally, as a regent, have lived some of these, I would say, roadblocks that higher ed and CU has experienced. So I urge an aye vote for this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 78 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 78 as amended passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 186.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Marchman and Baisley, also Representatives Titone and Kelty, concerning updates to the Workers' Compensation Act of Colorado necessitated by technology updates.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we bring you Senate Bill 26186, and it's a very simple bill. Oh, I'm sorry. I move Senate Bill 26186.
Great. To the bill, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, ma'am. Very simple bill. Basically, all the bill is doing is it updates the Workers' Compensation Act to address the technology updates, clean up the outdated language, and divert certain funding. So very, very easy bill. It doesn't change anything with workers' comp. It's just updates and technology and allows for electronic filing capability.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Ditto.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, this is a JTC bill. It says that you don't have to send certified mail. You can send an email. So it's going to save the state some money. And we urge you to vote yes.
All right, further discussion on the bill. All right, seeing none, the question before us is passage of Senate Bill 186. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 186 passes. We are in the home stretch, folks. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1250.
House Bill 1250 by Representatives DeGraff and Bacon, concerning procedures relating to state action resulting in the relinquishment of private property and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The wells are swelling.
Now I'm nervous.
Who's somebody out there? Please take a picture of it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean it. Representative Mabry. He's not even listening. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1250 and the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Judiciary Committee report, because we had to go to every committee in the House to get a bill passed by Ken DeGraff and Jennifer Bacon.
Yes.
All right, we'll start with the Appropriations report. AML Bacon.
Go ahead.
Okay. The Appropriations Committee report, we made some adjustments to include staff for DOLA. Hold on one second. Ready? Like this, like this. Okay.
You want the
And-
finger? Shall we give you the
Should we give it the bacon finger or the love? I can't. Okay. And with that, Madam Chair, we ask for an aye vote.
All right, further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Appropriations report to House Bill 1250. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the
I
Finance
almost said
report,
no out of habit.
AML Bacon.
Oh,
Oh, you want to go ahead?
on the amendments?
This is finance report.
Go
To
ahead.
the Finance
All
report.
right. I would like to know that out of appropriations was unanimous, just like out of finance. So thank you all for coming down to speak. In finance, we made some adjustments to be sure that we were clear on the actual legal counsel, right? Who would be able to provide some help for indigent asset forfeiture defendants. And with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Further discussion on the Finance. All right, Representative Brooks.
Oh, what is this slow walk? Okay.
To the
Thank you,
Finance
Chair.
report. All right.
As a member of the Finance Committee, I thought it would be appropriate for me to come up and comment on the bill.
All right, Representative Hartsook.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members. No comments. Members, this bill went through several committees, and when it hit the Finance Committee, it was interesting. We all took a big dive in that Olympic-sized swimming pool. The question was who was going to come to the surface, because there's a great gnashing of teeth. Many of us went out in the hallway and had a long debate. And there was compromises made. Everyone gave. In all seriousness, I would like to tip my hat to AML over here, who was instrumental in bringing together several folks. But in this bill, it looked like it wasn't going to pass. And I'm being serious. We had a lot of consternation over it. But we got everybody with the sponsors out there, and very thankful that the sponsors came out. We sat down, we got some amendments that we ran through in finance. Now, that was a rather monolithic lift, I will tell you that. We weren't sure that we were going to get through there. But we sat and we debated out in the hallway, way more than we ever debated in the committee, to get this thing accomplished. And so when we went into the committee, we had it to a point to where we had all parties had to give in a little bit, and everybody got a little bit, and they all came away going, okay, we are at a winning situation. And with that, Madam Chair, I would urge an aye vote on the Finance Committee report.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doesn't go any lower. All right. Members, I just want to say that this bill, looking at House Bill 1250, what do we always say down here? Any piece of legislation that comes out of this building, everything it says it is, it ain't. All right? So we really need to look at House Bill 1250 and really see what's in this and what the purpose of this bill is. We're looking at all of our tax-paying widgets over here, and that's what we're doing. But are we really getting to the crux of civil asset forfeiture? And why is the government involved in civil asset forfeiture? Oh, I do need to get notes. Hold on. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, check that one off. This civil asset forfeiture cesspool over here, let me tell you. So I'm going to request an aye vote on House Bill 1250 for the tax-paying widgets of Colorado.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and thank you, in the 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools with 2 drops or something like that. I know that there's a nanny state in there somewhere, and therefore I would ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Valdez.
Well, as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Watch your
Cal
language,
Colorado.
Representative Valdez.
Colorado, squeezing us in. This is communism.
Representative Flanell.
Members, I'm still a no on this bill. It's crap. No, I'm kidding. I had something written up, but I will just say that I appreciate the sponsors working with everyone, all of the amendments that you made. It's great to see that everybody comes in the middle. I will be a yes vote. And yeah, good job. Are you crying? You're crying? Get the good colleague from El Paso County a tissue.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to come up here and say civil asset forfeiture. Good bill. And I will go back over there to my seat, sit down, shut up, and color.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Madam Chair. We the people. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program that's now permanent. We need to dive in a bit deeper into the issues here. There's 3 drops in 30 Olympic-sized swimming pools that we've not considered by making this change. This is unconstitutional. The consent of the governed was not granted. Our founding fathers are rolling in their graves. And the cesspool that's being created, it's getting bigger. But these tax-paying widgets of Colorado, they're now going to be paying less and having their stuff taken away. So I will be a yes vote.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair. We have to be the best arbiters for the tax-paying widgets. The arbiters of them. And I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Kelty.
There's only one Representative Kelty. Just saying. But I do want to thank the sponsors and everyone involved in working on this bill. I'm not funny, so I'm just going to talk. So y'all just going to have to listen. But this bill went through a lot of contention, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of back and forth, and I was originally concerned, but I think with the hard work that was done, getting this bill to where we all believe everyone who's innocent should get their property back and everything, and we firmly believe in the Constitution. There was just the issue with the funding. And, I have to, thank our Assistant Minority Leader for working as hard as he did with the sponsors and everybody else and getting the job done. And now it's at a bill that I can absolutely 100% stand behind, and I'm a happy yes. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen up, tax-paying widgets of Colorado. I rise today not as a legislator, but as a survivor of algebra. Because somewhere between committee hearings, fiscal notes, and 147 unread emails, I found myself staring at this equation. Now, I don't know what it means, but I assume it's either advanced calculus or the formula Excel uses to calculate our utility bills. See, climate, I worked it in there. Olympic-sized swimming pools. And honestly, the longer I looked at it, the more it started to resemble the state budget. You've got imaginary numbers, limits approaching infinity, things should be divided that never should have been divided in the first place, but anyway, they were still divided, and I'm asking why. At one point, I whispered, "Pete must save me," and a lobbyist appeared behind me like Beetlejuice, but math does teach us something important.
Representative Wilford, can you come back to the bill?
I am speaking to the bill, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker.
Are you sure?
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, which explains why every time I file a bill, I receive exactly 43 angry emails from men named Doug. So today, let us solve a loan for X, and by X, I mean why the printer on the third floor still doesn't work. Thank you, Madam Chair, and may God bless the mathematicians, because the rest of us are just pretending, but I truly do implore you to get the boot off our necks and let the math.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. This bill did start somewhere far from where it wound up, and I'm glad I wasn't on any of the committees that got it here. But in reviewing it, I am happy to see that hellhounds and demon weasels were consulted, and they do agree this is a very good bill. Vote yes.
Further discussion on the bill? Right. Oh, pardon me. Here we are. Thank you. I'm so distracted by all of our roasting here. All right. Any further discussion on the finance report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Finance Committee report. House Bill 1250. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
Really, though? You voted for it.
The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report.
You're going to do the Judiciary
To the Judiciary Committee report.
I was wondering if I was going to get Garcia this year.
Representative
I move
DeGrasse.
the Judiciary report to House Bill 1250.
It has been moved already.
Has been moved. I asked for an aye vote on the Judiciary report. How's that?
All right. Representative Garcia.
I never come up here, so.
No. Okay. All right. Further discussion on the Judiciary report.
I am asking for an aye vote on the Judiciary report. Do we have an amendment to
We are on the Judiciary Committee report.
Oh, wait, I have an amendment to the
We are not-
Judiciary bill.
Did we pass the committee report yet? All right, let's pass the committee report.
All right. Move your amendment to the Judiciary Court. Representative DeGrasse.
Okay, never mind, I have an amendment.
All right. AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L25 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
All right. Give us a moment.
I know, Owen was like,
Don't make me do all this work.
All right. To the amendment.
okay, so after going to 3 committees, we still have a little bit of work to do. This comes at the request of DOLA this comes at the request of the judicial in regards to the reporting that is needed for the folks who are going to help out those who are being represented by legal aid. And with that, we ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L25 to the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report, the amendment to the committee report is adopted. Now back to the committee report.
Right.
I move
This is to
This
the
is
bill.
the bill. I move the Judicial Committee report as amended for House Bill 1250 and ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of, or is passage of the Judiciary Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report as amended is adopted. Now we're to the bill. Representative DeGrasse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L024 to House Bill 1250 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, just a moment. To the amendment, Representative DeGrasse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The crux of this was working with the district attorneys, and in this case, we decided to move back to the original language for the stay after a conviction. because only, when looking at the statistics, less than 1% of any convictions are overturned in appeal. So so we moved it back to the original language and made sure that there were programs in place to backfill, to support, ensure that anybody was made whole that went through that unlikely event. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L24 to House Bill to House Bill 1250. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes or is adopted. To the bill. Further discussion on the bill, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the CACP DA Social Committee, because nothing brings the DAs and CACP together like DeGraff and Bacon on a bill. That fills the lobby. But seriously, CAF, civil asset forfeiture, is an application of colonial maritime law that has some questionable, and so that's what we're dealing with. So we wanted to make sure that crime doesn't pay while ensuring that due process and is followed before any deprivation of property. So I ask for an aye vote.
AML Bacon.
Thank you. I really thought he could do an impression of me, and I would do an impression of you.
Oh.
What's your impression of me? Never mind. Thank you, members. For those of you who want to know what this bill is actually about, at the end of the day, we have a procedure where folks' property can be taken by law enforcement, and the original law said if they believed it was tied to an underlying crime. So what our bill does is saying, if you want to take the property because you believe it's tied to an underlying crime, you have to prove that a crime happened first with a conviction. And given all of the committees that we have gone to and all of the amendments, what the bill now is that statement along with the creation of a fund to help folks whose property was seized to potentially defend themselves and get their property back. In Colorado, the mean amount that is taken is around $2,500. And what we heard in committee and judiciary is that about 90% of people don't even show up at the proceeding to try to get their things back. And so at the end of the day, what we know is from the proceedings, or from the proceeds, if you will, of the property, that money can go back into the coffers of law enforcement, which to us, and the reason why both of us are on this bill is because we do believe in America. We do believe in our Constitution, even though there's not a boot on anyone's neck or we're not jumping into swimming pools. We do believe that there should be due process. There you go. Due process, particularly when you are taking a property that has the utmost procedures. And so if proceeds are going to be made from our property, it should at least go back to people to have the opportunity to get their stuff back rather than to put money back into coffers of law enforcement, thereby disincentivizing the taking.
Any further discussion on the bill? All right.
Yes. There is further discussion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Continue.
Okay. And so we'd like to just demonstrate that sometimes you can reach into the far corners of either side of the aisle and find some good old-fashioned American synergy around the Constitution. And I ask for a yeehaw yes, and I do believe there might be more discussion. Okay.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe not everyone's read the bill, so I request that the bill be read at length. Just kidding. I withdraw that request. But we do move that the bill be referred back to State Affairs. Yeah. And I also withdraw that request. I just wanted to make sure it had a proper vetting. But it looks like my colleague would like to speak.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, knowing the bill sponsors, I must confess to being a bit disheartened, surprised that this wasn't more thoroughly reviewed and all of the issues weren't completely addressed. This has been, I would say, a labor of love for months now. keeping these folks busy on the floor, off the floor, probably even in their dreams. And so, like I said, I was quite surprised to see that they missed something so blaringly obvious. But as a good colleague and as someone who wants to make sure that this policy passes in its best form, I feel like I am here to help fill that gap. Therefore, I move Amendment L29, which, I mean, how many bills have 29 amendments? Like, you guys haven't done that much work, and ask that it be displayed.
Just a moment. Continue, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we should properly name the things that we do. And so this amendment would name this act the Restoring Funds to the Taxpaying Widgets of Colorado Act. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Graff to the amendment.
To the amendment. Sure, to the amendment. Yeah, I think anytime that we have an opportunity to represent and really adhere to the rights of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, we should do that. So I'm a definite yes on this. I appreciate the sponsor bringing that, and I look forward to seeing how this reads in the CRS.
AML Bacon.
Just to be sure we can recognize the natural order of things, I'm going to request a no vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment and my good colleague from Penrose for bringing it. And you know, I think to close the division in this chamber, I think it would really be apt to call division on this. Just kidding. I would draw the division vote on this amendment.
All right, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to rise in opposition to this amendment, and that's mainly because it's important to understand what we're talking about with civil asset forfeiture. So if you go back to Old English law, they referred to it as guilty property. So if it was, for example, a pirate ship that was engaged in robbery at sea, the entire ship could actually be taken and sold, or if it was the actual proceeds of the crime itself. And so that's why, restoring funds to the taxpaying widgets of Colorado is a little bit inaccurate, because that may not necessarily be true, because the individual may have actually been engaged in a criminal conduct in which the property itself took on what the Old English common law said was guilty property.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That got serious quick.
Further discussion on the, really, we're going to vote on this? Really? All right. Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, all those in favor say aye. All right, a division has been called. All right, that motion is withdrawn. All right, we're still to the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Woo. All right, the noes have it. That amendment fails. We are back to the bill. Further discussion on the bill. Oh.
Good bill, vote yes.
Yeah, that one failed. All right, back to the bill.
Good bill, vote yes.
Further discussion on the bill. All right, seeing none, the question before us is passage of House Bill 1250 as amended. All those in favor give us a yeehaw, yes, I think is what the AML requested. So all those in favor, a yeehaw, yes. Yeehaw! All those opposed, no. The yeehaw yeses have it. House Bill 1250 as amended passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
All right, you have heard the motion. Is there any objections? Seeing none, the committee will rise, report progress. No, we won't. Sorry. We will rise and report. I am tired. Whew.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to part is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations. Are on House Bill 1250 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 2 as amended, 3 as amended, 23 as amended, 78 as amended, 103, 152 as amended, 155 as amended, 178, 184 as amended, 186, 188, and 191 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Ryden. Members, you've heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Luck Amendment L29 to House Bill 1250 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1250 as amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
One moment, please. It is properly displayed.
Thank you. Oh,
Please proceed. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of our colleague who has run about a Olympic-sized swimming pool worth of cow amendments in this chamber over the last 4 years, I move this amendment in hopes that you all will actually change the name of his bill. You know, what's the harm in that? Well, probably a lot of harm. So I withdraw this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Mr. Shebel, please read the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Woog moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Woog Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 184 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 184 is amended passed.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Woog Amendment
To the Committee
to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you so much. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Members, Colorado should not impose new statewide mandates on local governments without full actuarial analysis, sustainable funding mechanisms, and input from municipalities, counties, and fire districts. So this amendment makes the state share in the financial responsibility, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote? Representative Hamrick, you are on mute. Oh, you're right there. The confusion. Bottoms, Marshall, Story, Zokai. Bottoms and Zokai are excused. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 42 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Joseph. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36D, in the last 10 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on concurrence with Senate amendments is suspended.
There's one more line.
Therefore, this was just a test, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I move for the immediate consideration of House Bill 26-1206.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed to the immediate consideration of House Bill 1206. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1206.
House Bill 1206 by Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez, also Senators Lindstedt and Benavidez, concerning improved funding to support affordable housing development.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to not concur in thank you. We are requesting a conference committee for the House, not concur with Senate Amendment to House Bill 1206, and request that a conference committee be formed and request that the conference committee be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences
Between the chambers.
Rowdy
between the
bunch.
chambers.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue is that the senators added an amendment to the bill that the public housing authorities would like to clarify some of the language, and we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1206, appoint a conference committee, and go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Richardson. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, the motion to not concur is adopted. The conference committee for House Bill 1206 will be the following: Representative Joseph as chair, Representative Gonzalez, and Representative Zokai. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Tuesday, May 12, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. Representative Mabry, announcements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, let's meet in 5 minutes in room 107, where we have 2 bills.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Appropriations will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the Old State Library. We will hear Senate Bill 170, Senate Bill 185, and Senate Bill 80. JB, see you there.
Members, we have some business to tend to before we recess. You are free to go. Mr. Schiebel, message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message
Senate
from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 190 by Senators Coleman and Weissman, also Representatives Bacon and English, concerning releasing information related to incidents involving a peace officer's use of force that results in death.
Senate Bill 190 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. Introduction of resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 25 by Senator Simpson, also Representative McCluskey, concerning recognition of the 150th anniversary of the Colorado Mining Association, the oldest mining association in the United States.
Senate Joint Resolution 25 will be laid over 1 day under House rule. Recess. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.